Chapter 13 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mihailov sold Vronsky his picture and agreed to paint a portrait of Anna. On the day fixed he came and began the work. From the fifth sitting the portrait impressed everyone, especially Vronsky, not only by its resemblance, but by its characteristic beauty. It was strange how Mihailov could have discovered just her characteristic beauty. One needs to know and love her, as I have loved her, to discover the very sweetest expression of her soul, Vronsky thought, though it was only from this portrait that he had himself learned this sweetest expression of her soul. But the expression was so true that he, and others too, fancied they had long known it. "I have been struggling on forever, so long without doing anything," he said of his own portrait of her, "and he just looked and painted it. That's where technique comes in." "That will come," was the consoling reassurance given him by Golenishtchev, in whose view Vronsky had both talent and, what was most important, culture, giving him a wider outlook on art. Golenishtchev's faith in Vronsky's talent was propped up by his own need of Vronsky's sympathy and approval for his own articles and ideas, and he felt that the praise and support must be mutual. In another man's house, and especially in Vronsky's palazzo, Mihailov was quite a different man from what he was in his studio. He behaved with hostile courtesy, as though he were afraid of coming closer to people he did not respect. He called Vronsky "Your Excellency," and, notwithstanding Anna's and Vronsky's invitations, he would never stay to dinner, nor come except for the sittings. Anna was even more friendly to him than to other people, and was very grateful for her portrait. Vronsky was more than cordial with him, and was obviously interested to know the artist's opinion of his picture. Golenishtchev never let slip an opportunity of instilling sound ideas about art into Mihailov. But Mihailov remained equally chilly to all of them. Anna was aware, from his eyes, that he liked looking at her, but he avoided conversation with her. Vronsky's talk about his painting he met with stubborn silence, and he was as stubbornly silent when he was shown Vronsky's picture. He was unmistakably bored by Golenishtchev's conversation, and he did not attempt to oppose him. Altogether Mihailov, with his reserved and disagreeable, as it were, hostile attitude, was quite disliked by them as they got to know him better, and they were glad when the sittings were over, and they were left with a magnificent portrait in their possession, and he gave up coming. Golenishtchev was the first to give expression to an idea that had occurred to all of them, which was that Mihailov was simply jealous of Vronsky. Not envious, let us say, since he has talent, but it annoys him that a wealthy man of the highest society, and a count too, you know they all detest a title, can without any particular trouble do as well, if not better, than he who has devoted all his life to it. And more than all, it's a question of culture, which he is without. Vronsky defended Mihailov, but at the bottom of his heart he believed it, because in his view a man of a different, lower world would be sure to be envious. Anna's portrait, the same subject painted from nature both by him and by Mihailov, ought to have shown Vronsky the difference between him and Mihailov, but he did not see it. Only after Mihailov's portrait was painted he left off painting his portrait of Anna, deciding that it was now not needed. His picture of medieval life he went on with, and he himself, and Golenishtchev, and still more Anna, thought it very good, because it was far more like the celebrated pictures they knew than Mihailov's picture. Mihailov, meanwhile, although Anna's portrait greatly fascinated him, was even more glad than they were when the sittings were over, and he had no longer to listen to Golenishtchev's disquisitions upon art, and could forget about Vronsky's painting. He knew that Vronsky could not be prevented from amusing himself with painting. He knew that he and all dilettanti had a perfect right to paint what they liked, but it was distasteful to him. A man could not be prevented from making himself a big wax doll and kissing it. But if the man were to come with the doll and sit before a man in love, and begin caressing his doll as the lover caressed the woman he loved, it would be distasteful to the lover. Just such a distasteful sensation was what Mihailov felt at the sight of Vronsky's painting. He felt it both ludicrous and irritating, both pitiable and offensive. Vronsky's interest in painting and the Middle Ages did not last long. He had enough taste for painting to be unable to finish his picture. The picture came to a standstill. He was vaguely aware that its defects, inconspicuous at first, would be glaring if he were to go on with it. The same experience befell him as Golenishtchev, who felt that he had nothing to say, and continually deceived himself with the theory that his idea was not yet mature, that he was working it out and collecting materials. This exasperated and tortured Golenishtchev, but Vronsky was incapable of deceiving and torturing himself, and even more incapable of exasperation. With his characteristic decision, without explanation or apology, he simply ceased working at painting. But without this occupation, the life of Vronsky and of Anna, who wondered at his loss of interest in it, struck them as intolerably tedious in an Italian town. The palazzo suddenly seemed so obtrusively old and dirty, the spots on the curtains, the cracks in the floors, the broken plaster on the cornices became so disagreeably obvious, and the everlasting sameness of Golenishtchev, and the Italian professor and the German traveler became so wearisome that they had to make some change. They resolved to go to Russia, to the country. In Petersburg, Vronsky intended to arrange a partition of the land with his brother, while Anna meant to see her son. The summer they intended to spend on Vronsky's great family estate. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Levin had been married 3 months. He was happy, but not at all in the way he had expected to be. At every step he found his former dreams disappointed, and new, unexpected surprises of happiness. He was happy, but on entering upon family life he saw at every step that it was utterly different from what he had imagined. At every step he experienced what a man would experience who, after admiring the smooth, happy course of a little boat on a lake, should get himself into that little boat. he saw that it was not all sitting still, floating smoothly, that one had to think too, not for an instant to forget where one was floating, and that there was water under one, and that one must row, and that his unaccustomed hands would be sore, and that it was only to look at it that it was easy, but that doing it, though very delightful, was very difficult. As a bachelor, when he had watched other people's married life, seen the petty cares, the squabbles, the jealousy, he had only smiled contemptuously in his heart. In his future married life there could be, he was convinced, nothing of that sort. Even the external forms, indeed, he fancied, must be utterly unlike the life of others in everything. And all of a sudden, instead of his life with his wife being made on an individual pattern, it was, on the contrary, entirely made up of the pettiest details, which he had so despised before, but which now, by no will of his own, had gained an extraordinary importance that it was useless to contend against. And Levin saw that the organization of all these details was by no means so easy as he had fancied before. Although Levin believed himself to have the most exact conceptions of domestic life, unconsciously, like all men, he pictured domestic life as the happiest enjoyment of love, with nothing to hinder and no petty cares to distract. He ought, as he conceived the position, to do his work and to find repose from it in the happiness of love. She ought to be beloved and nothing more. But like all men, he forgot that she too would want work, and he was surprised that she, his poetic, exquisite Kitty, could, not merely in the first weeks, but even in the first days of their married life, think, remember, and busy herself about tablecloths and furniture, about mattresses for visitors, about a tray, about the cook and the dinner, and so on. While they were still engaged, he had been struck by the definiteness with which she had declined the tour abroad and decided to go into the country, as though she knew of something she wanted and could still think of something outside her love. This had jarred upon him then, and now her trivial cares and anxieties jarred upon him several times. But he saw that this was essential for her, and loving her as he did, though he did not understand the reason of them, and jeered at these domestic pursuits, he could not help admiring them. He jeered at the way in which she arranged the furniture they had brought from Moscow, rearranged their room, hung up curtains, prepared rooms for visitors, a room for Dolly, saw after an abode for her new maid, ordered dinner of the old cook, came into collision with Agafea Mihalovna, taking from her the charge of the stores. He saw how the old cook smiled, admiring her and listening to her inexperienced, impossible orders. How mournfully and tenderly Agafea Mihalovna shook her head over the young mistress's new arrangements. He saw that Kitty was extraordinarily sweet when, laughing and crying, she came to tell him that her maid, Masha, was used to looking upon her as her young lady, and so no one obeyed her. It seemed to him sweet but strange, and he thought it would have been better without this. He did not know how great a sense of change she was experiencing. She, who at home had sometimes wanted some favorite dish or sweets without the possibility of getting either, now could order what she liked, buy pounds of sweets, spend as much money as she liked, and order any puddings she pleased. She was dreaming with delight now of Dolly's coming to them with her children, especially because she would order for the children their favorite puddings, and Dolly would appreciate all her new housekeeping. She did not know herself why and wherefore, but the arranging of her house had an irresistible attraction for her. Instinctively feeling the approach of spring, and knowing that there would be days of rough weather too, she built her nest as best she could, and was in haste at the same time to build it and to learn how to do it. This care for domestic details in Kitty, so opposed to Levin's ideal of exalted happiness, was at first one of the disappointments. And this sweet care of her household, the aim of which he did not understand, but could not help loving, was one of the new happy surprises. Another disappointment and happy surprise came in their quarrels. Levin could never have conceived that between him and his wife any relations could arise other than tender, respectful, and loving, and all at once, in the very early days, they quarreled, so that she said he did not care for her, that he cared for no one but himself, burst into tears, and wrung her arms. This first quarrel arose from Levin's having gone out to a new farmhouse, and having been away half an hour too long, because he had tried to get home by a short cut, and had lost his way. He drove home thinking of nothing but her, of her love, of his own happiness, and the nearer he drew to home, the warmer was his tenderness for her. He ran into the room with the same feeling, with an even stronger feeling than he had had when he reached the Shtcherbatskys' house to make his offer. And suddenly he was met by a lowering expression he had never seen in her. He would have kissed her. She pushed him away. "What is it?" "You've been enjoying yourself," she began, trying to be calm and spiteful. But as soon as she opened her mouth, a stream of reproach, of senseless jealousy, of all that had been torturing her during that half hour which she had spent sitting motionless at the window, burst from her. It was only then, for the first time, that he clearly understood what he had not understood when he led her out of the church after the wedding. He felt now that he was not simply close to her, but that he did not know where he ended and she began. He felt this from the agonizing sensation of division that he experienced at that instant. He was offended for the first instant, but the very same second he felt that he could not be offended by her, that she was himself. He felt for the first moment as a man feels when, having suddenly received a violent blow from behind, he turns around, angry and eager to avenge himself, to look for his antagonist, and finds that it is he himself who has accidentally struck himself, that there is no one to be angry with, and that he must put up with and try to soothe the pain. Never afterwards did he feel it with such intensity, but this first time he could not for a long while get over it. His natural feeling urged him to defend himself, to prove to her she was wrong. But to prove her wrong would mean irritating her still more, and making the rupture greater. That was the cause of all his suffering. One habitual feeling impelled him to get rid of the blame and to pass it on to her. Another feeling, even stronger, impelled him as quickly as possible to smooth over the rupture without letting it grow greater. To remain under such undeserved reproach was wretched, but to make her suffer by justifying himself was worse still. Like a man half awake in an agony of pain, he wanted to tear out, to fling away the aching place, and coming to his senses, he felt that the aching place was himself. He could do nothing but try to help the aching place to bear it, and this he tried to do. They made peace. She, recognizing that she was wrong, though she did not say so, became tenderer to him, and they experienced new, redoubled happiness in their love. But that did not prevent such quarrels from happening again, and exceedingly often too, on the most unexpected and trivial grounds. These quarrels frequently arose from the fact that they did not yet know what was of importance to each other, and that all this early period they were both often in a bad temper. When one was in a good temper and the other in a bad temper, the peace was not broken. But when both happened to be in an ill humor, quarrels sprang up from such incomprehensibly trifling causes that they could never remember afterwards what they had quarreled about. It is true that when they were both in a good temper, their enjoyment of life was redoubled, but still this first period of their married life was a difficult time for them. During all this early time they had a peculiarly vivid sense of tension, as it were, a tugging in opposite directions of the chain by which they were bound. Altogether their honeymoon, that is to say, the month after their wedding, from which, from tradition, Levin expected so much, was not merely not a time of sweetness, but remained in the memories of both as the bitterest and most humiliating period in their lives. They both alike tried in later life to blot out from their memories all the monstrous, shameful incidents of that morbid period, when both were rarely in a normal frame of mind, both were rarely quite themselves. It was only in the third month of their married life, after their return from Moscow, where they had been staying for a month, that their life began to go more smoothly. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. They had just come back from Moscow and were glad to be alone. He was sitting at the writing table in his study, writing. She, wearing the dark lilac dress she had worn during the first days of their married life, and put on again today, a dress particularly remembered and loved by him, was sitting on the sofa, the same old-fashioned leather sofa which had always stood in the study in Levin's father's and grandfather's days. She was sewing at broderie anglaise. He thought and wrote, never losing the happy consciousness of her presence. His work, both on the land and on the book, in which the principles of the new land system were to be laid down, had not been abandoned, but just as, formerly, these pursuits and ideas had seemed to him petty and trivial in comparison with the darkness that overspread all life, now they seemed as unimportant and petty in comparison with the life that lay before him, suffused with the brilliant light of happiness. He went on with his work, but he felt now that the center of gravity of his attention had passed to something else, and that consequently he looked at his work quite differently and more clearly. Formerly, this work had been for him an escape from life. Formerly he had felt that without this work his life would be too gloomy. Now these pursuits were necessary for him that life might not be too uniformly bright. Taking up his manuscript, reading through what he had written, he found with pleasure that the work was worth his working at. Many of his old ideas seemed to him superfluous and extreme, but many blanks became distinct to him when he reviewed the whole thing in his memory. He was writing now a new chapter on the causes of the present disastrous condition of agriculture in Russia. He maintained that the poverty of Russia arises not merely from the anomalous distribution of landed property and misdirected reforms, but that what had contributed of late years to this result was the civilization from without abnormally grafted upon Russia, especially facilities of communication, as railways, leading to centralization in towns, the development of luxury, and the consequent development of manufactures, credit, and its accompaniment of speculation, all to the detriment of agriculture. It seemed to him that in a normal development of wealth in a state, all these phenomena would arise only when a considerable amount of labor had been put into agriculture, when it had come under regular, or at least definite, conditions, that the wealth of a country ought to increase proportionally, and especially in such a way that other sources of wealth should not outstrip agriculture, that in harmony with a certain stage of agriculture there should be means of communication corresponding to it, and that in our unsettled condition of the land, railways, called into being by political and not by economic needs, were premature, and instead of promoting agriculture, as was expected of them, they were competing with agriculture and promoting the development of manufactures and credit, and so arresting its progress, and that just as the one-sided and premature development of one organ in an animal would hinder its general development, so in the general development of wealth in Russia, credit, facilities of communication, manufacturing activity, indubitably necessary in Europe, where they had arisen in their proper time, had with us only done harm by throwing into the background the chief question calling for settlement, the question of the organization of agriculture. While he was writing his ideas, she was thinking how unnaturally cordial her husband had been to young Prince Tcharsky, who had, with great want of tact, flirted with her the day before they left Moscow. "He's jealous," she thought. "Goodness, how sweet and silly he is! He's jealous of me. If he knew that I think no more of them than of Pyotr the cook," she thought, looking at his head and red neck, with a feeling of possession strange to herself. "Though it's a pity to take him from his work, but he has plenty of time. I must look at his face. Will he feel I'm looking at him? I wish he'd turn round. I will him to." And she opened her eyes wide, as though to intensify the influence of her gaze. "Yes, they draw away all the sap and give a false appearance of prosperity," he muttered, stopping to write, and feeling that she was looking at him and smiling, he looked around. "Well?" he queried, smiling and getting up. He looked round, she thought. "It's nothing. I wanted you to look round," she said, watching him, and trying to guess whether he was vexed at being interrupted or not. "How happy we are alone together. I am, that is," he said, going up to her with a radiant smile of happiness. "I'm just as happy. I'll never go anywhere, especially not to Moscow." "And what were you thinking about?" "I was thinking. No, no, go along. Go on writing. Don't break off." she said, pursing up her lips. "And I must cut out these little holes now, do you see?" She took up her scissors and began cutting them out. "No, tell me, what was it?" he said, sitting down beside her and watching the tiny scissors moving round. "Oh, what was I thinking about? I was thinking about Moscow, about the back of your head." "Why should I, of all people, have such happiness? It's unnatural, too good," he said, kissing her hand. "I feel quite the opposite. The better things are, the more natural it seems to me." "And you've got a little curl loose," he said, carefully turning her head round. "A little curl? Oh yes. No, no, we are busy at our work." Work did not progress further, and they darted apart from one another like culprits when Kouzma came in to announce that tea was ready. "Have they come from the town?" Levin asked Kouzma. "They've just come. They're unpacking the things." "Come quickly," she said to him as she went out of the study, "or else I shall read your letters without you." Left alone, after putting his manuscripts together in the new portfolio bought by her, he washed his hands at the new washstand with the elegant fittings that had all made their appearance with her. Levin smiled at his own thoughts and shook his head disapprovingly at those thoughts. A feeling akin to remorse fretted him. There was something shameful, effeminate, Capuan, as he called it to himself, in his present mode of life. "It's not right to go on like this," he thought. "It'll soon be 3 months, and I'm doing next to nothing. Today, almost for the first time, I set to work seriously, and what happened? I did nothing but begin and throw it aside. Even my ordinary pursuits I have almost given up. On the land I scarcely walk or drive about at all to look after things. Either I am loath to leave her, or I see she's dull alone. And I used to think that, before marriage, life was nothing much, somehow didn't count, but that after marriage life began in earnest. And here, almost 3 months have passed, and I have spent my time so idly and unprofitably. No, this won't do. I must begin. Of course, it's not her fault. She's not to blame in any way. I ought myself to be firmer, to maintain my masculine independence of action, or else I shall get into such ways, and she'll get used to them too. Of course, she's not to blame," he told himself. But it is hard for anyone who is dissatisfied not to blame someone else, and especially the person nearest of all to him, for the ground of his dissatisfaction. And it vaguely came into Levin's mind that she herself was not to blame. She could not be to blame for anything. But what was to blame was her education, too superficial and frivolous. That fool Tcharsky, she wanted, I know, to stop him, but didn't know how to. Yes, apart from her interest in the house, that she has, apart from her dress and broderie anglaise, she has no serious interests. No interest in her work, in the estate, in the peasants, nor in music, though she's rather good at it, nor in reading. She does nothing, and is perfectly satisfied. Levin, in his heart, censured this, and did not as yet understand that she was preparing for that period of activity which was to come for her, when she would at once be the wife of her husband and mistress of the house, and would bear and nurse and bring up children. He knew not that she was instinctively aware of this, and preparing herself for this time of terrible toil, did not reproach herself for the moments of carelessness and happiness in her love that she enjoyed now, while gaily building her nest for the future. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Levin went upstairs, his wife was sitting near the new silver samovar, behind the new tea service, and, having settled old Agafea Mihalovna at a little table with a full cup of tea, was reading a letter from Dolly, with whom they were in continual and frequent correspondence. "You see, your good lady's settled me here, told me to sit a bit with her," said Agafea Mihalovna, smiling affectionately at Kitty. In these words of Agafea Mihalovna, Levin read the final act of the drama which had been enacted of late between her and Kitty. He saw that, in spite of Agafea Mihalovna's feelings being hurt by a new mistress taking the reins of government out of her hands, Kitty had yet conquered her and made her love her. "Here, I opened your letter too," said Kitty, handing him an illiterate letter. "It's from that woman, I think, your brother's," she said. "I did not read it through. This is from my people and from Dolly. Fancy, Dolly took Tanya and Grisha to a children's ball at the Samatskys'. Tanya was a French marquise." But Levin did not hear her. Flushing, he took the letter from Marya Nikolaevna, his brother's former mistress, and began to read it. This was the second letter he had received from Marya Nikolaevna. In the first letter, Marya Nikolaevna wrote that his brother had sent her away for no fault of hers, and with touching simplicity added that though she was in want again, she asked for nothing and wished for nothing, but was only tormented by the thought that Nikolay Dmitrievitch would come to grief without her, owing to the weak state of his health, and begged his brother to look after him. Now she wrote quite differently. She had found Nikolay Dmitrievitch had again made it up with him in Moscow, and had moved with him to a provincial town, where he had received a post in the government service, but that he had quarreled with the head official, and was on his way back to Moscow, only he had been taken so ill on the road that it was doubtful if he would ever leave his bed again, she wrote. "It's always of you he has talked, and besides, he has no more money left." "Read this. Dolly writes about you," Kitty was beginning with a smile, but she stopped suddenly, noticing the changed expression on her husband's face. "What is it? What's the matter?" "She writes to me that Nikolay, my brother, is at death's door. I shall go to him." Kitty's face changed at once. Thoughts of Tanya as a marquise, of Dolly, all had vanished. "When are you going?" she said. "Tomorrow." "And I will go with you. Can I?" she said. "Kitty, what are you thinking of?" he said reproachfully. "How do you mean?" Offended that he should seem to take her suggestion unwillingly and with vexation. "Why shouldn't I go? I shan't be in your way. I'm going because my brother is dying," said Levin. "Why should you?" "Why? For the same reason as you." "And at a moment of such gravity for me, she only thinks of her being dull by herself," thought Levin. and this lack of candor in a matter of such gravity infuriated him. "It's out of the question," he said sternly. Agafea Mihalovna, seeing that it was coming to a quarrel, gently put down her cup and withdrew. Kitty did not even notice her. The tone in which her husband had said the last words wounded her, especially because he evidently did not believe what she had said. "I tell you that if you go, I shall come with you. I shall certainly come," she said hastily and wrathfully. "Why out of the question? Why do you say it's out of the question?" "Because I'll be going God knows where, by all sorts of roads, and to all sorts of hotels. You would be a hindrance to me," said Levin, trying to be cool. "Not at all. I don't want anything. Where you can go, I can." "Well, for one thing then, because this woman's there whom you can't meet." "I don't know, and don't care to know who's there and what. I know that my husband's brother is dying, and my husband is going to him, and I go with my husband too." "Kitty, don't get angry, but just think a little. This is a matter of such importance that I can't bear to think that you should bring in a feeling of weakness, of dislike to being left alone. Come, you'll be dull alone, so go and stay at Moscow a little." "There, you always ascribe base, vile motives to me," she said, with tears of wounded pride and fury. "I didn't mean... it wasn't weakness, it wasn't... I feel that it's my duty to be with my husband when he's in trouble. But you try on purpose to hurt me. You try on purpose not to understand." "No, this is awful. To be such a slave!" cried Levin, getting up and unable to restrain his anger any longer. But at the same second he felt that he was beating himself. "Then why did you marry? You could have been free. Why did you if you regret it?" she said, getting up and running away into the drawing-room. When he went to her, she was sobbing. He began to speak, trying to find words, not to dissuade, but simply to soothe her. But she did not heed him and would not agree to anything. He bent down to her and took her hand, which resisted him. He kissed her hand, kissed her hair, kissed her hand again. Still she was silent. But when he took her face in both his hands and said, "Kitty," she suddenly recovered herself and began to cry, and they were reconciled. It was decided that they should go together the next day. Levin told his wife that he believed she wanted to go simply in order to be of use, agreed that Marya Nikolaevna's being with his brother did not make her going improper. But he set off at the bottom of his heart dissatisfied, both with her and with himself. He was dissatisfied with her for being unable to make up her mind to let him go when it was necessary. And how strange it was for him to think that he, so lately hardly daring to believe in such happiness as that she could love him, now was unhappy because she loved him too much. And he was dissatisfied with himself for not showing more strength of will. Even greater was the feeling of disagreement at the bottom of his heart as to her not needing to consider the woman who was with his brother, and he thought with horror of all the contingencies they might meet with. The mere idea of his wife, his Kitty, being in the same room with a common wench set him shuddering with horror and loathing. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The hotel of the provincial town where Nikolay Levin was lying ill was one of those provincial hotels which are constructed on the newest model of modern improvements, with the best intentions of cleanliness, comfort, and even elegance, but owing to the public that patronizes them, are with astounding rapidity transformed into filthy taverns, with a pretension of modern improvement that only makes them worse than the old-fashioned, honestly filthy hotels. This hotel had already reached that stage, and the soldier in a filthy uniform smoking in the entry, supposed to stand for a hall porter, and the cast-iron, slippery, dark and disagreeable staircase, and the free and easy waiter in a filthy frock-coat, and the common dining-room with a dusty bouquet of wax flowers adorning the table, and filth, dust and disorder everywhere, and at the same time the sort of modern, up-to-date, self-complacent railway uneasiness of this hotel aroused a most painful feeling in Levin after their fresh young life, especially because the impression of falsity made by the hotel was so out of keeping with what awaited them. As is invariably the case, after they had been asked at what price they wanted rooms, it appeared that there was not one decent room for them. One decent room had been taken by the inspector of railroads, another by a lawyer from Moscow, a third by Princess Astafieva from the country. There remained only one filthy room, next to which they promised that another should be empty by the evening. Feeling angry with his wife because what he had expected had come to pass, which was that at the moment of arrival, when his heart throbbed with emotion and anxiety to know how his brother was getting on, he should have to be seeing after her, instead of rushing straight to his brother, Levin conducted her to the room assigned them. "Go, do go," she said, looking at him with timid and guilty eyes. He went out of the door without a word, and at once stumbled over Marya Nikolaevna, who had heard of his arrival, and had not dared to go in to see him. She was just the same as when he saw her in Moscow. The same woolen gown and bare arms and neck, and the same good-naturedly stupid, pock-marked face, only a little plumper. "Well, how is he? How is he?" "Very bad. He can't get up. He has kept expecting you. Are you with your wife?" Levin did not for the first moment understand what it was confused her, but she immediately enlightened him. "I'll go away. I'll go down to the kitchen," she brought out. "Nikolay Dmitrievitch will be delighted. He heard about it, and knows your lady, and remembers her abroad." Levin realized that she meant his wife, and did not know what answer to make. Come along to him," she said. But as soon as he moved, the door of his room opened, and Kitty peeped out. Levin crimsoned both from shame and anger with his wife, who had put herself and him in such a difficult position. But Marya Nikolaevna crimsoned still more. She positively shrank together and flushed to the point of tears, and clutching the ends of her apron in both hands, twisted them in her red fingers, without knowing what to say and what to do. For the first instant Levin saw an expression of eager curiosity in the eyes with which Kitty looked at this awful woman, so incomprehensible to her. But it lasted only a single instant. "Well, how is he?" She turned to her husband, and then to her. "But one can't go on talking in the passage like this," Levin said, looking angrily at a gentleman who walked jauntily at that instant across the corridor, as though about his affairs. "Well then, come in," said Kitty, turning to Marya Nikolaevna, who had recovered herself, but noticing her husband's face of dismay. "Or go on, go and then come back for me," she said, and went back into the room. Levin went to his brother's room. He had not in the least expected what he saw and felt in his brother's room. He had expected to find him in the same state of self-deception which he had heard was so frequent with the consumptive, and which had struck him so much during his brother's visit in the autumn. He had expected to find the physical signs of the approach of death more marked, greater weakness, greater emaciation, but still almost the same condition of things. He had expected himself to feel the same distress at the loss of the brother he loved, and the same horror in face of death as he had felt then, only in a greater degree. And he had prepared himself for this, but he found something utterly different. In a little dirty room, with the painted panels of its walls filthy with spittle, and conversation audible through the thin partition from the next room, in a stifling atmosphere saturated with impurities, on a bedstead moved away from the wall, there lay, covered with a quilt, a body. One arm of this body was above the quilt, and the wrist, huge as a rake handle, was attached, inconceivably it seemed, to the thin, long bone of the arm, smooth from the beginning to the middle. The head lay sideways on the pillow. Levin could see the scanty locks wet with sweat on the temples, and tense, transparent-looking forehead. "It cannot be that that fearful body was my brother Nikolay," thought Levin. But he went closer, saw the face, and doubt became impossible. In spite of the terrible change in the face, Levin had only to glance at those eager eyes raised at his approach, only to catch the faint movement of the mouth under the sticky mustache, to realize the terrible truth that this death-like body was his living brother. The glittering eyes looked sternly and reproachfully at his brother as he drew near, and immediately this glance established a living relationship between living men. Levin immediately felt the reproach in the eyes fixed on him, and felt remorse at his own happiness. When Konstantin took him by the hand, Nikolay smiled. The smile was faint, scarcely perceptible, and in spite of the smile, the stern expression of the eyes was unchanged. "You did not expect to find me like this?" he articulated with effort. "Yes, no," said Levin, hesitating over his words. "How was it you didn't let me know before, that is, at the time of my wedding? I made inquiries in all directions." He had to talk so as not to be silent, and he did not know what to say, especially as his brother made no reply, and simply stared without dropping his eyes, and evidently penetrated to the inner meaning of each word. Levin told his brother that his wife had come with him. Nikolay expressed pleasure, but said he was afraid of frightening her by his condition. A silence followed. Suddenly Nikolay stirred and began to say something. Levin expected something of peculiar gravity and importance from the expression of his face, but Nikolay began speaking of his health. He found fault with the doctor, regretting he had not a celebrated Moscow doctor. Levin saw that he still hoped. Seizing the first moment of silence, Levin got up anxious to escape, if only for an instant, from his agonizing emotion, and said that he would go and fetch his wife. "Very well, and I'll tell her to tidy up here. It's dirty and stinking here, I expect. Marya, clear up the room," the sick man said with effort. "Oh, and when you've cleared up, go away yourself," he added, looking inquiringly at his brother. Levin made no answer. Going out into the corridor, he stopped short. He had said he would fetch his wife, but now, taking stock of the emotion he was feeling, he decided that he would try, on the contrary, to persuade her not to go in to the sick man. "Why should she suffer as I am suffering?" he thought. "Well, how is he?" Kitty asked with a frightened face. "Oh, it's awful, it's awful! What did you come for?" said Levin. Kitty was silent for a few seconds, looking timidly and ruefully at her husband. And then she went up and took him by the elbow with both hands. "Kostya, take me to him. It will be easier for us to bear it together. You only take me to him, please, and go away," she said. "You must understand that for me to see you and not to see him is far more painful. There I might be a help to you and to him. Please let me," she besought her husband, as though the happiness of her life depended on it. Levin was obliged to agree, and regaining his composure, and completely forgetting about Marya Nikolaevna by now, he went again into his brother with Kitty. Stepping lightly and continually glancing at her husband, showing him a valorous and sympathetic face, Kitty went into the sick room, and turning without haste, noiselessly closed the door. With inaudible steps she went quickly to the sick man's bedside, and going up so that he had not to turn his head, she immediately clasped in her fresh young hand the skeleton of his huge hand, pressed it, and began speaking with that soft eagerness, sympathetic and not jarring, which is peculiar to women. "We have met, though we were not acquainted, at Soden," she said. "You never thought I was to be your sister?" "You would not have recognized me," he said, with a radiant smile at her entrance. "Yes, I should. What a good thing you let us know. Not a day has passed that Kostya has not mentioned you and been anxious." But the sick man's interest did not last long. Before she had finished speaking, there had come back into his face the stern, reproachful expression of the dying man's envy of the living. "I am afraid you are not quite comfortable here," she said, turning away from his fixed stare and looking about the room. "We must ask about another room," she said to her husband, "so that we might be nearer." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Levin could not look calmly at his brother. He could not himself be natural and calm in his presence. When he went in to the sick man, his eyes and his attention were unconsciously dimmed, and he did not see and did not distinguish the details of his brother's position. He smelt the awful odor, saw the dirt, disorder, and miserable condition, and heard the groans, and felt that nothing could be done to help. It never entered his head to analyze the details of the sick man's situation. to consider how that body was lying under the quilt, how those emaciated legs and thighs and spine were lying huddled up, and whether they could not be made more comfortable, whether anything could not be done to make things, if not better, at least less bad. It made his blood run cold when he began to think of these details. He was absolutely convinced that nothing could be done to prolong his brother's life or to relieve his suffering, but a sense of his regarding all aid as out of the question was felt by the sick man and exasperated him, and this made it still more painful for Levin. To be in the sick room was agony to him, not to be there still worse, and he was continually, on various pretexts, going out of the room and coming in again, because he was unable to remain alone. But Kitty thought and felt and acted quite differently. On seeing the sick man, she pitied him. And pity, in her womanly heart, did not arouse at all that feeling of horror and loathing that it aroused in her husband, but a desire to act, to find out all the details of his state, and to remedy them. And since she had not the slightest doubt that it was her duty to help him, she had no doubt either that it was possible, and immediately set to work. The very details, the mere thought of which reduced her husband to terror, immediately engaged her attention. She sent for the doctor, sent to the chemist, set the maid who had come with her and Marya Nikolaevna to sweep and dust and scrub. She herself washed up something, washed out something else, laid something under the quilt. Something was by her directions brought into the sick room, something else was carried out. She herself went several times to her room, regardless of the men she met in the corridor, got out and brought in sheets, pillowcases, towels, and shirts. The waiter, who was busy with a party of engineers dining in the dining hall, came several times with an irate countenance in answer to her summons, and could not avoid carrying out her orders, as she gave them with such gracious insistence that there was no evading her. Levin did not approve of all this. He did not believe it would be of any good to the patient. Above all, he feared the patient would be angry at it. But the sick man, though he seemed and was indifferent about it, was not angry, but only abashed, and on the whole, as it were, interested in what she was doing with him. Coming back from the doctor to whom Kitty had sent him, Levin, on opening at the door, came upon the sick man at the instant when, by Kitty's directions, they were changing his linen. The long white ridge of his spine, with the huge prominent shoulder blades and jutting ribs and vertebrae, was bare, and Marya Nikolaevna and the waiter were struggling with the sleeve of the nightshirt, and could not get the long limp arm into it. Kitty, hurriedly closing the door after Levin, was not looking that way, but the sick man groaned, and she moved rapidly towards him. "Make haste," she said. "Oh, don't you come," said the sick man angrily. "I'll do it myself." "What say?" queried Marya Nikolaevna, but Kitty heard and saw he was ashamed and uncomfortable at being naked before her. I'm not looking, she said, putting the arm in. "Marya Nikolaevna, you come this side. You do it," she added. "Please go for me. There's a little bottle in my small bag," she said, turning to her husband. "You know, in the side pocket. Bring it, please. Meanwhile, they'll finish clearing up here." Returning with the bottle, Levin found the sick man settled comfortably, and everything about him completely changed. The heavy smell was replaced by the smell of aromatic vinegar, which Kitty, with pouting lips and puffed out, rosy cheeks, was squirting through a little pipe. There was no dust visible anywhere. A rug was laid out by the bedside. On the table stood medicine bottles and decanters tidily arranged, and the linen needed was folded up there, and Kitty's broderie anglaise. On the other table, by the patient's bed, there were candles and drink and powders. The sick man himself, washed and combed, lay in clean sheets on high raised pillows, in a clean nightshirt, with a white collar about his astoundingly thin neck, and with a new expression of hope looked fixedly at Kitty. The doctor brought by Levin and found by him at the club was not the one who had been attending Nikolay Levin, as the patient was dissatisfied with him. The new doctor took up a stethoscope and sounded the patient, shook his head, prescribed medicine, and with extreme minuteness explained first how to take the medicine, and then what diet was to be kept to. He advised eggs, raw or hardly cooked, and seltzer water, with warm milk at a certain temperature. When the doctor had gone away, the sick man said something to his brother, of which Levin could distinguish only the last words, "Your Katya." By the expression with which he gazed at her, Levin saw that he was praising her. He called indeed to Katya, as he called her. "I'm much better already," he said. "Why, with you I should have got well long ago. How nice it is!" He took her hand and drew it towards his lips, but as though afraid she would dislike it, he changed his mind, let it go, and only stroked it. Kitty took his hand in both hers and pressed it. "Now turn me over on the left side and go to bed," he said. No one could make out what he said but Kitty. She alone understood. She understood because she was all the while mentally keeping watch on what he needed. "On the other side," she said to her husband. "He always sleeps on that side. Turn him over. It's so disagreeable calling the servants. I'm not strong enough. Can you?" she said to Marya Nikolaevna. "I'm afraid not," answered Marya Nikolaevna. Terrible as it was to Levin to put his arms round that terrible body, to take hold of that under the quilt of which he preferred to know nothing, under his wife's influence he made his resolute face that she knew so well, and putting his arms into the bed, took hold of the body. But in spite of his own strength, he was struck by the strange heaviness of those powerless limbs. While he was turning him over, conscious of the huge emaciated arm about his neck, Kitty swiftly and noiselessly turned the pillow, beat it up, and settled in it the sick man's head, smoothing back his hair, which was sticking again to his moist brow. The sick man kept his brother's hand in his own. Levin felt that he meant to do something with his hand and was pulling it somewhere. Levin yielded with a sinking heart. Yes, he drew it to his mouth and kissed it. Levin, shaking with sobs and unable to articulate a word, went out of the room. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes." So Levin thought about his wife as he talked to her that evening. Levin thought of the text, not because he considered himself wise and prudent. He did not so consider himself. But he could not help knowing that he had more intellect than his wife and Agafea Mihalovna. And he could not help knowing that when he thought of death, he thought with all the force of his intellect. He knew too that the brains of many great men whose thoughts he had read had brooded over death, and yet knew not 1/100th part of what his wife and Agafea Mihalovna knew about it. Different as these two women were, Agafea Mihalovna and Katya, as his brother Nikolay had called her, and as Levin particularly liked to call her now, they were quite alike in this. Both knew without a shadow of a doubt what sort of thing life was and what was death, and though neither of them could have answered, and would even not have understood the question that presented themselves to Levin, both had no doubt of the significance of this event, and were precisely alike in their way of looking at it, which they shared with millions of people. The proof that they knew for a certainty the nature of death lay in the fact that they knew without a second of hesitation how to deal with the dying and were not frightened of them. Levin and other men like him, though they could have said a great deal about death, obviously did not know this, since they were afraid of death and were absolutely at a loss what to do when people were dying. If Levin had been alone now with his brother Nikolay, he would have looked at him with terror, and with still greater terror waited, and would not have known what else to do. More than that, he did not know what to say, how to look, how to move. To talk of outside things seemed to him shocking, impossible. To talk of death and depressing subjects, also impossible. To be silent, also impossible. If I look at him, he will think I am studying him, I am afraid. If I don't look at him, he'll think I'm thinking of other things. If I walk on tiptoe, he will be vexed. To tread firmly, I'm ashamed. Kitty evidently did not think of herself, and had no time to think about herself. She was thinking about him, because she knew something, and all went well. She told him about herself even, and about her wedding, and smiled and sympathized with him, and petted him, and talked of cases of recovery, and all went well. So then she must know. The proof that her behavior and Agafea Mihalovna's was not instinctive, animal, irrational, was that apart from the physical treatment, the relief of suffering, both Agafea Mihalovna and Kitty required for the dying man something else more important than the physical treatment, and something which had nothing in common with physical conditions. Agafea Mihalovna, speaking of the man just dead, had said, "Well, thank God, he took the sacrament and received absolution. God grant each one of us such a death." Katya, in just the same way, besides all her care about linen, bed-sores, and drink, found time the very first day to persuade the sick man of the necessity of taking the sacrament and receiving absolution. On getting back from the sick-room to their own 2 rooms for the night, Levin sat with hanging head, not knowing what to do. Not to speak of supper, of preparing for bed, of considering what they were going to do. He could not even talk to his wife. He was ashamed to. Kitty, on the contrary, was more active than usual. She was even livelier than usual. She ordered supper to be brought, herself unpacked their things, and herself helped to make the beds, did not even forget to sprinkle them with Persian powder. She showed that alertness, that swiftness of reflection comes out in men before battle, in conflict, in the dangerous and decisive moments of life, those moments when a man shows once and for all his value, and that all his past has not been wasted, but has been a preparation for these moments. Everything went rapidly in her hands, and before it was 12 o'clock, all their things were arranged cleanly and tidily in her rooms, in such a way that the hotel rooms seemed like home. The beds were made, brushes, combs, looking-glasses were put out, table napkins were spread. Levin felt that it was unpardonable to eat, to sleep, to talk, even now, and it seemed to him that every movement he made was unseemly. She arranged the brushes, but she did it all so that there was nothing shocking in it. They could neither of them eat, however, and for a long while they could not sleep and did not even go to bed. "I am very glad I persuaded him to receive extreme unction tomorrow," she said, sitting in her dressing jacket before her folded looking-glass, combing her soft, fragrant hair with a fine comb. "I have never seen it, but I know, mamma has told me, there are prayers said for recovery." "Do you suppose he can possibly recover?" said Levin, watching a slender tress at the back of her round little head that was continually hidden when she passed the comb through the front. "I asked the doctor. He said he couldn't live more than 3 days. But can they be sure? I'm very glad, anyway, that I persuaded him," she said, looking askance at her husband through her hair. "Anything is possible," she added, with that peculiar, rather sly expression that was always in her face when she spoke of religion. Since their conversation about religion when they were engaged, neither of them had ever started a discussion of the subject, but she performed all the ceremonies of going to church, saying her prayers and so on, always with the unvarying conviction that this ought to be so. In spite of his assertion to the contrary, she was firmly persuaded that he was as much a Christian as she, and indeed a far better one. And all that he said about it was simply one of his absurd masculine freaks, just as he would say about her broderie anglaise, that good people patch holes, but that she cut them on purpose, and so on. "Yes, you see this woman, Marya Nikolaevna, did not know how to manage all this," said Levin. "And I must own, I'm very, very glad you came. You are such purity that...." He took her hand and did not kiss it. To kiss her hand in such closeness to death seemed to him improper. He merely squeezed it with a penitent air, looking at her brightening eyes. "It would have been miserable for you to be alone," she said, and lifting her hands which hid her cheeks, flushing with pleasure, twisted her coil of hair on the nape of her neck and pinned it there. "No," she went on, "she did not know how. Luckily, I learned a lot at Soden." "Surely there are not people there so ill?" "Worse." "What's so awful to me is that I can't see him as he was when he was young. You would not believe how charming he was as a youth, but I did not understand him then." "I can quite believe it. How I feel that we might have been friends," she said, and distressed at what she had said, she looked round at her husband and tears came into her eyes. "Yes, might have been," he said mournfully. "He's just one of those people of whom they say they're not for this world. But we have many days before us. We must go to bed," said Kitty, glancing at her tiny watch. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The next day, the sick man received the sacrament and extreme unction. During the ceremony, Nikolay Levin prayed fervently. His great eyes, fastened on the holy image that was set out on a card table covered with a colored napkin, expressed such passionate prayer and hope that it was awful to Levin to see it. Levin knew that this passionate prayer and hope would only make him feel more bitterly parting from the life he so loved. Levin knew his brother and the workings of his intellect. He knew that his unbelief came not from a life being easier for him without faith, but had grown up because step by step the contemporary scientific interpretation of natural phenomena crushed out the possibility of faith. And so he knew that his present return was not a legitimate one, brought about by way of the same working of his intellect, but simply a temporary, interested return to faith in a desperate hope of recovery. Levin knew too that Kitty had strengthened his hope by accounts of the marvelous recoveries she had heard of. Levin knew all this, and it was agonizingly painful to him to behold the supplicating, hopeful eyes and the emaciated wrist lifted with difficulty, making the sign of the cross on the tense brow, and the prominent shoulders and hollow, gasping chest, which one could not feel consistent with the life the sick man was praying for. During the sacrament, Levin did what he, an unbeliever, had done 1,000 times. He said, addressing God, "If thou dost exist, make this man to recover." Of course, this same thing has been repeated many times. "And thou wilt save him and me." After extreme unction, the sick man became suddenly much better. He did not cough once in the course of an hour, smiled, kissed Kitty's hand, thanking her with tears, and said he was comfortable, free from pain, and that he felt strong and had an appetite. He even raised himself when his soup was brought, and asked for a cutlet as well. Hopelessly ill as he was, obvious as it was at the first glance that he could not recover, Levin and Kitty were, for that hour, both in the same state of excitement, happy, though fearful of being mistaken. "Is he better?" "Yes, much." "It's wonderful." "There's nothing wonderful in it." "Anyway, he's better," they said in a whisper, smiling to one another. This self-deception was not of long duration. The sick man fell into a quiet sleep, but he was waked up half an hour later by his cough. And all at once every hope vanished in those about him and in himself. The reality of his suffering crushed all hopes in Levin and Kitty, and in the sick man himself, leaving no doubt, no memory even of past hopes. Without referring to what he had believed in half an hour before, as though ashamed even to recall it, he asked for iodine to inhale in a bottle covered with perforated paper. Levin gave him the bottle, and the same look of passionate hope with which he had taken the sacrament was now fastened on his brother, demanding from him the confirmation of the doctor's words that inhaling iodine worked wonders. Is Katya not here?" he gasped, looking round while Levin reluctantly assented to the doctor's words. "No. So I can say it. It was for her sake I went through that farce. She's so sweet, but you and I can't deceive ourselves. This is what I believe in," he said, and squeezing the bottle in his bony hand, he began breathing over it. At 8 o'clock in the evening Levin and his wife were drinking tea in their room, when Marya Nikolaevna ran into them breathlessly. She was pale, and her lips were quivering. "He's dying," she whispered. "I'm afraid he will die this minute." Both of them ran to him. He was sitting, raised up, with one elbow on the bed, his long back bent, and his head hanging low. "How do you feel?" Levin asked in a whisper, after a silence. "I feel I'm setting off," Nikolay said with difficulty, but with extreme distinctness, screwing the words out of himself. He did not raise his head, but simply turned his eyes upwards, without their reaching his brother's face. "Katya, go away," he added. Levin jumped up, and with a peremptory whisper made her go out. "I'm setting off," he said again. "Why do you think so?" said Levin, so as to say something. "Because I'm setting off," he repeated, as though he had a liking for the phrase. "It's the end." Marya Nikolaevna went up to him. "You had better lie down. You'd be easier," she said. "I shall lie down soon enough," he pronounced slowly. "When I'm dead," he said sarcastically, wrathfully. "Well, you can lay me down if you like." Levin laid his brother on his back, sat down beside him, and gazed at his face, holding his breath. The dying man lay with closed eyes, but the muscles twitched from time to time on his forehead, as with one thinking deeply and intensely. Levin involuntarily thought with him of what it was that was happening to him now. But in spite of all his mental efforts to go along with him, he saw by the expression of that calm, stern face that for the dying man all was growing clearer and clearer, that was still as dark as ever for Levin. "Yes, yes, so," the dying man articulated slowly at intervals. "Wait a little." He was silent. "Right," he pronounced all at once, reassuringly, as though all were solved for him. "Oh, Lord!" he murmured and sighed deeply. Marya Nikolaevna felt his feet. "They're getting cold," she whispered. For a long while, a very long while it seemed to Levin, the sick man lay motionless, but he was still alive, and from time to time he sighed. Levin by now was exhausted from mental strain. He felt that with no mental effort could he understand what it was that was right. He could not even think of the problem of death itself. But with no will of his own, thoughts kept coming to him of what he had to do next. Closing the dead man's eyes, dressing him, ordering the coffin. And, strange to say, he felt utterly cold, and was not conscious of sorrow nor of loss, less still of pity for his brother. If he had any feeling for his brother at that moment, it was envy for the knowledge the dying man had now that he could not have. A long time more he sat over him so, continually expecting the end. But the end did not come. The door opened and Kitty appeared. Levin got up to stop her, but at the moment he was getting up, he caught the sound of the dying man stirring. "Don't go away," said Nikolay, and held out his hand. Levin gave him his, and angrily waved to his wife to go away. With the dying man's hand in his hand, he sat for half an hour, another hour. He did not think of death at all now. He wondered what Kitty was doing, who lived in the next room, whether the doctor lived in a house of his own. He longed for food and for sleep. He cautiously drew away his hand and felt the feet. The feet were cold, but the sick man was still breathing. Levin tried again to move away on tiptoe, but the sick man stirred again and said, "Don't go." The dawn came. The sick man's condition was unchanged. Levin stealthily withdrew his hand, and without looking at the dying man, went off to his own room and went to sleep. When he woke up, instead of news of his brother's death, which he expected, he learned that the sick man had returned to his earlier condition. He had begun sitting up again, coughing, had begun eating again, talking again, and again had ceased to talk of death, again had begun to express hope of his recovery, and had become more irritable and more gloomy than ever. No one, neither his brother nor Kitty, could soothe him. He was angry with everyone, and said nasty things to everyone, reproached everyone for his sufferings, and insisted that they should get him a celebrated doctor from Moscow. To all inquiries made him as to how he felt, he made the same answer, with an expression of vindictive reproachfulness: "I'm suffering horribly, intolerably." The sick man was suffering more and more, especially from bed sores, which it was impossible now to remedy, and grew more and more angry with everyone about him, blaming them for everything, and especially for not having brought him a doctor from Moscow. Kitty tried in every possible way to relieve him, to soothe him, but it was all in vain, and Levin saw that she herself was exhausted, both physically and morally, though she would not admit it. The sense of death, which had been evoked in all by his taking leave of life on the night when he had sent for his brother, was broken up. Everyone knew that he must inevitably die soon, that he was half dead already. Everyone wished for nothing but that he should die as soon as possible, and everyone, concealing this, gave him medicines, tried to find remedies and doctors, and deceived him and themselves and each other. All this was falsehood, disgusting, irreverent deceit. And owing to the bent of his character, and because he loved the dying man more than anyone else did, Levin was most painfully conscious of this deceit. Levin, who had long been possessed by the idea of reconciling his brothers, at least in face of death, had written to his brother Sergey Ivanovitch, and having received an answer from him, he read this letter to the sick man. Sergey Ivanovitch wrote that he could not come himself, and in touching terms he begged his brother's forgiveness. The sick man said nothing. "What am I to write to him?" said Levin. "I hope you are not angry with him." "No, not the least," Nikolay answered, vexed at the question. Tell him to send me a doctor." 3 more days of agony followed. The sick man was still in the same condition. The sense of longing for his death was felt by everyone now at the mere sight of him, by the waiters and the hotel keeper, and all the people staying in the hotel, and the doctor, and Marya Nikolaevna, and Levin, and Kitty. The sick man alone did not express this feeling, but on the contrary was furious at their not getting him doctors, and went on taking medicine and talking of life. Only at rare moments, when the opium gave him an instant's relief from the never-ceasing pain, he would sometimes, half asleep, utter what was ever more intense in his heart than in all the others. "Oh, if it were only the end!" or "When will it be over?" His sufferings, steadily growing more intense, did their work and prepared him for death. There was no position in which he was not in pain. There was not a minute in which he was unconscious of it, not a limb, not a part of his body that did not ache and cause him agony. Even the memories, the impressions, the thoughts of this body awakened in him now the same aversion as the body itself. The sight of other people, their remarks, his own reminiscences, everything was for him a source of agony. Those about him felt this, and instinctively did not allow themselves to move freely, to talk, to express their wishes before him. All his life was merged in the one feeling of suffering and desire to be rid of it. There was evidently coming over him that revulsion that would make him look upon death as the goal of his desires, as happiness. Hitherto, each individual desire, aroused by suffering or privation, such as hunger, fatigue, thirst, had been satisfied by some bodily function giving pleasure. But now, no physical craving or suffering received relief, and the effort to relieve them only caused fresh suffering. And so all desires were merged in one, the desire to be rid of all his sufferings and their source, the body. But he had no words to express this desire of deliverance, and so he did not speak of it, and from habit asked for the satisfaction of desires which could not now be satisfied. "Turn me over on the other side," he would say, and immediately after he would ask to be turned back again as before. "Give me some broth." "Take away the broth." "Talk of something." "Why are you silent?" And directly they began to talk, he would close his eyes, and would show weariness, indifference, and loathing. On the 10th day from their arrival at the town, Kitty was unwell. She suffered from headache and sickness, and she could not get up all the morning. The doctor opined that the indisposition arose from fatigue and excitement, and prescribed rest. After dinner, however, Kitty got up and went as usual with her work to the sick man. He looked at her sternly when she came in, and smiled contemptuously when she said she had been unwell. That day he was continually blowing his nose and groaning piteously. "How do you feel?" she asked him. "Worse," he articulated with difficulty. "In pain." "In pain? Where?" "Everywhere." "It will be over today. You will see," said Marya Nikolaevna. Though it was said in a whisper, the sick man, whose hearing Levin had noticed was very keen, must have heard. Levin said hush to her, and looked round at the sick man. Nikolay had heard, but these words produced no effect on him. His eyes had still the same intense, reproachful look. "Why do you think so?" Levin asked her, when she had followed him into the corridor. "He's begun picking at himself," said Marya Nikolaevna. "How do you mean?" "Like this," she said, tugging at the folds of her woolen skirt. Levin noticed indeed that all that day the patient pulled at himself, as it were, trying to snatch something away. Marya Nikolaevna's prediction came true. Towards night the sick man was not able to lift his hands, and could only gaze before him with the same intensely concentrated expression in his eyes. Even when his brother or Kitty bent over him, so that he could see them, he looked just the same. Kitty sent for the priest to read the prayer for the dying. While the priest was reading it, the dying man did not show any sign of life. His eyes were closed. Levin, Kitty, and Marya Nikolaevna stood at the bedside. The priest had not quite finished reading the prayer when the dying man stretched, sighed, and opened his eyes. The priest, on finishing the prayer, put the cross to the cold forehead, then slowly returning it to the stand, and after standing for 2 minutes more in silence, he touched the huge bloodless hand that was turning cold. "He is gone," said the priest, and would have moved away. But suddenly there was a faint stir in the mustaches of the dead man that seemed glued together, and quite distinctly, in the hush, they heard from the bottom of the chest the sharply defined sounds, "Not quite, soon." And a minute later the face brightened, a smile came out under the mustaches, and the women who had gathered round began carefully laying out the corpse. The sight of his brother and the nearness of death revived in Levin that sense of horror in face of the insoluble enigma, together with the nearness and inevitability of death, that had come upon him that autumn evening when his brother had come to him. This feeling was now even stronger than before. Even less than before did he feel capable of apprehending the meaning of death, and its inevitability rose up before him more terrible than ever. But now, thanks to his wife's presence, that feeling did not reduce him to despair. In spite of death, he felt the need of life and love. He felt that love saved him from despair, and that this love, under the menace of despair, had become still stronger and purer. The one mystery of death, still unsolved, had scarcely passed before his eyes when another mystery had arisen, as insoluble, urging him to love and to life. The doctor confirmed his suppositions in regard to Kitty. Her indisposition was a symptom that she was with child. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the moment when Alexey Alexandrovitch understood from his interviews with Betsy and with Stepan Arkadyevitch that all that was expected of him was to leave his wife in peace, without burdening her with his presence, and that his wife herself desired this, he felt so distraught that he could come to no decision of himself. He did not know himself what he wanted now, and putting himself in the hands of those who were so pleased to interest themselves in his affairs, he met everything with unqualified assent. It was only when Anna had left his house, and the English governess sent to ask him whether she should dine with him or separately, that for the first time he clearly comprehended his position and was appalled by it. Most difficult of all in this position was the fact that he could not in any way connect and reconcile his past with what was now. It was not the past when he had lived happily with his wife that troubled him. The transition from that past to a knowledge of his wife's unfaithfulness he had lived through miserably already. That state was painful, but he could understand it. If his wife had then, on declaring to him her unfaithfulness, left him, he would have been wounded, unhappy, but he would not have been in the hopeless position, incomprehensible to himself, in which he felt himself now. He could not now reconcile his immediate past, his tenderness, his love for his sick wife and for the other man's child, with what was now the case, that is, with the fact that, as it were, in return for all this, he now found himself alone, put to shame, a laughing-stock, needed by no one and despised by everyone. For the first 2 days after his wife's departure, Alexey Alexandrovitch received applicants for assistance, and his chief secretary drove to the committee and went down to dinner in the dining-room as usual. Without giving himself a reason for what he was doing, he strained every nerve of his being for those 2 days, simply to preserve an appearance of composure and even of indifference. Answering inquiries about the disposition of Anna Arkadyevna's rooms and belongings, he had exercised immense self-control to appear like a man in whose eyes what had occurred was not unforeseen nor out of the ordinary course of events, and he attained his aim. No one could have detected in him signs of despair. But on the second day after her departure, when Korney gave him a bill from a fashionable draper's shop, which Anna had forgotten to pay, and announced that the clerk from the shop was waiting, Alexey Alexandrovitch told him to show the clerk up. "Excuse me, your excellency, for venturing to trouble you, but if you direct us to apply to her excellency, would you graciously oblige us with her address?" Alexey Alexandrovitch pondered, as it seemed to the clerk, and all at once, turning round, he sat down at the table. Letting his head sink into his hands, he sat for a long while in that position, several times attempted to speak and stopped short. Korney, perceiving his master's emotion, asked the clerk to call another time. Left alone, Alexey Alexandrovitch recognized that he had not the strength to keep up the line of firmness and composure any longer. He gave orders for the carriage that was awaiting him to be taken back, and for no one to be admitted, and he did not go down to dinner. He felt that he could not endure the weight of universal contempt and exasperation, which he had distinctly seen in the face of the clerk and of Korney, and of everyone, without exception, whom he had met during those 2 days. He felt that he could not turn aside from himself the hatred of men, because that hatred did not come from his being bad, in that case he could have tried to be better, but from his being shamefully and repulsively unhappy. He knew that for this, for the very fact that his heart was torn with grief, they would be merciless to him. He felt that men would crush him as dogs strangle a torn dog yelping with pain. He knew that his sole means of security against people was to hide his wounds from them, and instinctively he tried to do this for 2 days, but now he felt incapable of keeping up the unequal struggle. His despair was even intensified by the consciousness that he was utterly alone in his sorrow. In all Petersburg there was not a human being to whom he could express what he was feeling, who would feel for him, not as a high official, not as a member of society, but simply as a suffering man. Indeed, he had not such a one in the whole world. Alexey Alexandrovitch grew up an orphan. There were 2 brothers. They did not remember their father, and their mother died when Alexey Alexandrovitch was 10 years old. The property was a small one. Their uncle, Karenin, a government official of high standing, at one time a favorite of the late Tsar, had bought them up. On completing his high school and university courses with medals, Alexey Alexandrovitch had, with his uncle's aid, immediately started in a prominent position in the service, and from that time forward he had devoted himself exclusively to political ambition. In the high school and the university, and afterwards in the service, Alexey Alexandrovitch had never formed a close friendship with anyone. His brother had been the person nearest to his heart, but he had a post in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and was always abroad, where he had died shortly after Alexey Alexandrovitch's marriage. While he was governor of a province, Anna's aunt, a wealthy provincial lady, had thrown him, middle-aged as he was, though young for a governor, with her niece, and had succeeded in putting him in such a position that he had either to declare himself or to leave the town. Alexey Alexandrovitch was not long in hesitation. There were, at the time, as many reasons for the step as against it, and there was no overbalancing consideration to outweigh his invariable rule of abstaining when in doubt. But Anna's aunt had, through a common acquaintance, insinuated that he had already compromised the girl, and that he was in honor bound to make her an offer. He made the offer, and concentrated on his betrothed and his wife all the feeling of which he was capable. The attachment he felt to Anna precluded in his heart every need of intimate relations with others. And now, among all his acquaintances, he had not one friend. He had plenty of so-called connections, but no friendships. Alexey Alexandrovitch had plenty of people whom he could invite to dinner, to whose sympathy he could appeal in any public affair he was concerned about, whose interest he could reckon upon for anyone he wished to help, with whom he could candidly discuss other people's business and affairs of state. But his relations with these people were confined to one clearly defined channel, and had a certain routine from which it was impossible to depart. There was one man, a comrade of his at the university, with whom he had made friends later, and with whom he could have spoken of a personal sorrow. But this friend had a post in the Department of Education in a remote part of Russia. Of the people in Petersburg, the most intimate and most possible were his chief secretary and his doctor. Mihail Vassilievitch Sludin, the chief secretary, was a straightforward, intelligent, good-hearted, and conscientious man, and Alexey Alexandrovitch was aware of his personal goodwill, but their 5 years of official work together seemed to have put a barrier between them that cut off warmer relations. After signing the papers brought him, Alexey Alexandrovitch had sat for a long while in silence, glancing at Mihail Vassilievitch, and several times he attempted to speak, but could not. He had already prepared the phrase, "You have heard of my trouble?" But he ended by saying, as usual, "So you'll get this ready for me?" and with that dismissed him. The other person was the doctor, who had also a kindly feeling for him. But there had long existed a taciturn understanding between them that both were weighed down by work and always in a hurry. Of his women friends, foremost amongst them Countess Lidia Ivanovna, Alexey Alexandrovitch never thought. All women, simply as women, were terrible and distasteful to him. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Alexey Alexandrovitch had forgotten the Countess Lidia Ivanovna, but she had not forgotten him. At the bitterest moment of his lonely despair, she came to him, and without waiting to be announced, walked straight into his study. She found him as he was sitting with his head in both hands. "J'ai forcé la consigne," she said, walking in with rapid steps, and breathing hard with excitement and rapid exercise. "I have heard all. Alexey Alexandrovitch, dear friend," she went on, warmly squeezing his hand in both of hers, and gazing with her fine pensive eyes into his. Alexey Alexandrovitch, frowning, got up, and disengaging his hand, moved her a chair. "Won't you sit down, countess? I'm seeing no one, because I'm unwell, countess," he said, and his lips twitched. "Dear friend," repeated Countess Lidia Ivanovna, never taking her eyes off his, and suddenly her eyebrows rose at the inner corners, describing a triangle on her forehead. Her ugly yellow face became still uglier, but Alexey Alexandrovitch felt that she was sorry for him, and was preparing to cry. And he too was softened. He snatched her plump hand and proceeded to kiss it. "Dear friend," she said, in a voice breaking with emotion, "you ought not to give way to grief. Your sorrow is a great one, but you ought to find consolation." "I am crushed, I am annihilated, I am no longer a man," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, letting go her hand, but still gazing into her brimming eyes. "My position is so awful because I can find nowhere. I cannot find within me strength to support me." "You will find support. Seek it. Not in me, though I beseech you to believe in my friendship," she said with a sigh. "Our support is love, that love that He has vouchsafed us. His burden is light," she said, with the look of ecstasy Alexey Alexandrovitch knew so well. "He will be your support and your succor." Although there was in these words a flavor of that sentimental emotion at her own lofty feelings, and that new mystical fervor which had lately gained ground in Petersburg, and which seemed to Alexey Alexandrovitch disproportionate, still it was pleasant to him to hear this now. "I am weak, I am crushed," I foresaw nothing, and now I understand nothing." "Dear friend," repeated Lydia Ivanovna. "It's not the loss of what I have not now, it's not that," pursued Alexey Alexandrovitch. "I do not grieve for that. But I cannot help feeling humiliated before other people for the position I am placed in. It is wrong, but I can't help it. I can't help it. Not you it was performed that noble act of forgiveness at which I was moved to ecstasy, and everyone else too, but he, working within your heart," said Countess Lidia Ivanovna, raising her eyes rapturously. "And so you cannot be ashamed of your act." Alexey Alexandrovitch knitted his brows, and crooking his hands, he cracked his fingers. "One must know all the facts," he said in his thin voice. "A man's strength has its limits, countess, and I have reached my limits. The whole day I have had to be making arrangements about household matters arising," he emphasized the word arising, "from my new solitary position. The servants, the governess, the accounts, these pinpricks have stabbed me to the heart, and I have not the strength to bear it. At dinner, yesterday, I was almost getting up from the dinner table. I could not bear the way my son looked at me. He did not ask me the meaning of it all, but he wanted to ask, and I could not bear the look in his eyes. He was afraid to look at me. But that is not all." Alexey Alexandrovitch would have referred to the bill that had been brought him, but his voice shook, and he stopped. That bill on blue paper for a hat and ribbons he could not recall without a rush of self-pity. "I understand, dear friend," said Lidia Ivanovna. "I understand it all. Succor and comfort you will find not in me, though I have come only to aid you if I can. If I could take from off you all these petty, humiliating cares. I understand that a woman's word, a woman's superintendence is needed. You will entrust it to me?" Silently and gratefully, Alexey Alexandrovitch pressed her hand. "Together we will take care of Seryozha. Practical affairs are not my strong point, but I will set to work. I will be your housekeeper. Don't thank me. I do it not from myself. I cannot help thanking you. But, dear friend, do not give way to the feeling of which you spoke, being ashamed of what is the Christian's highest glory. He who humbles himself shall be exalted. And you cannot thank me. You must thank Him, and pray to Him for succor. In Him alone we find peace, consolation, salvation, and love," she said, and turning her eyes heavenwards, she began praying, as Alexey Alexandrovitch gathered from her silence. Alexey Alexandrovitch listened to her now, and those expressions which had seemed to him, if not distasteful, at least exaggerated, now seemed to him natural and consolatory. Alexey Alexandrovitch had disliked this new enthusiastic fervor. He was a believer who was interested in religion primarily in its political aspect, and the new doctrine, which ventured upon several new interpretations, just because it paved the way to discussion and analysis, was in principle disagreeable to him. He had hitherto taken up a cold and even antagonistic attitude to this new doctrine, and with Countess Lidia Ivanovna, who had been carried away by it, he had never argued, but by silence had assiduously parried her attempts to provoke him into argument. Now, for the first time, he heard her words with pleasure, and did not inwardly oppose them. I am very, very grateful to you both for your deeds and for your words," he said, when she had finished praying. Countess Lidia Ivanovna once more pressed both her friend's hands. "Now I will enter upon my duties," she said with a smile, after a pause, as she wiped away the traces of tears. "I am going to Seryozha. Only in the last extremity shall I apply to you." And she got up and went out. Countess Lidia Ivanovna went into Seryozha's part of the house, and dropping tears on the scared child's cheeks, she told him that his father was a saint and his mother was dead. Countess Lidia Ivanovna kept her promise. She did actually take upon herself the care of the organization and management of Alexey Alexandrovitch's household. But she had not overstated the case when saying that practical affairs were not her strong point. All her arrangements had to be modified because they could not be carried out, and they were modified by Korney, Alexey Alexandrovitch's valet, who, though no one was aware of the fact, now managed Karenin's household, and quietly and discreetly reported to his master, while he was dressing, all it was necessary for him to know. But Lidia Ivanovna's help was none the less real. She gave Alexey Alexandrovitch moral support in the consciousness of her love and respect for him, and still more, as it was soothing to her to believe, in that she almost turned him to Christianity. That is, from an indifferent and apathetic believer, she turned him into an ardent and steadfast adherent of the new interpretation of Christian doctrine, which had been gaining ground of late in Petersburg. It was easy for Alexey Alexandrovitch to believe in this teaching. Alexey Alexandrovitch, like Lidia Ivanovna indeed, and others who shared their views, was completely devoid of vividness of imagination, that spiritual faculty in virtue of which the conceptions evoked by the imagination become so vivid that they must needs be in harmony with other conceptions and with actual fact. He saw nothing impossible and inconceivable in the idea that death, though existing for unbelievers, did not exist for him, and that, as he was possessed of the most perfect faith, of the measure of which he was himself the judge, therefore there was no sin in his soul, and he was experiencing complete salvation here on earth. It is true that the erroneousness and shallowness of this conception of his faith was dimly perceptible to Alexey Alexandrovitch, and he knew that when, without the slightest idea that his forgiveness was the action of a higher power, he had surrendered directly to the feeling of forgiveness, he had felt more happiness than now when he was thinking every instant that Christ was in his heart, and that in signing official papers he was doing his will. But for Alexey Alexandrovitch it was a necessity to think in this way. It was such a necessity for him in his humiliation to have some elevated standpoint, however imaginary, from which, looked down upon by all, he could look down on others, that he clung, as to his one salvation, to his delusion of salvation. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Countess Lidia Ivanovna had, as a very young and sentimental girl, been married to a wealthy man of high rank, an extremely good-natured, jovial, and extremely dissipated rake. 2 months after marriage her husband abandoned her, and her impassioned protestations of affection he met with a sarcasm and even hostility that people knowing the count's good heart, and seeing no defects in the sentimental Lydia, were at a loss to explain. Though they were divorced and lived apart, yet whenever the husband met the wife, he invariably behaved to her with the same malignant irony, the cause of which was incomprehensible. Countess Lidia Ivanovna had long given up being in love with her husband, but from that time she had never given up being in love with someone. She was in love with several people at once, both men and women. She had been in love with almost everyone who had been particularly distinguished in any way. She was in love with all the new princes and princesses who married into the imperial family. She had been in love with a high dignitary of the church, a vicar, and a parish priest. She had been in love with a journalist, 3 Slavophiles, with Komissarov, with a minister, a doctor, an English missionary, and Karenin. All these passions, constantly waning or growing more ardent, did not prevent her from keeping up the most extended and complicated relations with the court and fashionable society. But from the time that after Karenin's trouble she took him under her special protection, from the time that she set to work in Karenin's household looking after his welfare, she felt that all her other attachments were not the real thing, and that she was now genuinely in love and with no one but Karenin. The feeling she now experienced for him seemed to her stronger than any of her former feelings. Analyzing her feeling and comparing it with former passions, she distinctly perceived that she would not have been in love with Komissarov if he had not saved the life of the Tsar, that she would not have been in love with Ristitch Kuzitsky if there had been no Slavonic question, but that she loved Karenin for himself, for his lofty, uncomprehended soul, for the sweet, to her, high notes of his voice, for his drawling intonation, his weary eyes, his character, and his soft white hands with their swollen veins. She was not simply overjoyed at meeting him, but she sought in his face signs of the impression she was making on him. She tried to please him, not by her words only, but in her whole person. For his sake it was that she now lavished more care on her dress than before. She caught herself in reveries on what might have been if she had not been married and he had been free. She blushed with emotion when he came into the room. She could not repress a smile of rapture when he said anything amiable to her. For several days now Countess Lidia Ivanovna had been in a state of intense excitement. She had learned that Anna and Vronsky were in Petersburg. Alexey Alexandrovitch must be saved from seeing her. He must be saved even from the torturing knowledge that that awful woman was in the same town with him, and that he might meet her any minute. Lidia Ivanovna made inquiries through her friends as to what those infamous people, as she called Anna and Vronsky, intended doing, and she endeavored so to guide every movement of her friend during those days that he could not come across them. The young adjutant, an acquaintance of Vronsky, through whom she obtained her information, and who hoped through Countess Lidia Ivanovna to obtain a concession, told her that they had finished their business and were going away next day. Lidia Ivanovna had already begun to calm down, when the next morning a note was brought her, the handwriting of which she recognized with horror. It was the handwriting of Anna Karenina. The envelope was of paper as thick as bark. On the oblong yellow paper there was a huge monogram, and the letter smelt of agreeable scent. "Who brought it?" "A commissionaire from the hotel." It was some time before Countess Lidia Ivanovna could sit down to read the letter. Her excitement brought on an attack of asthma to which she was subject. When she had recovered her composure, she read the following letter in French. "Madame la Comtesse, the Christian feelings with which your heart is filled give me the, I feel, unpardonable boldness to write to you. I am miserable at being separated from my son. I entreat permission to see him once before my departure. Forgive me for recalling myself to your memory. I apply to you and not to Alexey Alexandrovitch, simply because I do not wish to cause that generous man to suffer in remembering me. Knowing your friendship for him, I know you will understand me. Could you send Seryozha to me, or should I come to the house at some fixed hour? Or will you let me know when and where I could see him away from home? I do not anticipate a refusal, knowing the magnanimity of him with whom it rests. You cannot conceive the craving I have to see him, and so cannot conceive the gratitude your help will arouse in me. Anna." Everything in this letter exasperated Countess Lidia Ivanovna, its contents and the allusion to magnanimity, and especially its free and easy, as she considered, tone. "Say that there is no answer," said Countess Lidia Ivanovna, and immediately opening her blotting book, she wrote to Alexey Alexandrovitch that she hoped to see him at 1 o'clock at the levee. "I must talk with you of a grave and painful subject. There we will arrange where to meet. Best of all, at my house, where I will order tea, as you like it. Urgent. He lays the cross, but he gives us strength to bear it," she added, so as to give him some slight preparation. Countess Lidia Ivanovna usually wrote some 2 or 3 letters a day to Alexey Alexandrovitch. She enjoyed that form of communication, which gave opportunity for a refinement and air of mystery not afforded by their personal interviews. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The levee was drawing to a close. People met as they were going away, and gossiped of the latest news, of the newly bestowed honors, and the changes in the positions of the higher functionaries. "If only Countess Marya Borisovna were Minister of War, and Princess Vatkovskaya were Commander-in-Chief," said a grey-headed, little old man in a gold-embroidered uniform, addressing a tall, handsome maid of honor who had questioned him about the new appointments. "And me among the adjutants," said the maid of honor, smiling. "You have an appointment already. You're over the ecclesiastical department, and your assistant's Karenin." "Good day, Prince," said the little old man to a man who came up to him. "What were you saying of Karenin?" said the prince. "He and Putyatov have received the Alexander Nevsky." "I thought he had it already." "No, just look at him," said the little old man, pointing with his embroidered hat to Karenin in a court uniform, with the new red ribbon across his shoulders, standing in the doorway of the hall with an influential member of the Imperial Council. "Pleased and happy as a brass farthing," he added, stopping to shake hands with a handsome gentleman of the bedchamber of colossal proportions. "No, he's looking older," said the gentleman of the bedchamber. "From overwork. He's always drawing up projects nowadays. He won't let a poor devil go nowadays till he's explained it all to him under heads." "Looking older, did you say? Il fait de passion. I believe Countess Lidia Ivanovna's jealous now of his wife." "Oh, come now. Please don't say any harm of Countess Lidia Ivanovna." "Why? Is there any harm in her being in love with Karenin?" "But is it true Madame Karenina's here?" "Well, not here in the palace, but in Petersburg. I met her yesterday with Alexey Vronsky, bras dessous in the Morsky. C'est un homme qui n'a pas..." the gentleman of the bedchamber was beginning. But he stopped to make room, bowing, for a member of the imperial family to pass. Thus people talked incessantly of Alexey Alexandrovitch, finding fault with him and laughing at him, while he, blocking up the way of the member of the Imperial Council he had captured, was explaining to him point by point his new financial project, never interrupting his discourse for an instant for fear he should escape. Almost at the same time that his wife left Alexey Alexandrovitch, there had come to him that bitterest moment in the life of an official, the moment when his upward career comes to a full stop. This full stop had arrived, and everyone perceived it, but Alexey Alexandrovitch himself was not yet aware that his career was over. Whether it was due to his feud with Stremov, or his misfortune with his wife, or simply that Alexey Alexandrovitch had reached his destined limits, it had become evident to everyone in the course of that year that his career was at an end. He still filled a position of consequence, he sat on many commissions and committees, but he was a man whose day was over, and from whom nothing was expected. Whatever he said, whatever he proposed, was heard as though it were something long familiar, and the very thing that was not needed. But Alexey Alexandrovitch was not aware of this, and, on the contrary, being cut off from direct participation in governmental activity, he saw more clearly than ever the errors and defects in the actions of others, and thought it his duty to point out means for their correction. Shortly after his separation from his wife, he began writing his first note on the new judicial procedure, the first of the endless series of notes he was destined to write in the future. Alexey Alexandrovitch did not merely fail to observe his hopeless position in the official world. He was not merely free from anxiety on this head, he was positively more satisfied than ever with his own activity. "He that is unmarried careth for the things that belong to the Lord, how he may please the Lord. But he that is married careth for the things that are of the world, how he may please his wife," says the Apostle Paul, and Alexey Alexandrovitch, who was now guided in every action by Scripture, often recalled this text. It seemed to him that ever since he had been left without a wife, he had in these very projects of reform been serving the Lord more zealously than before. The unmistakable impatience of the member of the council trying to get away from him did not trouble Alexey Alexandrovitch. He gave up his exposition only when the member of the council, seizing his chance when one of the imperial family was passing, slipped away from him. Left alone, Alexey Alexandrovitch looked down, collecting his thoughts, then looked casually about him and walked towards the door, where he hoped to meet Countess Lidia Ivanovna. "And how strong they all are, how sound physically," thought Alexey Alexandrovitch, looking at the powerfully built gentleman of the bedchamber, with his well-combed, perfumed whiskers, and at the red neck of the prince, pinched by his tight uniform. He had to pass them on his way. "Truly is it said that all the world is evil," he thought, with another sidelong glance at the calves of the gentleman of the bedchamber. Moving forward deliberately, Alexey Alexandrovitch bowed with his customary air of weariness and dignity to the gentleman who had been talking about him, and looking towards the door, his eyes sought Countess Lidia Ivanovna. "Ah, Alexey Alexandrovitch!" said the little old man with a malicious light in his eyes, at the moment when Karenin was on a level with them, and was nodding with a frigid gesture. "I haven't congratulated you yet," said the old man, pointing to his newly received ribbon. "Thank you," answered Alexey Alexandrovitch. "What an exquisite day today," he added, laying emphasis in his peculiar way on the word exquisite. That they laughed at him he was well aware, but he did not expect anything but hostility from them. He was used to that by now. Catching sight of the yellow shoulders of Lidia Ivanovna jutting out above her corset, and her fine pensive eyes bidding him to her, Alexey Alexandrovitch smiled, revealing untarnished white teeth, and went towards her. Lidia Ivanovna's dress had cost her great pains, as indeed all her dresses had done of late. Her aim in dress was now quite the reverse of that she had pursued 30 years before. Then her desire had been to adorn herself with something, and the more adorned the better. Now, on the contrary, she was perforce decked out in a way so inconsistent with her age and her figure, that her one anxiety was to contrive that the contrast between these adornments and her own exterior should not be too appalling. And as far as Alexey Alexandrovitch was concerned, she succeeded, and was, in his eyes, attractive. For him, she was the one island, not only of goodwill to him, but of love in the midst of the sea of hostility and jeering that surrounded him. Passing through rows of ironical eyes, he was drawn as naturally to her loving glance as a plant to the sun. "I congratulate you," she said to him, her eyes on his ribbon. Suppressing a smile of pleasure, he shrugged his shoulders, closing his eyes, as though to say that that could not be a source of joy to him. Countess Lidia Ivanovna was very well aware that it was one of his chief sources of satisfaction, though he never admitted it. "How is our angel?" said Countess Lidia Ivanovna, meaning Seryozha. "I can't say I was quite pleased with him," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, raising his eyebrows and opening his eyes. "And Sitnikov is not satisfied with him." Sitnikov was the tutor to whom Seryozha's secular education had been entrusted. "As I have mentioned to you, there's a sort of coldness in him towards the most important questions which ought to touch the heart of every man and every child." Alexey Alexandrovitch began, expounding his views on the sole question that interested him besides the service, the education of his son. When Alexey Alexandrovitch, with Lidia Ivanovna's help, had been brought back anew to life and activity, he felt it his duty to undertake the education of the son left on his hands. Having never before taken any interest in educational questions, Alexey Alexandrovitch devoted some time to the theoretical study of the subject. After reading several books on anthropology, education, and didactics, Alexey Alexandrovitch drew up a plan of education, and engaging the best tutor in Petersburg to superintend it, he set to work, and the subject continually absorbed him. "Yes, but the heart. I see in him his father's heart, and with such a heart a child cannot go far wrong," said Lidia Ivanovna with enthusiasm. "Yes, perhaps. As for me, I do my duty. It's all I can do." "You're coming to me," said Countess Lidia Ivanovna after a pause. "We have to speak of a subject painful to you. I would give anything to have spared you certain memories, but others are not of the same mind. I have received a letter from her. She is here in Petersburg." Alexey Alexandrovitch shuddered at the allusion to his wife, but immediately his face assumed the death-like rigidity which expressed utter helplessness in the matter. "I was expecting it," he said. Countess Lidia Ivanovna looked at him ecstatically, and tears of rapture at the greatness of his soul came into her eyes. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Alexey Alexandrovitch came into the Countess Lidia Ivanovna's snug little boudoir, decorated with old china and hung with portraits, the lady herself had not yet made her appearance. She was changing her dress. A cloth was laid on a round table, and on it stood a china tea service and a silver spirit lamp and tea kettle. Alexey Alexandrovitch looked idly about at the endless familiar portraits which adorned the room, and sitting down to the table, he opened a New Testament lying upon it. The rustle of the countess's silk skirt drew his attention off. "Well now, we can sit quietly," said Countess Lidia Ivanovna, slipping hurriedly with an agitated smile between the table and the sofa, "and talk over our tea." After some words of preparation, Countess Lidia Ivanovna, breathing hard and flushing crimson, gave into Alexey Alexandrovitch's hands the letter she had received. After reading the letter, he sat a long while in silence. "I don't think I have the right to refuse her," he said, timidly lifting his eyes. "Dear friend, you never see evil in anyone." "On the contrary, I see that all is evil, but whether it is just." His face showed irresolution and a seeking for counsel, support, and guidance in a matter he did not understand. "No," Countess Lidia Ivanovna interrupted him. "There are limits to everything. I can understand immorality," she said, not quite truthfully, since she never could understand that which leads women to immorality. "But I don't understand cruelty. To whom? To you. How can she stay in the town where you are? No, the longer one lives, the more one learns. And I'm learning to understand your loftiness and her baseness." "Who is to throw a stone?" said Alexey Alexandrovitch, unmistakably pleased with the part he had to play. "I have forgiven all, and so I cannot deprive her of what is exacted by love in her, by her love for her son." "But is that love, my friend? Is it sincere? Admitting that you have forgiven, that you forgive, have we the right to work on the feelings of that angel? He looks on her as dead. He prays for her, and beseeches God to have mercy on her sins. And it is better so. But now what will he think?" "I had not thought of that," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, evidently agreeing. Countess Lidia Ivanovna hid her face in her hands and was silent. She was praying. "If you ask my advice," she said, having finished her prayer and uncovered her face, "I do not advise you to do this. Do you suppose I don't see how you are suffering, how this has torn open your wounds? But supposing that, as always, you don't think of yourself, what can it lead to? To fresh suffering for you, to torture for the child. If there were a trace of humanity left in her, she ought not to wish for it herself. No, I have no hesitation in saying I advise not, and if you will entrust it to me, I will write to her." And Alexey Alexandrovitch consented, and Countess Lidia Ivanovna sent the following letter in French. "Dear Madame, to be reminded of you might have results for your son in leading to questions on his part which could not be answered without implanting in the child's soul a spirit of censure towards what should be for him sacred. And therefore I beg you to interpret your husband's refusal in the spirit of Christian love. I pray to Almighty God to have mercy on you. Countess Lidia." This letter attained the secret object which Countess Lidia Ivanovna had concealed from herself. It wounded Anna to the quick. For his part, Alexey Alexandrovitch, on returning home from Lidia Ivanovna's, could not all that day concentrate himself on his usual pursuits, and find that spiritual peace of one saved and believing which he had felt of late. The thought of his wife, who had so greatly sinned against him, and towards whom he had been so saintly, as Countess Lidia Ivanovna had so justly told him, ought not to have troubled him, but he was not easy. He could not understand the book he was reading, he could not drive away harassing recollections of his relations with her, of the mistake which, as it now seemed, he had made in regard to her. The memory of how he had received her confession of infidelity on their way home from the races, especially that he had insisted only on the observance of external decorum and had not sent a challenge, tortured him like a remorse. He was tortured too by the thought of the letter he had written her, and most of all his forgiveness, which nobody wanted, and his care of the other man's child made his heart burn with shame and remorse. And just the same feeling of shame and regret he felt now, as he reviewed all his past with her, recalling the awkward words in which, after long wavering, he had made her an offer. "But how have I been to blame?" he said to himself. And this question always excited another question in him: whether they felt differently. Did their loving and marrying differently, these Vronskys and Oblonskys, these gentlemen of the bedchamber with their fine calves? And there passed before his mind a whole series of these mettlesome, vigorous, self-confident men, who always and everywhere drew his inquisitive attention in spite of himself. He tried to dispel these thoughts. He tried to persuade himself that he was not living for this transient life, but for the life of eternity, and that there was peace and love in his heart. But the fact that he had, in this transient trivial life, made, as it seemed to him, a few trivial mistakes, tortured him as though the eternal salvation in which he believed had no existence. But this temptation did not last long, and soon there was re-established once more in Alexey Alexandrovitch's soul the peace and the elevation by virtue of which he could forget what he did not want to remember. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Well, Kapitonitch," said Seryozha, coming back rosy and good-humored from his walk the day before his birthday, and giving his overcoat to the tall old hall porter, who smiled down at the little person from the height of his long figure. "Well, has the bandaged clerk been here today? Did Papa see him?" "He saw him. The minute the chief secretary came out, I announced him," said the hall porter with a good-humored wink. "Here, I'll take it off." "Seryozha," said the tutor, stopping in the doorway leading to the inner rooms, "take it off yourself." But Seryozha, though he heard his tutor's feeble voice, did not pay attention to it. He stood keeping hold of the hall porter's belt and gazing into his face. "Well, and did Papa do what he wanted for him?" The hall porter nodded his head affirmatively. The clerk, with his face tied up, who had already been 7 times to ask some favor of Alexey Alexandrovitch, interested both Seryozha and the hall porter. Seryozha had come upon him in the hall, and had heard him plaintively beg the hall porter to announce him, saying that he and his children had death staring them in the face. Since then Seryozha, having met him a second time in the hall, took great interest in him. "Well, was he very glad?" he asked. "Glad? I should think so, almost dancing as he walked away." "And has anything been left?" asked Seryozha after a pause. "Come, sir," said the hall porter. Then, with a shake of his head, he whispered, "Something from the countess." Seryozha understood at once that what the hall porter was speaking of was a present from Countess Lidia Ivanovna for his birthday. "What do you say? Where?" "Korney took it to your papa. A fine plaything it must be, too." "How big? Like this?" "Rather small, but a fine thing." "A book?" "No, a thing. Run along, run along. Vassily Lukitch is calling you," said the porter, hearing the tutor's steps approaching, and carefully taking away from his belt the little hand in the glove half pulled off, he signed with his head toward the tutor. "Vassily Lukitch, in a tiny minute," answered Seryozha, with that gay and loving smile which always won over the conscientious Vassily Lukitch. Seryozha was too happy, everything was too delightful for him to be able to help sharing with his friend the porter the family good fortune of which he had heard during his walk in the public gardens from Lidia Ivanovna's niece. This piece of good news seemed to him particularly important from its coming at the same time with the gladness of the bandaged clerk and his own gladness at toys having come for him. It seemed to Seryozha that this was a day on which everyone ought to be glad and happy. "You know Papa's received the Alexander Nevsky today." "To be sure, I do. People have been already to congratulate him." "And is he glad?" "Glad at the Tsar's gracious favor? I should think so. It's a proof he's deserved it," said the porter severely and seriously. Seryozha fell to dreaming, gazing up at the face of the porter, which he had thoroughly studied in every detail, especially the chin that hung down between the gray whiskers, never seen by anyone but Seryozha, who saw him only from below. "Well, and has your daughter been to see you lately?" The porter's daughter was a ballet dancer. "When is she to come on weekdays? They've their lessons to learn too, and you've your lesson, sir. Run along." On coming into the room, Seryozha, instead of sitting down to his lessons, told his tutor of his supposition that what had been brought him must be a machine. "What do you think?" he inquired. But Vassily Lukitch was thinking of nothing but the necessity of learning the grammar lesson for the teacher who was coming at 2. "No, do just tell me, Vassily Lukitch," he asked suddenly, when he was seated at their work‐table with the book in his hands. "What is the greater than the Alexander Nevsky? You know papa's received the Alexander Nevsky." Vassily Lukitch replied that the Vladimir was greater than the Alexander Nevsky. "And higher still?" "Well, highest of all is the Andrei Pervozvany." "And higher than the Andrei?" "I don't know." "What? You don't know?" And Seryozha, leaning on his elbows, sank into deep meditation. His meditations were of the most complex and diverse character. He imagined his father's having suddenly been presented with both the Vladimir and the Andrei today, and in consequence being much better tempered at his lesson, and dreamed how, when he was grown up, he would himself receive all the orders, and what they might invent higher than the Andrei. Directly any higher order were invented, he would win it. They would make a higher one still, and he would immediately win that too. The time passed in such meditations, and when the teacher came, the lesson about the adverbs of place and time and manner of action was not ready, and the teacher was not only displeased but hurt. This touched Seryozha. He felt he was not to blame for not having learned the lesson. However much he tried, he was utterly unable to do that. As long as the teacher was explaining to him, he believed him and seemed to comprehend. But as soon as he was left alone, he was positively unable to recollect and to understand that the short and familiar word "suddenly" is an adverb of manner of action. Still, he was sorry that he had disappointed the teacher. He chose a moment when the teacher was looking in silence at the book. "Mihail Ivanitch, when is your birthday?" he asked, all of a sudden. "You'd much better be thinking about your work. Birthdays are of no importance to a rational being. It's a day, like any other, on which one has to do one's work." Seryozha looked intently at the teacher, at his scanty beard, at his spectacles, which had slipped down below the ridge on his nose, and fell into so deep a reverie that he heard nothing of what the teacher was explaining to him. He knew that the teacher did not think what he said, he felt it from the tone in which it was said. But why have they all agreed to speak just in the same manner, always the dreariest and most useless stuff? Why does he keep me off? Why doesn't he love me? He asked himself mournfully, and could not think of an answer. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After the lesson with the grammar teacher came his father's lesson. While waiting for his father, Seryozha sat at the table playing with a penknife and fell to dreaming. Among Seryozha's favorite occupations was searching for his mother during his walks. He did not believe in death generally, and in her death in particular, in spite of what Lidia Ivanovna had told him and his father had confirmed. And it was just because of that, and after he had been told she was dead, that he had begun looking for her when out for a walk. Every woman, a full, graceful figure with dark hair, was his mother. At the sight of such a woman, such a feeling of tenderness was stirred within him that his breath failed him, and tears came into his eyes. And he was on the tiptoe of expectation that she would come up to him, would lift her veil. All her face would be visible, she would smile, she would hug him, he would sniff her fragrance, feel the softness of her arms, and cry with happiness, just as he had one evening lain on her lap while she tickled him, and he laughed and bit her white ring-covered fingers. Later, when he accidentally learned from his old nurse that his mother was not dead, and his father and Lidia Ivanovna had explained to him that she was dead to him because she was wicked, which he could not possibly believe because he loved her, he went on seeking her and expecting her in the same way. That day in the public gardens there had been a lady in a lilac veil whom he had watched with a throbbing heart, believing it to be she as she came towards them along the path. The lady had not come up to them, but had disappeared somewhere. That day, more intensely than ever, Seryozha felt a rush of love for her, and now, waiting for his father, he forgot everything, and cut all round the edge of the table with his penknife, staring straight before him with sparkling eyes and dreaming of her. "Here's your papa," said Vassily Lukitch, rousing him. Seryozha jumped up and went up to his father, and kissing his hand, looked at him intently, trying to discover signs of his joy at receiving the Alexander Nevsky. "Did you have a nice walk?" said Alexey Alexandrovitch, sitting down in his easy chair, pulling the volume of the Old Testament to him and opening it. Although Alexey Alexandrovitch had more than once told Seryozha that every Christian ought to know Scripture history thoroughly, he often referred to the Bible himself during the lesson, and Seryozha observed this. "Yes, it was very nice indeed, papa," said Seryozha, sitting sideways on his chair and rocking it, which was forbidden. "I saw Nadinka." Nadinka was a niece of Lidia Ivanovna's, who was being brought up in her house. "She told me you'd been given a new star. Are you glad, papa?" "First of all, don't rock your chair, please," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "And secondly, it's not the reward that's precious, but the work itself. And I could have wished you understood that. If you now are going to work, to study in order to win a reward, then the work will seem hard to you. But when you work...." Alexey Alexandrovitch, as he spoke, thought of how he had been sustained by a sense of duty through the wearisome labor of the morning, consisting of signing 180 papers. "Loving your work, you will find your reward in it." Seryozha's eyes, that had been shining with gaiety and tenderness, grew dull and dropped before his father's gaze. This was the same long familiar tone his father always took with him, and Seryozha had learned by now to fall in with it. His father always talked to him, so Seryozha felt, as though he were addressing some boy of his own imagination, one of those boys that exist in books, utterly unlike himself. And Seryozha always tried with his father to act being the storybook boy. "You understand that, I hope?" said his father. "Yes, papa," answered Seryozha, acting the part of the imaginary boy. The lesson consisted of learning by heart several verses out of the Gospel and the repetition of the beginning of the Old Testament. The verses from the Gospel Seryozha knew fairly well, but at the moment when he was saying them, he became so absorbed in watching the sharply protruding, bony knobbiness of his father's forehead that he lost the thread, and he transposed the end of one verse and the beginning of another. So it was evident to Alexey Alexandrovitch that he did not understand what he was saying, and that irritated him. He frowned and began explaining what Seryozha had heard many times before and never could remember, because he understood it too well, just as that "suddenly" is an adverb of manner of action. Seryozha looked with scared eyes at his father, and could think of nothing but whether his father would make him repeat what he had said, as he sometimes did. And this thought so alarmed Seryozha that he now understood nothing. But his father did not make him repeat it, and passed on to the lesson out of the Old Testament. Seryozha recounted the events themselves well enough, but when he had to answer questions as to what certain events prefigured, he knew nothing, though he had already been punished over this lesson. The passage at which he was utterly unable to say anything, and began fidgeting and cutting the table and swinging his chair, was where he had to repeat the patriarchs before the flood. He did not know one of them, except Enoch, who had been taken up alive to heaven. Last time he had remembered their names, but now he had forgotten them utterly, chiefly because Enoch was the personage he liked best in the whole of the Old Testament, and Enoch's translation to heaven was connected in his mind with a whole long train of thought in which he became absorbed now while he gazed with fascinated eyes at his father's watch chain and a half unbuttoned button on his waistcoat. In death, of which they talked to him so often, Seryozha disbelieved entirely. He did not believe that those he loved could die, above all that he himself would die. That was to him something utterly inconceivable and impossible. But he had been told that all men die. He had asked people, indeed, whom he trusted, and they too had confirmed it. His old nurse too said the same, though reluctantly. But Enoch had not died, and so it followed that everyone did not die. And why cannot anyone else so serve God and be taken alive to heaven? Thought Seryozha. Bad people, that is, those Seryozha did not like, they might die, but the good might all be like Enoch. Well, what are the names of the patriarchs? Enoch, Enos... But you have said that already. This is bad, Seryozha, very bad. If you don't try to learn what is more necessary than anything for a Christian, said his father, getting up, whatever can interest you? I am displeased with you, and Pyotr Ignatitch, this was the most important of his teachers, is displeased with you. I shall have to punish you. His father and his teacher were both displeased with Seryozha, and he certainly did learn his lessons very badly. But still, it could not be said he was a stupid boy. On the contrary, he was far cleverer than the boys his teacher held up as examples to Seryozha. In his father's opinion, he did not want to learn what he was taught. In reality, he could not learn that. He could not, because the claims of his own soul were more binding on him than those claims his father and his teacher made upon him. Those claims were in opposition, and he was in direct conflict with his education. He was 9 years old, he was a child, but he knew his own soul. It was precious to him. He guarded it as the eyelid guards the eye, and without the key of love he let no one into his soul. His teachers complained that he would not learn, while his soul was brimming over with thirst for knowledge. And he learned from Kapitonitch, from his nurse, from Nadinka, from Vassily Lukitch, but not from his teachers. The spring his father and his teachers reckoned upon to turn their mill wheels had long dried up at the source, but its waters did their work in another channel. His father punished Seryozha by not letting him go to see Nadinka, Lidia Ivanovna's niece. But this punishment turned out happily for Seryozha. Vassily Lukitch was in a good humor and showed him how to make windmills. The whole evening passed over this work, and in dreaming how to make a windmill on which he could turn himself, clutching at the sails or tying himself on and whirling around. Of his mother Seryozha did not think all the evening, but when he had gone to bed he suddenly remembered her, and prayed in his own words that his mother tomorrow for his birthday might leave off hiding herself and come to him. "Vassily Lukitch, do you know what I prayed for tonight extra, besides the regular things?" "That you might learn your lessons better?" "No." "Toys?" "No, you'll never guess. A splendid thing, but it's a secret. When it comes to pass I'll tell you. Can't you guess?" "No, I can't guess. You tell me," said Vassily Lukitch with a smile, which was rare with him. "Come, lie down. I'm putting out the candle." "Without the candle I can see better what I see and what I prayed for." "There, I was almost telling the secret," said Seryozha, laughing gaily. When the candle was taken away, Seryozha heard and felt his mother. She stood over him, and with loving eyes caressed him. But then came windmills, a knife, everything began to be mixed up, and he fell asleep. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On arriving in Petersburg, Vronsky and Anna stayed at one of the best hotels. Vronsky apart in the lower story, Anna above with her child, its nurse, and her maid, in a large suite of 4 rooms. On the day of his arrival, Vronsky went to his brother's. There he found his mother, who had come from Moscow on business. His mother and sister-in-law greeted him as usual. They asked him about his stay abroad, and talked of their common acquaintances, but did not let drop a single word in allusion to his connection with Anna. His brother came the next morning to see Vronsky, and of his own accord asked him about her, and Alexey Vronsky told him directly that he looked upon his connection with Madame Karenina as marriage, that he hoped to arrange a divorce and then to marry her, and until then he considered her as much a wife as any other wife, and he begged him to tell their mother and his wife so. "If the world disapproves, I don't care," said Vronsky. "But if my relations want to be on terms of relationship with me, they will have to be on the same terms with my wife." The elder brother, who had always a respect for his younger brother's judgment, could not well tell whether he was right or not, till the world had decided the question. For his part he had nothing against it, and with Alexey he went up to see Anna. Before his brother, as before everyone, Vronsky addressed Anna with a certain formality, treating her as he might a very intimate friend. But it was understood that his brother knew their real relations, and they talked about Anna's going to Vronsky's estate. In spite of all his social experience, Vronsky was, in consequence of the new position in which he was placed, laboring under a strange misapprehension. One would have thought he must have understood that society was closed for him and Anna. But now some vague ideas had sprung up in his brain that this was only the case in old-fashioned days, and that now, with the rapidity of modern progress (he had unconsciously become by now a partisan of every sort of progress), the views of society had changed, and that the question whether they would be received in society was not a foregone conclusion. Of course, he thought, she would not be received at court, but intimate friends can and must look at it in the proper light. One may sit for several hours at a stretch with one's legs crossed in the same position, if one knows that there's nothing to prevent one's changing one's position. But if a man knows that he must remain sitting so with crossed legs, then cramps come on, the legs begin to twitch and to strain towards the spot to which one would like to draw them. This was what Vronsky was experiencing in regard to the world. Though at the bottom of his heart he knew that the world was shut on them, he put it to the test whether the world had not changed by now and would not receive them. But he very quickly perceived that though the world was open for him personally, it was closed for Anna. Just as in the game of cat and mouse, the hands raised for him were dropped to bar the way for Anna. One of the first ladies of Petersburg society whom Vronsky saw was his cousin Betsy. "At last!" she greeted him joyfully. "And Anna? How glad I am! Where are you stopping? I can fancy, after your delightful travels, you must find our poor Petersburg horrid. I can fancy your honeymoon in Rome. How about the divorce? Is that all over?" Vronsky noticed that Betsy's enthusiasm waned when she learned that no divorce had as yet taken place. "People will throw stones at me, I know," she said, "but I shall come and see Anna. Yes, I shall certainly come. You won't be here long, I suppose?" And she did certainly come to see Anna the same day, but her tone was not at all the same as in former days. She unmistakably prided herself on her courage, and wished Anna to appreciate the fidelity of her friendship. She only stayed 10 minutes, talking of society gossip, and on leaving she said, "You've never told me when the divorce is to be. Supposing I'm ready to fling my cap over the mill, other starchy people will give you the cold shoulder until you're married. And that's so simple nowadays. Ça se fait. So you're going on Friday? Sorry we shan't see each other again." From Betsy's tone, Vronsky might have grasped what he had to expect from the world, but he made another effort in his own family. His mother he did not reckon upon. He knew that his mother, who had been so enthusiastic over Anna at their first acquaintance, would have no mercy on her now for having ruined her son's career. But he had more hope of Varya, his brother's wife. He fancied she would not throw stones, and would go simply and directly to see Anna, and would receive her in her own house. The day after his arrival, Vronsky went to her, and finding her alone, expressed his wishes directly. "You know, Alexey," she said after hearing him, "how fond I am of you, and how ready I am to do anything for you. But I have not spoken because I knew I could be of no use to you and to Anna Arkadyevna," she said, articulating the name Anna Arkadyevna with particular care. "Don't suppose, please, that I judge her. Never. Perhaps in her place I should have done the same. I don't and can't enter into that," she said, glancing timidly at his gloomy face. "But one must call things by their names. You want me to go and see her, to ask her here, and to rehabilitate her in society. But do understand that I cannot do so. I have daughters growing up, and I must live in the world for my husband's sake. Well, I'm ready to come and see Anna Arkadyevna. She will understand that I can't ask her here, or I should have to do so in such a way that she would not meet people who look at things differently. That would offend her. I can't raise her." "Oh, I don't regard her as fallen more than hundreds of women you do receive," Vronsky interrupted her still more gloomily. And he got up in silence, understanding that his sister-in-law's decision was not to be shaken. "Alexey, don't be angry with me. Please understand that I'm not to blame," began Varya, looking at him with a timid smile. "I'm not angry with you," he said, still as gloomily, "but I'm sorry in two ways. I'm sorry, too, that this means breaking up our friendship. If not breaking up, at least weakening it. You will understand that for me, too, it cannot be otherwise." And with that he left her. Vronsky knew that further efforts were useless, and that he had to spend these few days in Petersburg as though in a strange town, avoiding every sort of relation with his own old circle, in order not to be exposed to the annoyances and humiliations which were so intolerable to him. One of the most unpleasant features of his position in Petersburg was that Alexey Alexandrovitch and his name seemed to meet him everywhere. He could not begin to talk of anything without the conversation turning on Alexey Alexandrovitch. He could not go anywhere without risk of meeting him. So at least it seemed to Vronsky, just as it seems to a man with a sore finger that he is continually, as though on purpose, grazing his sore finger on everything. Their stay in Petersburg was the more painful to Vronsky that he perceived all the time a sort of new mood that he could not understand in Anna. At one time she would seem in love with him, and then she would become cold, irritable, and impenetrable. She was worrying over something, and keeping something back from him, and did not seem to notice the humiliations which poisoned his existence, and for her, with her delicate intuition, must have been still more unbearable. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One of Anna's objects in coming back to Russia had been to see her son. From the day she left Italy, the thought of it had never ceased to agitate her. And as she got nearer to Petersburg, the delight and importance of this meeting grew ever greater in her imagination. She did not even put to herself the question how to arrange it. It seemed to her natural and simple to see her son when she should be in the same town with him. But on her arrival in Petersburg, she was suddenly made distinctly aware of her present position in society, and she grasped the fact that to arrange this meeting was no easy matter. She had now been 2 days in Petersburg. The thought of her son never left her for a single instant, but she had not yet seen him. To go straight to the house, where she might meet Alexey Alexandrovitch, that she felt she had no right to do. She might be refused admittance and insulted. To write and so enter into relations with her husband, that it made her miserable to think of doing. She could only be at peace when she did not think of her husband. To get a glimpse of her son out walking, finding out where and when he went out, was not enough for her. She had so looked forward to this meeting, she had so much she must say to him, she so longed to embrace him, to kiss him. Seryozha's old nurse might be a help to her, and show her what to do. But the nurse was not now living in Alexey Alexandrovitch's house. In this uncertainty, and in efforts to find the nurse, 2 days had slipped by. Hearing of the close intimacy between Alexey Alexandrovitch and Countess Lidia Ivanovna, Anna decided on the 3rd day to write to her a letter, which cost her great pains, and in which she intentionally said that permission to see her son must depend on her husband's generosity. She knew that if the letter was shown to her husband, he would keep up his character of magnanimity
and would not refuse her request. The commissionaire who took the letter had brought her back the most cruel and unexpected answer, that there was no answer. She had never felt so humiliated as at that moment, when, sending for the commissionaire, she heard from him the exact account of how he had waited, and how afterwards he had been told there was no answer. Anna felt humiliated, insulted, but she saw that from her point of view Countess Lidia Ivanovna was right. Her suffering was the more poignant that she had to bear it in solitude. She could not and would not share it with Vronsky. She knew that to him, although he was the primary cause of her distress, the question of her seeing her son would seem a matter of very little consequence. She knew that he would never be capable of understanding all the depth of her suffering, that for his cool tone at any allusion to it she would begin to hate him, and she dreaded that more than anything in the world, and so she hid from him everything that related to her son. Spending the whole day at home, she considered ways of seeing her son, and had reached a decision to write to her husband. She was just composing this letter when she was handed the letter from Lidia Ivanovna. The countess's silence had subdued and depressed her, but the letter, all that she read between the lines in it, so exasperated her, this malice was so revolting beside her passionate, legitimate tenderness for her son, that she turned against other people and left off blaming herself. "This coldness, this pretense of feeling," she said to herself. "They must needs insult me and torture the child, and I am to submit to it? Not on any consideration. She is worse than I am. I don't lie anyway." And she decided on the spot that next day, Seryozha's birthday, she would go straight to her husband's house, bribe or deceive the servants, but at any cost see her son and overturn the hideous deception with which they were encompassing the unhappy child. She went to a toy shop, bought toys, and thought over a plan of action. She would go early in the morning, at 8 o'clock, when Alexey Alexandrovitch would be certain not to be up. She would have money in her hand to give the hall porter and the footman, so that they should let her in, and not raising her veil, she would say that she had come from Seryozha's godfather to congratulate him, and that she had been charged to leave the toys at his bedside. She had prepared everything but the words she should say to her son. Often as she had dreamed of it, she could never think of anything. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Anna got out of a hired sledge and rang at the front entrance of her former home. "Run and see what's wanted. Some lady," said Kapitonitch, who, not yet dressed, in his overcoat and galoshes, had peeped out of the window and seen a lady in a veil standing close up to the door. His assistant, a lad Anna did not know, had no sooner opened the door to her than she came in, and pulling a 3-ruble note out of her muff, put it hurriedly into his hand. "Seryozha, Sergey Alexeyitch," she said, and was going on. Scrutinizing the note, the porter's assistant stopped her at the second glass door. "Whom do you want?" he asked. She did not hear his words and made no answer. Noticing the embarrassment of the unknown lady, Kapitonitch went out to her, opened the second door for her, and asked her what she was pleased to want. "From Prince Skorodumov, for Sergey Alexeyitch," she said. "His honor's not up yet," said the porter, looking at her attentively. Anna had not anticipated that the absolutely unchanged hall of the house where she had lived for 9 years would so greatly affect her. Memories, sweet and painful, rose one after another in her heart, and for a moment she forgot what she was here for. "Would you kindly wait?" said Kapitonitch, taking off her fur cloak. As he took off the cloak, Kapitonitch glanced at her face, recognized her, and made her a low bow in silence. "Please walk in, your Excellency," he said to her. She tried to say something, but her voice refused to utter any sound. With a guilty and imploring glance at the old man, she went with light, swift steps up the stairs. Bent double, and his galoshes catching in the steps, Kapitonitch ran after her, trying to overtake her. "The tutor's there. Maybe he's not dressed. I'll let him know." Anna still mounted the familiar staircase, not understanding what the old man was saying. "This way, to the left, if you please. Excuse its not being tidy. His honour's in the old parlour now," the hall porter said, panting. "Excuse me. Wait a little, your Excellency. I'll just see," he said, and overtaking her, he opened the high door and disappeared behind it. Anna stood still, waiting. "He's only just awake," said the hall porter, coming out. And at the very instant the porter said this, Anna caught the sound of a childish yawn. From the sound of this yawn alone she knew her son, and seemed to see him living before her eyes. "Let me go in. Go away," she said, and went in through the high doorway. On the right of the door stood a bed, and sitting up in the bed was the boy. His little body bent forward, with his nightshirt unbuttoned, he was stretching and still yawning. The instant his lips came together, they curved into a blissfully sleepy smile, and with that smile he slowly and deliciously rolled back again. "Seryozha," she whispered, going noiselessly up to him. When she was parted from him, and all this latter time, when she had been feeling a fresh rush of love for him, she had pictured him as he was at 4 years old, when she had loved him most of all. Now he was not even the same as when she had left him. He was still further from the 4-year-old baby, more grown and thinner. How thin his face was! How short his hair was! What long hands! How he had changed since she left him! But it was he, with his head, his lips, his soft neck and broad little shoulders. "Seryozha," she repeated, just in the child's ear. He raised himself again on his elbow, turned his tangled head from side to side as though looking for something, and opened his eyes. Slowly and inquiringly he looked for several seconds at his mother standing motionless before him. Then all at once he smiled a blissful smile, and shutting his eyes, rolled not backwards but towards her into her arms. "Seryozha, my darling boy," she said, breathing hard and putting her arms around his plump little body. "Mother," he said, wriggling about in her arms so as to touch her hands with different parts of him. Smiling sleepily still with closed eyes, he flung fat little arms round her shoulders, rolled towards her with the delicious sleepy warmth and fragrance that is only found in children, and began rubbing his face against her neck and shoulders. "I know," he said, opening his eyes. "It's my birthday today. I knew you'd come. I'll get up directly." And saying that, he dropped asleep. Anna looked at him hungrily. She saw how he had grown and changed in her absence. She knew and did not know the bare legs so long now that were thrust out below the quilt, those short cropped curls on his neck in which she had so often kissed him. She touched all this and could say nothing. Tears choked her. "What are you crying for, mother?" he said, waking completely up. "Mother, what are you crying for?" he cried in a tearful voice. "I won't cry. I'm crying for joy. It's so long since I've seen you. I won't," she said, gulping down her tears and turning away. "Come, it's time for you to dress now," she added after a pause. And, never letting go his hands, she sat down by his bedside on the chair where his clothes were put ready for him. "How do you dress without me? How?" She tried to begin talking simply and cheerfully, but she could not, and again she turned away. "I don't have a cold bath. Papa didn't order it. And you've not seen Vassily Lukitch? He'll come in soon. Why, you're sitting on my clothes!" And Seryozha went off into a peal of laughter. She looked at him and smiled. "Mother, darling, sweet one!" he shouted, flinging himself on her again and hugging her. It was as though only now, on seeing her smile, he fully grasped what had happened. "I don't want that on," he said, taking off her hat. And, as it were, seeing her afresh without her hat, he fell to kissing her again. "But what did you think about me? You didn't think I was dead? I never believed it. You didn't believe it? My sweet! I knew, he repeated his favorite phrase, and snatching the hand that was stroking his hair, he pressed the open palm to his mouth and kissed it. Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Meanwhile, Vassily Lukitch had not at first understood who this lady was, and had learned from their conversation that it was no other person than the mother who had left her husband, and whom he had not seen, as he had entered the house after her departure. He was in doubt whether to go in or not, or whether to communicate with Alexey Alexandrovitch. Reflecting finally that his duty was to get Seryozha up at the hour fixed, and that it was therefore not his business to consider who was there, the mother or anyone else, but simply to do his duty, he finished dressing, went to the door and opened it. But the embraces of the mother and child, the sound of their voices, and what they were saying made him change his mind. He shook his head, and with a sigh he closed the door. "I'll wait another 10 minutes," he said to himself, clearing his throat and wiping away tears. Among the servants of the household there was intense excitement all this time. All had heard that their mistress had come, and that Kapitonitch had let her in, and that she was even now in the nursery, and that their master always went in person to the nursery at 9 o'clock, and everyone fully comprehended that it was impossible for the husband and wife to meet, and that they must prevent it. Korney, the valet, going down to the hall porter's room, asked who had let her in, and how it was he had done so, and ascertaining that Kapitonitch had admitted her and shown her up, he gave the old man a talking to. The hall porter was doggedly silent, but when Korney told him he ought to be sent away, Kapitonitch darted up to him, and waving his hands in Korney's face, began, "Oh yes, to be sure, you'd not have let her in. After 10 years' service, and never a word but of kindness, and there you'd up and say, 'Be off, go along, get away with you.' Oh yes, you're a shrewd one at politics, I dare say. You don't need to be taught how to swindle the master and to filch fur coats." "Soldier!" said Korney contemptuously, and he turned to the nurse who was coming in. "Here, what do you think, Marya Efimovna? He let her in without a word to anyone," Korney said, addressing her. "Alexey Alexandrovitch will be down immediately, and go into the nursery." "A pretty business, a pretty business," said the nurse. You, Korney Vassilievitch, you'd best keep him some way or another, the master, while I'll run and get her away somehow. A pretty business." When the nurse went into the nursery, Seryozha was telling his mother how he and Nadinka had had a fall in sledging downhill, and had turned over 3 times. She was listening to the sound of his voice, watching his face and the play of expression on it, touching his hand, but she did not follow what he was saying. She must go, she must leave him. This was the only thing she was thinking and feeling. She heard the steps of Vassily Lukitch coming up to the door and coughing. She heard, too, the steps of the nurse as she came near. But she sat, like one turned to stone, incapable of beginning to speak or to get up. "Mistress, darling," began the nurse, going up to Anna and kissing her hands and shoulders. "God has brought joy indeed to our boy on his birthday. You aren't changed one bit." "Oh, nurse dear, I didn't know you were in the house," said Anna, rousing herself for a moment. "I'm not living here. I'm living with my daughter. I came for the birthday, Anna Arkadyevna, darling." The nurse suddenly burst into tears and began kissing her hand again. Seryozha, with radiant eyes and smiles, holding his mother by one hand and his nurse by the other, pattered on the rug with his fat little bare feet. The tenderness shown by his beloved nurse to his mother threw him into an ecstasy. "Mother, she often comes to see me, and when she comes," he was beginning, but he stopped, noticing that the nurse was saying something in a whisper to his mother, and that in his mother's face there was a look of dread and something like shame, which was so strangely unbecoming to her. She went up to him. "My sweet," she said. She could not say good-bye, but the expression on her face said it, and he understood. "Darling, darling Kutik," she used the name by which she had called him when he was little. "You won't forget me, you...." But she could not say more. How often afterwards she thought of words she might have said, but now she did not know how to say it, and could say nothing. But Seryozha knew all she wanted to say to him. He understood that she was unhappy and loved him. He understood even what the nurse had whispered. He had caught the words, "always at 9 o'clock," and he knew that this was said of his father, and that his father and mother could not meet. That he understood. But one thing he could not understand: why there should be a look of dread and shame in her face. She was not in fault, but she was afraid of him and ashamed of something. He would have liked to put a question that would have set at rest this doubt, but he did not dare. He saw that she was miserable, and he felt for her. Silently he pressed close to her and whispered, "Don't go yet. He won't come just yet." The mother held him away from her to see what he was thinking, what to say to him, and in his frightened face she read not only that he was speaking of his father, but, as it were, asking her what he ought to think about his father. "Seryozha, my darling," she said, "love him. He's better and kinder than I am, and I have done him wrong. When you grow up you will judge." "There's no one better than you!" he cried in despair through his tears. And clutching her by the shoulders, he began squeezing her with all his force to him, his arms trembling with the strain. "My sweet, my little one!" said Anna, and she cried as weakly and childishly as he. At that moment the door opened. Vassily Lukitch came in. At the other door there was a sound of steps, and the nurse, in a scared whisper, said, "He's coming," and gave Anna her hat. Seryozha sank onto the bed and sobbed, hiding his face in his hands. Anna removed his hands, once more kissed his wet face, and with rapid steps went to the door. Alexey Alexandrovitch walked in, meeting her. Seeing her, he stopped short and bowed his head. Although she had just said he was better and kinder than she, in the rapid glance she flung at him, taking in his whole figure in all its details, feelings of repulsion and hatred for him and jealousy over her son took possession of her. With a swift gesture she put down her veil, and quickening her pace, almost ran out of the room. She had not time to undo, and so carried back with her the parcel of toys she had chosen the day before in a toy shop with such love and sorrow. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As intensely as Anna had longed to see her son, and long as she had been thinking of it and preparing herself for it, she had not in the least expected that seeing him would affect her so deeply. On getting back to her lonely rooms in the hotel, she could not for a long while understand why she was there. "Yes, it's all over, and I am again alone," she said to herself, and without taking off her hat, she sat down in a low chair by the hearth. Fixing her eyes on a bronze clock standing on a table between the windows, she tried to think. The French maid brought from abroad came in to suggest she should dress. She gazed at her wonderingly and said, "Presently." A footman offered her coffee. "Later on," she said. The Italian nurse, after having taken the baby out in her best, came in with her and brought her to Anna. The plump, well-fed little baby, on seeing her mother, as she always did, held out her fat little hands, and with a smile on her toothless mouth, began, like a fish with a float, bobbing her fingers up and down the starched folds of her embroidered skirt, making them rustle. It was impossible not to smile, not to kiss the baby. Impossible not to hold out a finger for her to clutch, crowing and prancing all over. Impossible not to offer her a lip which she sucked into her little mouth by way of a kiss. And all this Anna did, and took her in her arms and made her dance, and kissed her fresh little cheek and bare little elbows. But at the sight of this child it was plainer than ever to her that the feeling she had for her could not be called love in comparison with what she felt for Seryozha. Everything in this baby was charming, but for some reason all this did not go deep to her heart. On her first child, though the child of an unloved father, had been concentrated all the love that had never found satisfaction. Her baby girl had been born in the most painful circumstances, and had not had 100th part of the care and thought which had been concentrated on her first child. Besides, in the little girl everything was still in the future, while Seryozha was by now almost a personality, and a personality dearly loved. In him there was a conflict of thought and feeling. He understood her, he loved her, he judged her, she thought, recalling his words and his eyes. And she was forever, not physically only but spiritually, divided from him, and it was impossible to set this right. She gave the baby back to the nurse, let her go, and opened the locket in which there was Seryozha's portrait, when he was almost of the same age as the girl. She got up, and taking off her hat, took up from a little table an album in which there were photographs of her son at different ages. She wanted to compare them, and began taking them out of the album. She took them all out except one, the latest and best photograph. In it he was in a white smock, sitting astride a chair, with frowning eyes and smiling lips. It was his best, most characteristic expression. With her little supple hands, her white delicate fingers that moved with a peculiar intensity today, she pulled at a corner of the photograph, but the photograph had caught somewhere and she could not get it out. There was no paper knife on the table, and so, pulling out the photograph that was next to her son's, it was a photograph of Vronsky taken at Rome in a round hat and with long hair, she used it to push out her son's photograph. "Oh, here is he," she said, glancing at the portrait of Vronsky, and she suddenly recalled that he was the cause of her present misery. She had not once thought of him all the morning, but now, coming all at once upon that manly, noble face, so familiar and so dear to her, she felt a sudden rush of love for him. "But where is he? How is it he leaves me alone in my misery?" she thought all at once with a feeling of reproach, forgetting she had herself kept from him everything concerning her son. She sent to ask him to come to her immediately. With a throbbing heart she awaited him, rehearsing to herself the words in which she would tell him all, and the expressions of love with which he would console her. The messenger returned with the answer that he had a visitor with him, but that he would come immediately, and that he asked whether she would let him bring with him Prince Yashvin, who had just arrived in Petersburg. "He's not coming alone, and since dinner yesterday he has not seen me," she thought. "He's not coming so that I could tell him everything, but coming with Yashvin." And all at once a strange idea came to her. What if he had ceased to love her? And going over the events of the last few days, it seemed to her that she saw in everything a confirmation of this terrible idea. The fact that he had not dined at home yesterday, and the fact that he had insisted on their taking separate sets of rooms in Petersburg, and that even now he was not coming to her alone, as though he were trying to avoid meeting her face to face. "But he ought to tell me so. I must know that it is so. If I knew it, then I know what I should do," she said to herself, utterly unable to picture to herself the position she would be in if she were convinced of his not caring for her. She thought he had ceased to love her, she felt close upon despair, and consequently she felt exceptionally alert. She rang for her maid and went to her dressing-room. As she dressed, she took more care over her appearance than she had done all those days, as though he might, if he had grown cold to her, fall in love with her again because she had dressed and arranged her hair in the way most becoming to her. She heard the bell ring before she was ready. When she went into the drawing-room, it was not he but Yashvin who met her eyes. Vronsky was looking through the photographs of her son, which she had forgotten on the table, and he made no haste to look round at her. "We have met already," she said, putting her little hand into the huge hand of Yashvin, whose bashfulness was so queerly out of keeping with his immense frame and coarse face. "We met last year at the races. Give them to me," she said, with a rapid movement, snatching from Vronsky the photographs of her son, and glancing significantly at him with flashing eyes. "Were the races good this year? Instead of them I saw the races in the Corso in Rome. But you don't care for life abroad," she said with a cordial smile. "I know you and all your tastes, though I have seen so little of you." "I'm awfully sorry for that, for my tastes are mostly bad," said Yashvin, gnawing at his left moustache. Having talked a little while, and noticing that Vronsky glanced at the clock, Yashvin asked her whether she would be staying much longer in Petersburg, and, unbending his huge figure, reached after his cap. "Not long, I think," she said hesitatingly, glancing at Vronsky. "So then, we shan't meet again?" "Come and dine with me," said Anna resolutely, angry it seemed with herself for her embarrassment, but flushing as she always did when she defined her position before a fresh person. "The dinner here is not good, but at least you will see him. There is no one of his old friends in the regiment Alexey cares for as he does for you." "Delighted," said Yashvin with a smile, from which Vronsky could see that he liked Anna very much. Yashvin said good‐bye and went away. Vronsky stayed behind. "Are you going too?" she said to him. "I'm late already," he answered. "Run along, I'll catch you up in a moment," he called to Yashvin. She took him by the hand, and without taking her eyes off him, gazed at him while she ransacked her mind for the words to say that would keep him. "Wait a minute, there's something I want to say to you." And taking his broad hand, she pressed it on her neck. "Oh, was it right, my asking him to dinner?" "You did quite right," he said with a serene smile that showed his even teeth, and he kissed her hand. "Alexey, you have not changed to me?" she said, pressing his hand in both of hers. "Alexey, I am miserable here. When are we going away?" "Soon, soon. You wouldn't believe how disagreeable our way of living here is to me too," he said, and he drew away his hand. "Well, go, go," she said in a tone of offense, and she walked quickly away from him. Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Vronsky returned home, Anna was not yet home. Soon after he had left, some lady, so they told him, had come to see her, and she had gone out with her. That she had gone out without leaving word where she was going, that she had not yet come back, and that all the morning she had been going about somewhere without a word to him, all this, together with the strange look of excitement in her face in the morning, and the recollection of the hostile tone with which she had, before Yashvin, almost snatched her son's photographs out of his hands, made him serious. He decided he absolutely must speak openly with her, and he waited for her in the drawing-room. But Anna did not return alone, but brought with her her old unmarried aunt, Princess Oblonskaya. That was the lady who had come in the morning, and with whom Anna had gone out shopping. Anna appeared not to notice Vronsky's worried and inquiring expression, and began a lively account of her morning's shopping. He saw that there was something working within her. In her flashing eyes, when they rested for a moment on him, there was an intense concentration, and in her words and movements there was that nervous rapidity and grace which, during the earlier period of their intimacy, had so fascinated him, but which now so disturbed and alarmed him. The dinner was laid for 4. All were gathered together and about to go into the little dining‐room when Tushkevitch made his appearance with a message from Princess Betsy. Princess Betsy begged her to excuse her not having come to say good‐bye. She had been indisposed, but begged Anna to come to her between 6:30 and 9 o'clock. Vronsky glanced at Anna at the precise limit of time, so suggestive of steps having been taken that she should meet no one. But Anna appeared not to notice it. "Very sorry that I can't come just between 6:30 and 9," she said with a faint smile. "The princess will be very sorry." "And so am I." "You're going, no doubt, to hear Patti?" said Tushkevitch. "Patti? You suggest the idea to me? I would go if it were possible to get a box." "I can get one." Tushkevitch offered his services. "I should be very, very grateful to you," said Anna. "But won't you dine with us?" Vronsky gave a hardly perceptible shrug. He was at a complete loss to understand what Anna was about. What had she brought the old Princess Oblonskaya home for? What had she made Tushkevitch stay to dinner for? And, most amazing of all, why was she sending him for a box? Could she possibly think, in her position, of going to Patti's benefit, where all the circle of her acquaintances would be? He looked at her with serious eyes, but she responded with that defiant, half mirthful, half desperate look, the meaning of which he could not comprehend. At dinner Anna was in aggressively high spirits. She almost flirted both with Tushkevitch and with Yashvin. When they got up from dinner and Tushkevitch had gone to get a box at the opera, Yashvin went to smoke, and Vronsky went down with him to his own rooms. After sitting there for some time he ran upstairs. Anna was already dressed in a low-necked gown of light silk and velvet that she had had made in Paris, and with costly white lace on her head, framing her face, and particularly becoming, showing up her dazzling beauty. "Are you really going to the theater?" he said, trying not to look at her. "Why do you ask with such alarm?" she said, wounded again at his not looking at her. "Why shouldn't I go?" She appeared not to understand the motive of his words. "Oh, of course, there's no reason whatever," he said, frowning. "That's just what I say," she said, willfully refusing to see the irony of his tone, and quietly turning back her long perfumed glove. "Anna, for God's sake, what is the matter with you?" he said, appealing to her exactly as once her husband had done. "I don't understand what you're asking." "You know that it's out of the question to go." "Why so? I'm not going alone. Princess Varvara has gone to dress. She is going with me." He shrugged his shoulders with an air of perplexity and despair. "But do you mean to say you don't know?" he began. "But I don't care to know!" she almost shrieked. "I don't care to! Do I regret what I have done? No, no, no! If it were all to do again from the beginning, it would be the same. For us, for you and for me, there is only one thing that matters, whether we love each other. Other people we need not consider. Why are we living here apart and not seeing each other? Why can't I go? I love you, and I don't care for anything," she said in Russian, glancing at him with a peculiar gleam in her eyes that he could not understand. "If you have not changed to me, why don't you look at me?" He looked at her. He saw all the beauty of her face and full dress, always so becoming to her. But now her beauty and elegance were just what irritated him. "My feeling cannot change, you know, but I beg you, I entreat you," he said again in French, with a note of tender supplication in his voice, but with coldness in his eyes. She did not hear his words, but she saw the coldness of his eyes, and answered with irritation, "And I beg you to explain why I should not go." "Because it might cause you...." he hesitated. "I don't understand. Yashvin n'est pas compromettant, and Princess Varvara is no worse than others. Oh, here she is." Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Anna Karenina, Book 5, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vronsky, for the first time, experienced a feeling of anger against Anna, almost a hatred for her willfully refusing to understand her own position. This feeling was aggravated by his being unable to tell her plainly the cause of his anger. If he had told her directly what he was thinking, he would have said: "In that dress, with a princess only too well known to everyone, to show yourself at the theater is equivalent not merely to acknowledging your position as a fallen woman, but is flinging down a challenge to society, that is to say, cutting yourself off from it forever." He could not say that to her. But how can she fail to see it? And what is going on in her? He said to himself. He felt at the same time that his respect for her was diminished, while his sense of her beauty was intensified. He went back scowling to his rooms, and sitting down beside Yashvin, who with his long legs stretched out on a chair, was drinking brandy and seltzer water, he ordered a glass of the same for himself. "You were talking of Lankovsky's Powerful. That's a fine horse, and I would advise you to buy him," said Yashvin, glancing at his comrade's gloomy face. "His hindquarters aren't quite first rate, but the legs and head, one couldn't wish for anything better." "I think I will take him," answered Vronsky. Their conversation about horses interested him, but he did not for an instant forget Anna, and could not help listening to the sound of steps in the corridor, and looking at the clock on the chimney-piece. "Anna Arkadyevna gave orders to announce that she has gone to the theater." Yashvin, tipping another glass of brandy into the bubbling water, drank it and got up, buttoning his coat. "Well, let's go," he said, faintly smiling under his moustache, and showing by this smile that he knew the cause of Vronsky's gloominess, and did not attach any significance to it. "I'm not going," Vronsky answered gloomily. "Well, I must. I promised to. Good‐bye, then. If you do, come to the stalls. You can take Krutzin's stall," added Yashvin as he went out. "No, I'm busy." "A wife is a care, but it's worse when she's not a wife," thought Yashvin as he walked out of the hotel. Vronsky, left alone, got up from his chair and began pacing up and down the room. "And what's today? The fourth night. Igor and his wife are there, and my mother most likely. Of course, all Petersburg's there. Now she's gone in, taken off her cloak, and come into the light. Tushkevitch, Yashvin, Princess Varvara." He pictured them to himself. "And what about me? Either that I'm frightened, or have given up to Tushkevitch the right to protect her? From every point of view, stupid, stupid. And why is she putting me in such a position?" he said with a gesture of despair. With that gesture he knocked against the table on which there was standing the seltzer water and the decanter of brandy, and almost upset it. He tried to catch it, let it slip, and angrily kicked the table over, and rang. "If you care to be in my service," he said to the valet who came in, "you'd better remember your duties. This shouldn't be there. You ought to have cleared away." The valet, conscious of his own innocence, would have defended himself, but glancing at his master, he saw from his face that the only thing to do was to be silent, and hurriedly threading his way in and out, dropped down on the carpet and began gathering up the whole and broken glasses and bottles. "That's not your duty. Send the waiter to clear away, and get my dress coat out." Vronsky went into the theatre at 8:30. The performance was in full swing. The little old box keeper, recognizing Vronsky as he helped him off with his fur coat, called him "Your Excellency," and suggested he should not take a number, but should simply call Fyodor. In the brightly lighted corridor there was no one but the box opener and two attendants with fur cloaks on their arms, listening at the doors. Through the closed doors came the sounds of the discreet staccato accompaniment of the orchestra, and a single female voice rendering distinctly a musical phrase. The door opened to let the box opener slip through, and the phrase, drawing to the end, reached Vronsky's hearing clearly. But the doors were closed again at once, and Vronsky did not hear the end of the phrase and the cadence of the accompaniment, though he knew from the thunder of applause that it was over. When he entered the hall, brilliantly lighted with chandeliers and gas jets, the noise was still going on. On the stage the singer, bowing and smiling, with bare shoulders flashing with diamonds, was, with the help of the tenor who had given her his arm, gathering up the bouquets that were flying awkwardly over the footlights. Then she went up to a gentleman with glossy pomaded hair parted down the center, who was stretching across the footlights, holding out something to her, and all the public in the stalls as well as in the boxes was in excitement, craning forward, shouting and clapping. The conductor, in his high chair, assisted in passing the offering and straightened his white tie. Vronsky walked into the middle of the stalls, and, standing still, began looking about him. That day, less than ever, was his attention turned upon the familiar, habitual surroundings, the stage, the noise, all the familiar, uninteresting, party-colored herd of spectators in the packed theater. There were, as always, the same ladies of some sort, with officers of some sort in the back of the boxes, the same gaily dressed women, God knows who, and uniforms and black coats, the same dirty crowd in the upper gallery, and among the crowd, in the boxes and in the front rows, were some 40 of the real people, and to those oases Vronsky at once directed his attention, and with them he entered at once into relation. The act was over when he went in, and so he did not go straight to his brother's box, but going up to the first row of stalls, stopped at the footlights with Serpuhovskoy, who, standing with one knee raised and his heel on the footlights, caught sight of him in the distance and beckoned to him, smiling. Vronsky had not yet seen Anna. He purposely avoided looking in her direction, but he knew by the direction of people's eyes where she was. He looked round discreetly, but he was not seeking her. Expecting the worst, his eyes sought for Alexey Alexandrovitch. To his relief, Alexey Alexandrovitch was not in the theater that evening. "How little of the military man there is left in you," Serpuhovskoy was saying to him. "A diplomat, an artist, something of that sort, one would say." "Yes, it was like going back home when I put on a black coat," answered Vronsky, smiling and slowly taking out his opera glass. "Well, I own I envy you there. When I come back from abroad and put on this," he touched his epaulets, "I regret my freedom." Serpuhovskoy had long given up all hope of Vronsky's career, but he liked him as before, and was now particularly cordial to him. "What a pity you were not in time for the first act." Vronsky, listening with one ear, moved his opera glass from the stalls and scanned the boxes. Near a lady in a turban and a bold old man, who seemed to wave angrily in the moving opera glass, Vronsky suddenly caught sight of Anna's head, proud, strikingly beautiful, and smiling in the frame of lace. She was in the fifth box, 20 paces from him. She was sitting in front and slightly turning, was saying something to Yashvin. The setting of her head on her handsome broad shoulders, and the restrained excitement and brilliance of her eyes and her whole face reminded him of her just as he had seen her at the ball in Moscow. But he felt utterly different towards her beauty now. In his feeling for her now there was no element of mystery, and so her beauty, though it attracted him even more intensely than before, gave him now a sense of injury. She was not looking in his direction, but Vronsky felt that she had seen him already. When Vronsky turned the opera glass again in that direction, he noticed that Princess Varvara was particularly red, and kept laughing unnaturally and looking round at the next box. Anna, folding her fan and tapping it on the red velvet, was gazing away and did not see, and obviously did not wish to see, what was taking place in the next box. Yashvin's face wore the expression which was common when he was losing at cards. Scowling, he sucked the left end of his moustache further and further into his mouth, and cast sidelong glances at the next box. In that box on the left were the Kartasovs. Vronsky knew them, and knew that Anna was acquainted with them. Madame Kartasova, a thin little woman, was standing up in her box, and, her back turned upon Anna, she was putting on a mantle that her husband was holding for her. Her face was pale and angry, and she was talking excitedly. Kartasov, a fat, bald man, was continually looking round at Anna, while he attempted to soothe his wife. When the wife had gone out, the husband lingered a long while and tried to catch Anna's eye, obviously anxious to bow to her. But Anna, with unmistakable intention, avoided noticing him, and talked to Yashvin, whose cropped head was bent down to her. Kartasov went off without making his salutation, and the box was left empty. Vronsky could not understand exactly what had passed between the Kartasovs and Anna, but he saw that something humiliating for Anna had happened. He knew this both from what he had seen, and most of all from the face of Anna, who, he could see, was taxing every nerve to carry through the part she had taken up. And in maintaining this attitude of external composure she was completely successful. Anyone who did not know her and her circle, who had not heard all the utterances of the woman expressive of commiseration, indignation, and amazement that she should show herself in society, and show herself so conspicuously with her lace and her beauty, would have admired the serenity and loveliness of this woman without a suspicion that she was undergoing the sensations of a man in the stocks. Knowing that something had happened, but not knowing precisely what, Vronsky felt a thrill of agonizing anxiety, and hoping to find out something, he went towards his brother's box. Purposely choosing the way round furthest from Anna's box, he jostled as he came out against the colonel of his old regiment, talking to two acquaintances. Vronsky heard the name of Madame Karenina, and noticed how the colonel hastened to address Vronsky loudly by name, with a meaning glance at his companions. "Ah, Vronsky, when are you coming to the regiment? We can't let you off without a supper. You're one of the old set," said the colonel of his regiment. "I can't stop. Awfully sorry, another time," said Vronsky, and he ran upstairs towards his brother's box. The old countess, Vronsky's mother, with her steel-gray curls, was in his brother's box. Varya, with the young Princess Sorokina, met him in the corridor. Leaving the Princess Sorokina with her mother, Varya held out her hand to her brother-in-law, and began immediately to speak of what interested him. She was more excited than he had ever seen her. "I think it's mean and hateful, and Madame Kartasova had no right to do it. Madame Karenina," she began. "But what is it? I don't know." "What? You've not heard?" "You know I should be the last person to hear of it. There isn't a more spiteful creature than that Madame Kartasova." "But what did she do?" "My husband told me. She's insulted Madame Karenina. Her husband began talking to her across the box, and Madame Kartasova made a scene. She said something aloud, he says, something insulting, and went away." "Count, your maman is asking for you," said the young Princess Sorokina, peeping out of the door of the box. "I've been expecting you all the while," said his mother, smiling sarcastically. "You were nowhere to be seen." Her son saw that she could not suppress a smile of delight. "Good evening, maman. I have come to you," he said coldly. "Why aren't you going to faire la cour à Madame Karenina?" she went on, when Princess Sorokina had moved away. "Elle a fait sensation. On oublie la pâtie pour elle." "Madame, I have asked you not to say anything to me of that," he answered, scowling. "I'm only saying what everyone's saying." Vronsky made no reply, and saying a few words to Princess Sorokina, he went away. At the door he met his brother. "Ah, Alexey," said his brother. "How disgusting! Idiot of a woman, nothing else. I wanted to go straight to her. Let's go together." Vronsky did not hear him. With rapid steps he went downstairs. He felt that he must do something, but he did not know what. Anger with her for having put herself and him in such a false position, together with pity for her suffering, filled his heart. He went down and made straight for Anna's box. At her box stood Stremov talking to her. "There are no more tenors. Le moulin est brisé." Vronsky bowed to her and stopped to greet Stremov. "You came in late, I think, and have missed the best song," Anna said to Vronsky, glancing ironically, he thought, at him. "I am a poor judge of music," he said, looking sternly at her. "Like Prince Yashvin," she said, smiling, "who considers that Patti sings too loud." "Thank you," she said, her little hand in its long glove taking the playbill Vronsky picked up, and suddenly, at that instant, her lovely face quivered. She got up and went into the interior of the box. Noticing in the next act that her box was empty, Vronsky, rousing indignant hushes in the silent audience, went out in the middle of a solo and drove home. Anna was already at home. When Vronsky went up to her, she was in the same dress as she had worn at the theater. She was sitting in the first armchair against the wall, looking straight before her. She looked at him and at once resumed her former position. "Anna," he said. You are to blame for everything!" she cried, with tears of despair and hatred in her voice, getting up. "I begged, I implored you not to go. I knew it would be unpleasant." "Unpleasant!" she cried. "Hideous! As long as I live I shall never forget it. She said it was a disgrace to sit beside me." "A silly woman's chatter," he said. "But why risk it? Why provoke?" "I hate your calm. You ought not to have brought me to this. If you had loved me...." "Anna, how does the question of my love come in?" "Oh, if you loved me as I love, if you were tortured as I am," she said, looking at him with an expression of terror. He was sorry for her and angry notwithstanding. He assured her of his love, because he saw that this was the only means of soothing her, and he did not reproach her in words, but in his heart he reproached her. And the asseverations of his love which seemed to him so vulgar that he was ashamed to utter them, she drank in eagerly, and gradually became calmer. The next day, completely reconciled, they left for the country. End of chapter 33. And the end of Book 5 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. This recording by Philip Griffiths.
Chapter 1 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 1. Darya Alexandrovna spent the summer with her children at Pokrovskoe, at her sister Kitty Levin's. The house on her own estate was quite in ruins, and Levin and his wife had persuaded her to spend the summer with them. Stepan Arkadyevitch greatly approved of the arrangement. He said he was very sorry his official duties prevented him from spending the summer in the country with his family, which would have been the greatest happiness for him. And remaining in Moscow, he came down to the country from time to time for a day or two. Beside the Oblonskys, with all their children and their governess, the old princess too came to stay that summer with the Levins, as she considered it her duty to watch over her inexperienced daughters in her interesting condition. Moreover, Varenka, Kitty's friend abroad, kept her promise to come to Kitty when she was married, and stayed with her friend. All of these were friends or relations of Levin's wife, and though he liked them all, he rather regretted his own Levin world and ways, which was smothered by this influence of the Shtcherbatsky element, as he called it to himself. Of his own relations there stayed with him only Sergey Ivanovitch, but he too was a man of the Koznishev and not the Levin stamp, so that the Levin spirit was utterly obliterated. In the Levins' house, so long deserted, there were now so many people that almost all the rooms were occupied, and almost every day it happened that the old princess, sitting down to table, counted them all over, and put the 13th grandson or granddaughter at a separate table. And Kitty, with her careful housekeeping, had no little trouble to get all the chickens, turkeys and geese, of which so many were needed to satisfy the summer appetites of the visitors and children. The whole family was sitting at dinner. Dolly's children, with their governess and Varenka, were making plans for going to look for mushrooms. Sergey Ivanovitch, who was looked up to by all the party for his intellect and learning, with a respect that almost amounted to awe, surprised everyone by joining in the conversation about mushrooms. "Take me with you. I am very fond of picking mushrooms," he said, looking at Varenka. "I think it's a very nice occupation." "Oh, we shall be delighted," answered Varenka, colouring a little. Kitty exchanged meaningful glances with Dolly. The proposal of the learned intellectual Sergey Ivanovitch to go looking for mushrooms with Varenka confirmed certain theories of Kitty's with which her mind had been very busy of late. She made haste to address some remark to her mother, so that her look should not be noticed. After dinner Sergey Ivanovitch sat with his cup of coffee at the drawing-room window, and while he took part in a conversation he had begun with his brother, he watched the door through which the children would start on the mushroom-picking expedition. Levin was sitting in the window near his brother. Kitty stood beside her husband, evidently awaiting the end of a conversation that had no interest for her, in order to tell him something. "You have changed in many respects since your marriage, and for the better," said Sergey Ivanovitch, smiling to Kitty, and obviously little interested in the conversation. "But you have remained true to your passion for defending the most paradoxical theories." "Katya, it's not good for you to stand," her husband said to her, putting a chair for her, and looking significantly at her. "Oh, and there's no time either," added Sergey Ivanovitch, seeing the children running out. At the head of them all Tanya galloped sideways, in her tightly drawn stockings, and waving a basket and Sergey Ivanovitch's hat, she ran straight up to him. Boldly running up to Sergey Ivanovitch with shining eyes, so like her father's fine eyes, she handed him his hat and made as though she would put it on for him, softening her freedom by a shy and friendly smile. "Vanka's waiting," she said, carefully putting his hat on, seeing from Sergey Ivanovitch's smile that she might do so. Varenka was standing at the door, dressed in a yellow print gown, with a white kerchief on her head. I'm coming, Varvara Andreevna," said Sergey Ivanovitch, finishing his cup of coffee, and putting into their separate pockets his handkerchief and cigar case. "And how sweet my Varenka is, eh?" said Kitty to her husband, as soon as Sergey Ivanovitch rose. She spoke so that Sergey Ivanovitch could hear, and it was clear that she meant him to do so. "And how good-looking she is! Such a refined beauty, Varenka!" Kitty shouted. "Shall you be in the mill copse? We'll come out to you." "You certainly forget your condition, Kitty," said the old princess, hurriedly coming out at the door. "You mustn't shout like that." Varenka, hearing Kitty's voice and her mother's reprimand, went with light, rapid steps up to Kitty. The rapidity of her movement, her flushed and eager face, everything betrayed that something out of the common was going on in her. Kitty knew what this was, and had been watching her intently. She called Varenka at that moment, merely in order mentally to give her a blessing for the important event which, as Kitty fancied, was bound to come to pass that day after dinner in the wood. "Varenka, I should be very happy if a certain something were to happen," she whispered as she kissed her. "And are you coming with us?" Varenka said to Levin in confusion, pretending not to have heard what had been said. "I am coming, but only as far as the threshing floor, and there I shall stop." "Why, what do you want there?" said Kitty. "I must go to have a look at the new wagons, and to check the invoice," said Levin. "And where will you be?" "On the terrace." End of Chapter 1. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 2 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 2. On the terrace were assembled all the ladies of the party. They always liked sitting there after dinner, and that day they had work to do there too. Besides the sewing and knitting of baby clothes, with which all of them were busy, that afternoon jam was being made on the terrace by a method new to Agafea Mihalovna, without the addition of water. Kitty had introduced this new method, which had been in use in her home. Agafea Mihalovna, to whom the task of jam-making had always been entrusted, considering that what had been done in the Levin household could not be amiss, had nevertheless put water with the strawberries, maintaining that the jam could not be made without it. She had been caught in the act and was now making jam before everyone, and it was to be proved to her conclusively that jam could be very well made without water. Agafea Mihalovna, her face heated and angry, her hair untidy, and her thin arms bare to the elbows, was turning the preserving pan over the charcoal stove, looking darkly at the raspberries, and devoutly hoping that they would stick and not cook properly. The princess, conscious that Agafea Mihalovna's wrath must be chiefly directed against her, as the person responsible for the raspberry jam-making, tried to appear to be absorbed in other things, and not interested in the jam, talked of other matters, but cast stealthy glances in the direction of the stove. "I always buy my maid's dresses myself, of some cheap material," the princess said, continuing the previous conversation. "Isn't it time to skim it, my dear?" she added, addressing Agafea Mihalovna. "There's not the slightest need for you to do it, and it's hot for you," she said, stopping Kitty. "I'll do it," said Dolly, and getting up, she carefully passed the spoon over the frothing sugar, and from time to time shook off the clinging jam from the spoon by knocking it on a plate that was covered with yellow-red scum and blood-coloured syrup. How they'll enjoy this at tea-time, she thought of her children, remembering how she herself as a child had wondered how it was the grown-up people did not eat what was best of all, the scum of the jam. "Stiva says it's much better to give money," Dolly took up meanwhile the weighty subject under discussion, what presents should be made to servants, "but—" "Money's out of the question," the princess and Kitty exclaimed with one voice. "They appreciate a present." "Well, last year, for instance, I bought our Matrona Semyenovna, not a poplin, but something of that sort," said the princess. "I remember she was wearing it on your name day. A charming pattern, so simple and refined. I should have liked it myself if she hadn't had it. Something like Varenka's, so pretty and inexpensive." "Well, now I think it's done," said Dolly, dropping the syrup from the spoon. "When it sets as it drops, it's ready. Cook it a little longer, Agafea Mihalovna." "The flies!" said Agafea Mihalovna angrily. "It'll be just the same," she added. "Ah, how sweet it is! Don't frighten it," Kitty said suddenly, looking at a sparrow that had settled on the step and was pecking at the centre of a raspberry. "Yes, but you keep a little further from the stove," said her mother. "A propos de Varenka," said Kitty, speaking in French, as they had been doing all the while, so that Agafea Mihalovna should not understand them. "You know, mamma, I somehow expect things to be settled today. You know what I mean. How splendid it would be." "But what a famous matchmaker she is," said Dolly. "How carefully and cleverly she throws them together." "No. Tell me, mamma, what do you think?" "Why, what is one to think? He meant Sergey Ivanovitch, might at any time have been a match for anyone in Russia. Now, of course, he's not quite a young man, still I know ever so many girls would be glad to marry him even now. She's a very nice girl, but he might—" "Oh no, mamma. Do understand why, for him and for her too, nothing better could be imagined. In the first place, she's charming," said Kitty, crooking one of her fingers. "He thinks her very attractive, that's certain," assented Dolly. "Then he occupies such a position in society that he has no need to look for either fortune or position in his wife. All he needs is a good sweet wife, a restful one." "Well, with her he would certainly be restful," Dolly assented. "Thirdly, that she should love him. And so it is, that is, it would be so splendid. I look forward to seeing them coming out of the forest, and everything settled. I shall see at once by their eyes. I should be so delighted. What do you think, Dolly?" "But don't excite yourself. It's not at all the thing for you to be excited," said her mother. "Oh, I'm not excited, mamma. I fancy he will make her an offer today." "Ah, that's so strange, how and when a man makes an offer. There is a sort of barrier, and all at once it's broken down," said Dolly, smiling pensively and recalling her past with Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Mamma, how did papa make you an offer?" Kitty asked suddenly. "There was nothing out of the way. It was very simple," answered the princess, but her face beamed all over at the recollection. "Oh, but how was it? You loved him anyway, before you were allowed to speak?" Kitty felt a peculiar pleasure in being able now to talk to her mother on equal terms about those questions of such paramount interest in a woman's life. "Of course I did. He had come to stay with us in the country." "But how was it settled between you, mamma?" You imagine, I dare say, that you invented something quite new. It's always just the same. It was settled by the eyes, by smiles." "How nicely you said that, mamma. It's just by the eyes, by smiles, that it's done," Dolly assented. "But what words did he say? What did Kostya say to you?" "He wrote it in chalk. It was wonderful. How long ago it seems," she said. And the three women all fell to musing on the same thing. Kitty was the first to break the silence. She remembered all that last winter before her marriage, and her passion for Vronsky. "There's one thing, that old love affair of Varenka's," she said, a natural chain of ideas bringing her to this point. "I should have liked to say something to Sergey Ivanovitch to prepare him. They're all men, I mean," she added, "awfully jealous over our pasts." "Not all," said Dolly. "You judge by your own husband. It makes him miserable even now to remember Vronsky. Eh, that's true, isn't it?" "Yes," Kitty answered, a pensive smile on her lips. "But I really don't know," the mother put in defence of her motherly care of her daughter, "what there was in your past that could worry him. That Vronsky paid you attentions. That happens to every girl." "Oh yes, but we didn't mean that," Kitty said, flushing a little. "No, let me speak," her mother went on. "Why, you yourself would not let me have a talk to Vronsky, don't you remember?" "Oh, mamma," said Kitty, with an expression of suffering. "There's no keeping you young people in check nowadays. Your friendship could not have gone beyond what was suitable. I should myself have called upon him to explain himself. But, my darling, it's not right for you to be agitated. Please remember that and calm yourself." "I'm perfectly calm, mamma." "How happy it was for Kitty that Anna came then," said Dolly, "and how unhappy for her. It turned out quite the opposite," she said, struck by her own ideas. "Then Anna was so happy, and Kitty thought herself unhappy. Now it is just the opposite. I often think of her." "A nice person to think about. Horrid, repulsive woman, no heart," said her mother, who could not forget that Kitty had married not Vronsky but Levin. "What do you want to talk of it for?" Kitty said with annoyance. "I never think about it, and I don't want to think of it." "And I don't want to think of it," she said, catching the sound of her husband's well-known step on the steps of the terrace. "What's that you don't want to think about?" inquired Levin, coming onto the terrace. But no one answered him, and he did not repeat the question. "I'm sorry I've broken in on your feminine parliament," he said, looking round on every one discontentedly, and perceiving that they had been talking of something which they would not talk about before him. For a second he felt that he was sharing the feeling of Agafea Mihalovna, vexation at their making jam without water, and altogether at the outside Shtcherbatsky element. He smiled, however, and went up to Kitty. "Well, how are you?" he asked her, looking at her with an expression with which every one looked at her now. "Oh, very well," said Kitty, smiling. "And how have things gone with you?" "The wagons held 3 times as much as the old carts did. Well, are we going for the children? I've ordered the horses to be put in." "What, you want to take Kitty in the wagonette?" her mother said reproachfully. "Yes, at a walking pace, princess." Levin never called the princess maman, as men often do call their mothers-in-law, and the princess disliked his not doing so. But though he liked and respected the princess, Levin could not call her so without a sense of profaning his feeling for his dead mother. "Come with us, maman," said Kitty. "I don't like to see such imprudence." "Well, I'll walk then, I'm so well." Kitty got up and went to her husband and took his hand. "You may be well, but everything in moderation," said the princess. "Well, Agafea Mihalovna, is the jam done?" said Levin, smiling to Agafea Mihalovna, and trying to cheer her up. "Is it all right in the new way?" "I suppose it's all right. For our notions it's boiled too long." "It'll be all the better, Agafea Mihalovna. It won't mildew, even though our ice has begun to thaw already, so that we've no cool cellar to store it," said Kitty, at once divining her husband's motive, and addressing the old housekeeper with the same feeling. "But your pickle's so good that mamma says she never tasted any like it," she added, smiling and putting her kerchief straight. Agafea Mihalovna looked angrily at Kitty. "You needn't try to console me, mistress. I need only to look at you with him, and I feel happy," she said, and something in the rough familiarity of that "with him" touched Kitty. "Come along with us to look for mushrooms. You will show us the best places." Agafea Mihalovna smiled and shook her head, as though to say, "I should like to be angry with you too, but I can't." "Do it, please, by my receipt," said the princess. "Put some paper over the jam and moisten it with a little rum, and without even ice. It will never go mildewy." End of Chapter 2. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 3 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 3. Kitty was particularly glad of a chance of being alone with her husband, for she had noticed the shade of mortification that had passed over his face, always so quick to reflect every feeling, at the moment when he had come onto the terrace and asked what they were talking of, and had got no answer. When they had set off on foot ahead of the others, and had come out of sight of the house onto the beaten dusty road, marked with rusty wheels and sprinkled with grains of corn, she clung faster to his arm and pressed it closer to her. He had quite forgotten the momentary unpleasant impression, and alone with her he felt, now that the thought of her approaching motherhood was never for a moment absent from his mind, a new and delicious bliss, quite pure from all alloy of sense, in the being near to the woman he loved. There was no need of speech, yet he longed to hear the sound of her voice, which, like her eyes, had changed since she had been with child. In her voice, as in her eyes, there was that softness and gravity which is found in people continually concentrated on some cherished pursuit. "So you're not tired? Lean more on me," said he. "No, I'm so glad of the chance of being alone with you, and I must own, though I'm happy with them, I do regret our winter evenings alone." "That was good, but this is even better. Both are better," he said, squeezing her hand. "Do you know what we were talking about when you came in?" "About jam?" "Oh, yes, about jam too. But afterwards, about how men make offers." "Ah," said Levin, listening more to the sound of her voice than to the words she was saying, and all the while paying attention to the road, which passed now through the forest, and avoiding places where she might make a false step. "And about Sergey Ivanovitch and Varenka. You've noticed, I'm very anxious for it," she went on. "What do you think about it?" And she peeped into his face. "I don't know what to think," Levin answered, smiling. "Sergey seems very strange to me in that way. I told you, you know." "Yes, that he was in love with that girl who died." "That was when I was a child. I know about it from hearsay and tradition. I remember him then. He was wonderfully sweet. But I've watched him since with women. He is friendly, some of them he likes, but one feels that to him they're simply people, not women." "Yes, but now with Varenka, I fancy there's something." "Perhaps there is, but one has to know him. He's a peculiar, wonderful person. He lives a spiritual life only. He's too pure, too exalted a nature." "Why? Would this lower him, then?" "No, but he's so used to a spiritual life that he can't reconcile himself with actual fact, and Varenka is after all fact." Levin had grown used by now to uttering his thought boldly, without taking the trouble of clothing it in exact language. He knew that his wife in such moments of loving tenderness as now would understand what he meant to say from a hint, and she did understand him. "Yes, but there's not so much of that actual fact about her as about me. I can see that he would never have cared for me. She is altogether spiritual." "Oh no, he is so fond of you, and I am always so glad when my people like you." "Yes, he's very nice to me, but—" "It's not as it was with poor Nikolay. You really cared for each other," Levin finished. "Why not speak of him?" he added. "I sometimes blame myself for not. It ends in one's forgetting. Ah, how terrible and dear he was." "Yes, what were we talking about?" Levin said after a pause. "You think he can't fall in love?" said Kitty, translating into her own language. "It's not so much that he can't fall in love," Levin said, smiling, "but he has not the weakness necessary. I've always envied him, and even now, when I'm so happy, I still envy him." "You envy him for not being able to fall in love?" "I envy him for being better than I," said Levin. "He does not live for himself. His whole life is subordinated to his duty, and that's why he can be calm and contented." "And you?" Kitty asked, with an ironical and loving smile. She could never have explained the chain of thought that made her smile, but the last link in it was that her husband, in exalting his brother and abasing himself, was not quite sincere. Kitty knew that this insincerity came from his love for his brother, from his sense of shame at being too happy, and above all from his unflagging craving to be better. She loved it in him, and so she smiled. "And you? What are you dissatisfied with?" she asked, with the same smile. Her disbelief in his self-satisfaction delighted him, and unconsciously he tried to draw her into giving utterance to the grounds of her disbelief. "I am happy, but dissatisfied with myself," he said. "Why? How can you be dissatisfied with yourself if you are happy?" "Well, how shall I say? In my heart I really care for nothing whatever but that you should not stumble, see." "Oh, but really you mustn't skip about like that," he cried, breaking off to scold her for too agile a movement in stepping over a branch that lay in the path. "But when I think about myself and compare myself with others, especially with my brother, I feel that I'm a poor creature." "But in what way?" Kitty pursued, with the same smile. "Don't you too work for others? What about your cooperative settlement, and your work on the estate, and your book?" "Oh, but I feel, and particularly just now—" "It's your fault," he said, pressing her hand. All that doesn't count. I do it in a way half-heartedly. If I could care for all that as I care for you. Instead of that, I do it in these days like a task that is set me." "Well, what would you say about papa?" asked Kitty. "Is he a poor creature then, as he does nothing for the public good?" "He, no. But then one must have the simplicity, the straightforwardness, the goodness of your father, and I haven't got that. I do nothing and I fret about it. It's all your doing. Before there was you, and this too," he added with a glance towards her waist that she understood. "I put all my energies into work. Now I can't, and I'm ashamed. I do it just as though it were a task set me. I'm pretending." "Well, but how would you like to change this minute with Sergey Ivanovitch?" said Kitty. "Would you like to do this work for the general good, and to love the task set you, as he does, and nothing else?" "Of course not," said Levin. "But I'm so happy that I don't understand anything. So you think he'll make her an offer today?" he added after a brief silence. "I think so, and I don't think so. Only I'm awfully anxious for it. Here, wait a minute." She stooped down and picked up a wild camomile at the edge of the path. "Come, Count, "He does propose, he doesn't," she said, giving him the flower. "He does, he doesn't," said Levin, tearing off the white petals. "No, no!" Kitty, snatching at his hand, stopped him. She had been watching his fingers with interest. "You picked off two." "Oh, but see, this little one shan't count to make up," said Levin, tearing off a little half-grown petal. "Here's the wagonette overtaking us." "Aren't you tired, Kitty?" called the princess. "Not in the least." "If you are, you can get in, as the horses are quiet and walking." But it was not worth while to get in. They were quite near the place, and all walked on together. End of Chapter 3. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 4 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 4. Varenka, with her white kerchief on her black hair, surrounded by the children, gaily and good-humouredly looking after them, and at the same time visibly excited at the possibility of receiving a declaration from the man she cared for, was very attractive. Sergey Ivanovitch walked beside her, and never left off admiring her. Looking at her, he recalled all the delightful things he had heard from her lips, all the good he knew about her, and became more and more conscious that the feeling he had for her was something special that he had felt long, long ago, and only once in his early youth. The feeling of happiness in being near her continually grew, and at last reached such a point that, as he put a huge, slender-stalked agaric fungus in her basket, he looked straight into her face, and noticing the flush of glad and alarmed excitement that overspread her face, he was confused himself, and smiled to her in silence, a smile that said too much. If so, he said to himself, I ought to think it over and make up my mind, and not give way like a boy to the impulse of a moment. I'm going to pick by myself apart from all the rest, or else my efforts will make no show, he said, and he left the edge of the forest, where they were walking on low silky grass between old birch trees standing far apart, and went more into the heart of the wood, where between the white birch trunks there were grey trunks of aspen and dark bushes of hazel. Walking some 40 paces away, Sergey Ivanovitch, knowing he was out of sight, stood still behind a bushy spindle tree in full flower, with its rosy red catkins. It was perfectly still all round him. Only overhead in the birches under which he stood, the flies, like a swarm of bees, buzzed unceasingly, and from time to time the children's voices were floated across to him. All at once he heard, not far from the edge of the wood, the sound of Varenka's contralto voice calling Grisha, and a smile of delight passed over Sergey Ivanovitch's face. Conscious of the smile, he shook his head disapprovingly at his own condition, and taking out a cigar he began lighting it. For a long while he could not get a match to light against the trunk of a birch tree. The soft scales of the white bark rubbed off the phosphorus, and the light went out. At last one of the matches burned, and the fragrant cigar smoke, hovering uncertainly in flat wide coils, stretched away forwards and upwards over a bush under the overhanging branches of a birch tree. Watching the streak of smoke, Sergey Ivanovitch walked gently on, deliberating on his position. Why not, he thought, if it were only a passing fancy or a passion, if it were only this attraction, this mutual attraction, I can call it a mutual attraction, but if I felt that it was in contradiction with the whole bent of my life, if I felt that in giving way to this attraction I should be false to my vocation and my duty, but it's not so. The only thing I can say against it is that, when I lost Marie, I said to myself that I would remain faithful to her memory. That's the only thing I can say against my feeling. That's a great thing," Sergey Ivanovitch said to himself, feeling at the same time that this consideration had not the slightest importance for him personally, but would only perhaps detract from his romantic character in the eyes of others. "But apart from that, however much I searched, I should never find anything to say against my feeling if I were choosing by considerations of suitability alone. I could not have found anything better." However many women and girls he thought of whom he knew, he could not think of a girl who united to such a degree all, positively all, the qualities he would wish to see in his wife. She had all the charm and freshness of youth, but she was not a child, and if she loved him consciously as a woman ought to love. That was one thing. Another point, she was not only far from being worldly, but had an unmistakable distaste for worldly society, and at the same time she knew the world, and had all the ways of a woman of the best society, which were absolutely essential to Sergey Ivanovitch's conception of the woman who was to share his life. Thirdly, she was religious, and not like a child, unconsciously religious and good, as Kitty, for example, was, but her life was founded on religious principles. Even in trifling matters, Sergey Ivanovitch found in her all that he wanted in his wife. She was poor and alone in the world, so that she would not bring with her a mass of relations and their influence into her husband's house, as he saw now in Kitty's case. She would owe everything to her husband, which was what he had always desired too for his future family life. And this girl who united all these qualities loved him. He was a modest man, but he could not help seeing it, and he loved her. There was one consideration against it, his age. But he came of a long-lived family. He had not a single grey hair. No one would have taken him for 40, and he remembered Varenka's saying that it was only in Russia that men of 50 thought themselves old, and that in France a man of 50 considers him dans la force de l'âge, while a man of 40 is un jeune homme. But what did the mere reckoning of years matter when he felt as young in heart as he had been 20 years ago? Was it not youth to feel as he felt now, when coming from the other side to the edge of the wood, he saw in the glowing light of the slanting sunbeams the gracious figure of Varenka in her yellow gown, with her basket, walking lightly by the trunk of an old birch tree, and when this impression of the sight of Varenka blended so harmoniously with the beauty of the view, of the yellow oat field lying bathed in the slanting sunshine, and beyond it the distant ancient forest, flecked with yellow and melting into the blue of the distance. His heart throbbed joyously. A softened feeling came over him. He felt that he had made up his mind. Varenka, who had just crouched down to pick up a mushroom, rose with a supple movement and looked round. Flinging away the cigar, Sergey Ivanovitch advanced with resolute steps towards her. End of chapter 4, recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 5 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 5. Varvara Andreevna, when I was very young, I set before myself the ideal of a woman I loved and should be happy to call my wife. I have lived through a long life, and now for the first time I have met what I sought, in you. I love you and offer you my hand. Sergey Ivanovitch was saying this to himself while he was 10 paces from Varvara. Kneeling down, with her hands over the mushrooms to guard them from Grisha, she was calling little Masha. "Come here, little ones, there are so many," she was saying in her sweet, deep voice. Seeing Sergey Ivanovitch approaching, she did not get up and did not change her position, but everything told him that she felt his presence and was glad of it. "Well, did you find some?" she asked him, from under the white kerchief, turning her handsome, gently smiling face to him. "Not one," said Sergey Ivanovitch. "Did you?" She did not answer, busy with the children who thronged about her. "That one too, near the twig," she pointed out to little Masha, a little fungus split in half across its rosy cap by the dry grass from under which it thrust itself. Varenka got up while Masha picked the fungus, breaking it into two white halves. "This brings back my childhood," she added, moving apart from the children beside Sergey Ivanovitch. They walked on for some steps in silence. Varenka saw that he wanted to speak. She guessed of what, and felt faint with joy and panic. They had walked so far away that no one could hear them now, but still he did not begin to speak. It would have been better for Varenka to be silent. After a silence it would have been easier for them to say what they wanted to say than about talking about mushrooms. But against their own will, as it were accidentally, Varenka said, "So you found nothing? In the middle of the wood there are always fewer, though." Sergey Ivanovitch sighed and made no answer. He was annoyed that she had spoken about the mushrooms. He wanted to bring her back to the first words she had uttered about her childhood, but after a pause of some length, as though against his own will, he made an observation in response to her last words. "I have heard that the white edible funguses are found principally at the edge of the wood, though I can't tell them apart." Some minutes more passed. They moved still further away from the children and were quite alone. Varenka's heart throbbed so that she heard it beating, and felt that she was turning red and pale and red again. To be the wife of a man like Kornishev, after her position with Madame Stahl, was to her imagination the height of happiness. Besides, she was almost certain that she was in love with him, and at this moment it would have to be decided. She felt frightened. She dreaded both his speaking and his not speaking. Now or never, it must be said, that Sergey Ivanovitch felt too. Everything in the expression, the flushed cheeks and the downcast eyes of Varenka betrayed a painful suspense. Sergey Ivanovitch saw it and felt sorry for her. He felt even that to say nothing now would be a slight to her. Rapidly in his own mind he ran over all the arguments in support of his decision. He even said over to himself the words in which he meant to put his offer, but instead of those words some utterly unexpected reflection that occurred to him made him ask, "What is the difference between the birch mushroom and the white mushroom?" Varenka's lips quivered with emotion as she answered, "In the top part there is scarcely any difference. It's in the stalk." And as soon as these words were uttered, both he and she felt that it was over, that what was to have been said would not be said, and their emotion, which had up to then been continually growing more intense, began to subside. "The birch mushroom stalk suggests a dark man's chin after 2 days without shaving," said Sergey Ivanovitch, speaking quite calmly now. "Yes, that's true," answered Varenka, smiling, and unconsciously the direction of their walk changed. They began to turn towards the children. Varenka felt both sore and ashamed. At the same time she had a sense of relief. When he had got home again and went over the whole subject, Sergey Ivanovitch thought his previous decision had been a mistaken one. He could not be false to the memory of Marie. "Gently, children, gently!" Levin shouted quite angrily to the children, standing before his wife to protect her when the crowd of children flew with shrieks of delight to meet them. Behind the children Sergey Ivanovitch and Varenka walked out of the wood. Kitty had no need to ask Varenka. She saw from the calm and somewhat crestfallen faces of both that her plans had not come off. "Well?" her husband questioned her as they were going home again. "It doesn't bite," said Kitty, her smile and manner of speaking recalling her father, a likeness Levin often noticed with pleasure. "How doesn't bite?" "I'll show you," she said, taking her husband's hand, lifting it to her mouth, and just faintly brushing it with closed lips. "Like a kiss on a priest's hand." "Which didn't it bite with?" he said, laughing. "Both, but it should have been like this. There are some peasants coming. Oh, they don't see." End of chapter 5. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 6 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 6. During the time of the children's tea, the grown-up people sat in the balcony and talked as though nothing had happened, though they all, especially Sergey Ivanovitch and Varenka, were very well aware that there had happened an event which, though negative, was of very great importance. They both had the same feeling, rather like that of a schoolboy after an examination, which has left him in the same class or shut him out of the school forever. Every one present, feeling too that something had happened, talked eagerly about extraneous subjects. Levin and Kitty were particularly happy and conscious of their love that evening, and their happiness in their love seemed to imply a disagreeable slur on those who would have liked to feel the same and could not, and they felt a prick of conscience. "Mark my words, Alexander will not come," said the old princess. That evening they were expecting Stepan Arkadyevitch to come down by train, and the old prince had written that possibly he might come too. "And I know why," the princess went on. "He says that young people ought to be left alone for a while at first." "But papa has left us alone. We've never seen him," said Kitty. "Besides, we're not young people, we're old married people by now." "Only if he doesn't come I shall say good‐bye to you children," said the princess, sighing mournfully. "What nonsense, mamma!" Both the daughters fell upon her at once. "How do you suppose he's feeling? Why now?" And suddenly there was an unexpected quiver in the princess's voice. Her daughters were silent and looked at one another. "Maman always finds something to be miserable about," they said in that glance. They did not know that happy as the princess was in her daughter's house, and useful as she felt herself to be there, she had been extremely miserable, both on her own account and her husband's, ever since they had married their last and favourite daughter, and the old home had been left empty. "What is it, Agafea Mihalovna?" Kitty asked suddenly of Agafea Mihalovna, who was standing with a mysterious air and a face full of meaning. "About supper." "Well, that's right," said Dolly. "You go and arrange about it, and I'll go and hear Grisha repeat his lesson, or else he will have done nothing all day." "That's my lesson. No, Dolly, I'm going," said Levin, jumping up. Grisha, who was by now at a high school, had to go over the lessons of the term in the summer holidays. Darya Alexandrovna, who had been studying Latin with her son in Moscow before, had made it a rule on coming to the Levins to go over with him, at least once a day, the most difficult lessons of Latin and arithmetic. Levin had offered to take her place, but the mother, having once overheard Levin's lesson, and noticing that it was not given exactly as the teacher in Moscow had given it, said resolutely, though with much embarrassment and anxiety not to mortify Levin, that they must keep strictly to the book as the teacher had done, and that she had better undertake it again herself. Levin was amazed both at Stepan Arkadyevitch, who, by neglecting his duty, threw upon the mother the supervision of studies of which she had no comprehension, and at the teachers for teaching the children so badly, but he promised his sister-in-law to give the lessons exactly as she wished, and he went on teaching Grisha, not in his own way but by the book, and so took little interest in it, and often forgot the hour of the lesson. So it had been to-day. "No, I'm going, Dolly, you sit still," he said. "We'll do it all properly like the book. Only when Stiva comes and we go out shooting, then we shall have to miss it." And Levin went to Grisha. Varenka was saying the same thing to Kitty. Even in the happy, well-ordered household of the Levins, Varenka had succeeded in making herself useful. "I'll see to the supper, you sit still," she said, and got up to go to Agafea Mihalovna. "Yes, yes, most likely they've not been able to get chickens. If so, ours. Agafea Mihalovna and I will see about it," and Varenka vanished with her. "What a nice girl," said the princess. "Not nice, mamma. She's an exquisite girl. There's no one else like her." "So you were expecting Stepan Arkadyevitch to-day?" said Sergey Ivanovitch, evidently not disposed to pursue the conversation about Varenka. "It would be difficult to find two sons-in-law more unlike than yours," he said with a subtle smile. "One all movement, only living in society like a fish in water. The other our Kostya, lively, alert, quick in everything, but as soon as he is in society he either sinks into apathy or struggles helplessly like a fish on land." "Yes, he's very heedless," said the princess, addressing Sergey Ivanovitch. "I've been meaning indeed to ask you to tell him that it's out of the question for her," she indicated Kitty, "to stay here, that she positively must come to Moscow. He talks of getting a doctor down." "Maman, he'll do everything. He has agreed to everything," Kitty said, angry with her mother for appealing to Sergey Ivanovitch to judge in such a matter. In the middle of their conversation they heard the snorting of horses and the sound of wheels on the gravel. Dolly had not time to get up to go and meet her husband, when from the window of the room below, where Grisha was having his lesson, Levin leaped out and helped Grisha out after him. "It's Stiva!" Levin shouted from under the balcony. "We've finished, Dolly, don't be afraid," he added, and started running like a boy to meet the carriage. "Is ea id, eas eas eas," shouted Grisha, skipping along the avenue. "And someone else too, Papa, of course," cried Levin, stopping at the entrance of the avenue. "Kitty, don't come down the steep staircase, go round." But Levin had been mistaken in taking the person sitting in the carriage for the old prince. As he got nearer to the carriage he saw beside Stepan Arkadyevitch not the prince but a handsome stout young man in a Scotch cap with long ends of ribbon behind. This was Vasenka Veslovsky, a distant cousin of the Shtcherbatskys, a brilliant young gentleman in Petersburg and Moscow society. "A capital fellow and a keen sportsman," as Stepan Arkadyevitch said, introducing him. Not a whit abashed by the disappointment caused by his having come in place of the old prince, Veslovsky greeted Levin gaily, claiming acquaintance with him in the past, and snatching up Grisha into the carriage, lifted him over the pointer that Stepan Arkadyevitch had brought with him. Levin did not get into the carriage, but walked behind. He was rather vexed at the non-arrival of the old prince, whom he liked more and more the more he saw of him, and also at the arrival of this Vasenka Veslovsky, a quite uncongenial and superfluous person. He seemed to him still more uncongenial and superfluous when, on approaching the steps where the whole party, children and grown-ups, were gathered together in much excitement, Levin saw Vaslenka Veslovsky, with a particularly warm and gallant air, kissing Kitty's hand. "Your wife and I are cousins and very old friends," said Vasenka Veslovsky, once more shaking Levin's hand with great warmth. "Well, are there plenty of birds?" Stepan Arkadyevitch said to Levin, hardly leaving time for every one to utter their greetings. We've come with the most savage intentions. Why, maman, they've not been in Moscow since. Look, Tanya, here's something for you. Get it, please. It's in the carriage behind." He talked in all directions. "How pretty you've grown, Dolly," he said to his wife, once more kissing her hand, holding it in one of his, and patting it with the other. Levin, who a minute before had been in the happiest frame of mind, now looked darkly at every one, and everything displeased him. Who was it he kissed yesterday with those lips, he thought, looking at Stepan Arkadyevitch's tender demonstrations to his wife. He looked at Dolly, and he did not like her either. She doesn't believe in his love, so what is she so pleased about? Revolting, thought Levin. He looked at the princess, who had been so dear to him a minute before, and he did not like the manner in which she welcomed this Vassenka with his ribbons, just as though she were in her own house. Even Sergey Ivanovitch, who had come out too onto the steps, seemed to him unpleasant with the show of cordiality with which he met Stepan Arkadyevitch, though Levin knew that his brother neither liked nor respected Oblonsky. And Varenka, even though she seemed hateful, with her air Sainte Nitouche, making the acquaintance of this gentleman, while all the while she was thinking of nothing but getting married. And more hateful than anyone was Kitty, for falling in with the tone of gaiety with which this gentleman regarded his visit to the country, as though it were a holiday for himself and every one else. And above all unpleasant was that particular smile with which she responded to his smile. Noisily talking, they all went into the house, but as soon as they were all seated, Levin turned and went out. Kitty saw something was wrong with her husband. She tried to seize a moment to speak to him alone, but he made haste to get away from her, saying he was wanted at the counting-house. It was long since his own work on the estate had seemed to him so important as at that moment. It's all holiday for them, he thought, but these are no holiday matters. They won't wait, and there's no living without them. End of chapter 6. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 7 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 7. Levin came back to the house only when they sent to summon him to supper. On the stairs were standing Kitty and Agafea Mihalovna, consulting about wines for supper. "But why are you making all this fuss? Have what we usually do." "No, Stiva doesn't drink." "Kostya, stop! What's the matter?" Kitty began, hurrying after him, but he strode ruthlessly away to the dining-room without waiting for her, and at once joined in the lively general conversation which was being maintained there by Vassenka Veslovsky and Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Well, what do you say? Are we going shooting tomorrow?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Please, do let's go," said Veslovsky, moving to another chair, where he sat down sideways with one fat leg crossed under him. "I shall be delighted. We will go. And have you had any shooting yet this year?" said Levin to Veslovsky, looking intently at his leg, but speaking with that forced amiability that Kitty knew so well in him, and that was so out of keeping with him. "I can't answer for our finding grouse, but there are plenty of snipe. Only we ought to start early. You're not tired? Aren't you tired, Stiva?" "Me? Tired? I've never been tired yet. Suppose we stay up all night? Let's go for a walk." "Yes, really. Let's not go to bed at all. Capital," Veslovsky chimed in. "Oh, we all know you can do without sleep and keep other people up too," Dolly said to her husband, with that faint note of irony in her voice which she almost always had now with her husband. But to my thinking it's time for bed now. I'm going, I don't want supper." "No, do stay a little, Dolly," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, going round to her side behind the table where they were having supper. "I've so much still to tell you." "Nothing really, I suppose." "Do you know Veslovsky has been at Anna's, and he's going to them again? You know they're hardly 50 miles from you, and I too must certainly go over there. Veslovsky, come here." Vassenka crossed over to the ladies and sat down beside Kitty. "Oh, do tell me, please. You have stayed with her. How was she?" Darya Alexandrovna appealed to him. Levin was left at the other end of the table, and though never pausing in his conversation with the princess and Varenka, he saw that there was an eager and mysterious conversation going on between Stepan Arkadyevitch, Dolly, Kitty, and Veslovsky. And that was not all. He saw on his wife's face an expression of real feeling as she gazed with fixed eyes on the handsome face of Vassenka, who was telling them something with great animation. "It's exceedingly nice at their place," Veslovsky was telling them about Vronsky and Anna. "I can't, of course, take it upon myself to judge, but in their house you feel the real feeling of home. What do they intend doing? I believe they think of going to Moscow. How jolly it would be for us all to go over to them together. When are you going there?" Stepan Arkadyevitch asked Vassenka. "I am spending July there." "Will you go?" Stepan Arkadyevitch said to his wife. "I've been wanting to a long while. I shall certainly go," said Dolly. "I am sorry for her, and I know her. She's a splendid woman. I will go alone, when you go back, and then I shall be in no one's way, and it will be better indeed without you." "To be sure," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "And you, Kitty?" "I? Why should I go?" Kitty said, flushing all over, and she glanced round at her husband. "Do you know Anna Arkadyevitch, then?" Veslovsky asked her. "She's a very fascinating woman." "Yes," she answered Veslovsky, crimsoning still more. She got up and walked across to her husband. "Are you going shooting then tomorrow?" she said. His jealousy had in these few moments, especially at the flush that had overspread her cheeks while she was talking to Veslovsky, gone far indeed. Now, as he heard her words, he construed them in his own fashion. Strange as it was to him afterwards to recall it, it seemed to him at the moment clear that in asking whether he was going shooting, all she cared to know was whether he would give that pleasure to Vassenka Veslovsky, with whom, as he fancied, she was in love. "Yes, I'm going," he answered her in an unnatural voice, disagreeable to himself. "No, better spend the day here tomorrow, or Dolly won't see anything of her husband, and set off the day after," said Kitty. The motive of Kitty's words was interpreted by Levin thus: "Don't separate me from him. I don't care about your going, but do let me enjoy the society of this delightful young man." "Oh, if you wish, we'll stay here tomorrow," Levin answered, with peculiar amiability. Vassenka, meanwhile, utterly unsuspecting the misery his presence had occasioned, got up from the table after Kitty, and watching her with smiling and admiring eyes, he followed her. Levin saw that look. He turned white, and for a minute he could hardly breathe. "How dare he look at my wife like that?" was the feeling that boiled within him. "Tomorrow, then. Do please let us go," said Vassenka, sitting down on a chair, and again crossing his leg as his habit was. Levin's jealousy went further still. Already he saw himself a deceived husband, looked upon by his wife and her lover as simply necessary to provide them with the conveniences and pleasures of life. But in spite of that he made polite and hospitable inquiries of Vassenka about his shooting, his gun, and his boots, and agreed to go shooting next day. Happily for Levin, the old princess cut short his agonies by getting up herself and advising Kitty to go to bed. But even at this point Levin could not escape another agony, As he said good night to his hostess, Vassenka would again have kissed her hand, but Kitty, reddening, drew back her hand and said with a naive bluntness, for which the old princess scolded her afterwards, "We don't like that fashion." In Levin's eyes she was to blame for having allowed such relations to arise, and still more to blame for showing so awkwardly that she did not like them. "Why, how can one want to go to bed?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, who, after drinking several glasses of wine at supper, was now in his most charming and sentimental humour. "Look, Kitty," he said, pointing to the moon, which had just risen behind the lime trees, "how exquisite! Veslovsky, this is the time for a serenade. You know he has a splendid voice. We practiced songs together along the road. He has brought some lovely songs with him, 2 new ones. Varvara Andreevna and he must sing some duets." When the party had broken up, Stepan Arkadyevitch walked a long while about the avenue with Veslovsky. Their voices could be heard singing one of the new songs. Levin, hearing these voices, sat scowling in an easy chair in his wife's bedroom, and maintained an obstinate silence when she asked him what was wrong. But when at last, with a timid glance, she hazarded the question, "Was there perhaps something you disliked about Veslovsky?" it all burst out, and he told her all. He was humiliated himself at what he was saying, and that exasperated him all the more. He stood facing her with his eyes glittering menacingly under his scowling brows, and he squeezed his strong arms across his chest, as though he was straining every nerve to hold himself in. The expression of his face would have been grim and even cruel, if it had not at the same time had the look of suffering which touched her. His jaws were twitching, and his voice kept breaking. "You must understand that I'm not jealous. That's a nasty word. I can't be jealous and believe that. I can't say what I feel, but this is awful. I'm not jealous, but I'm wounded, humiliated, that anybody dare think, that anybody dare look at you with eyes like that." "Eyes like what?" said Kitty, trying as conscientiously as possible to recall every word and gesture of that evening, and every shade implied in them. At the very bottom of her heart she did think there had been something precisely at the moment when he had crossed over after her to the other end of the table, but she dared not own it even to herself, and would have been even more unable to bring herself to say so to him, and so increase his suffering. "And what can there possibly be attractive about me as I am now?" "Ah!" he cried, clutching at his head, "you shouldn't say that. If you had been attractive then—" "Oh no, Kostya! Oh, wait a minute! Oh, do listen!" she said, looking at him with an expression of pained commiseration. "Why, what can you be thinking about, when for me there's no one in the world, no one, no one. Would you like me never to see any one?" For the first minute she had been offended at his jealousy. She was angry that the slightest amusement, even the most innocent, should be forbidden her. But now she would readily have sacrificed not merely such trifles, but everything for his peace of mind, to save him from the agony he was suffering. "You must understand the horror and comedy of my position," he went on in a desperate whisper, "that he's in my house, that he's done nothing improper positively, except his free and easy airs and the way he sits on his legs. He thinks it's the best possible form, and I'm obliged to be civil to him." "But, Kostya, you're exaggerating," said Kitty at the bottom of her heart, rejoicing at the depth of his love for her, shown now in his jealousy. "The most awful part of it all is that you're just as you always are, and especially now when to me you're something sacred, and we are so happy, so particularly happy, and all of a sudden a little wretch. He's not a little wretch. Why should I abuse him? I have nothing to do with him. But why should my and your happiness—" "Do you know, I understand now what it's all come from," Kitty was beginning. "Well, what?" "I saw how you looked while we were talking at supper." "Well, well," Levin said in dismay. She told him what they had been talking about. and as she told him she was breathless with emotion. Levin was silent for a space, then he scanned her pale and distressed face, and suddenly he clutched at his head. "Katya, I've been worrying you. Darling, forgive me. It's madness. Katya, I'm a criminal. And how could you be so distressed at such idiocy?" "Oh, I was sorry for you." For me, how mad I am. But why make you miserable? It's awful to think that any outsider can shatter our happiness. It's humiliating too, of course." "Oh, then I'll keep him here all the summer, and we'll overwhelm him with civility," said Levin, kissing her hands. "You shall see tomorrow. Oh yes, we are going tomorrow." End of Chapter 7. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 8 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 8. Next day, before the ladies were up, the wagonette and a trap for the shooting party were at the door, and Laska, aware since early morning that they were going shooting, after much whining and darting to and fro, had sat herself down in the wagonette beside the coachman, and, disapproving of the delay, was excitedly watching the door, from which the sportsman still did not come out. The first to come out was Vasenka Veslovsky, in new high boots that reached halfway up his thick thighs, in a green blouse with a new Russian leather cartridge belt, and in his Scotch cap with ribbons, with a brand new English gun without a sling. Laska flew up to him, welcomed him, and jumping up, asked him in her own way whether the others were coming soon, but getting no answer from him, she returned to her post of observation and sank into repose again, her head on one side and one ear pricked up to listen. At last the door opened with a creak, and Stepan Arkadyevitch's spot and tan pointer, Crack, flew out. Running round and round and turning over in the air, Stepan Arkadyevitch himself followed, with a gun in his hand and a cigar in his mouth. Good dog, Crack," he cried encouragingly to the dog, who put his paws up on his chest, catching at his game bag. Stepan Arkadyevitch was dressed in rough leggings and spats, in torn trousers and a short coat. On his head there was a wreck of a hat of indefinite form, but his gun of a new patent was a perfect gem, and his game bag and cartridge belt, though worn, were of the very best quality. Vasenka Veslovsky had had no notion before that it was truly chic for a sportsman to be in tatters, but to have his shooting outfit of the best quality. He saw it now as he looked on Stepan Arkadyevitch, radiant in his rags, graceful, well-fed and joyous, a typical Russian nobleman. And he made up his mind that next time he went shooting he would certainly adopt the same get-up. "Well, and what about our host?" he asked. "A young wife," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling. "Yes, and such a charming one. He came down dressed. No doubt he's run up to her again." Stepan Arkadyevitch guessed right. Levin had run up again to his wife to ask her once more if she forgave him for his idiocy yesterday, and moreover to beg her for Christ's sake to be more careful. The great thing was for her to keep away from the children. They might any minute push against her. Then he had once more to hear her declare that she was not angry with him for going away for 2 days, and to beg her to be sure to send him a note next morning by a servant on horseback, to write him, if it were but 2 words only, to let him know that all was well with her. Kitty was distressed as she always was at parting for a couple of days from her husband, but when she saw his eager figure, looking big and strong in his shooting boots and his white blouse, and a sort of sportsman elation and excitement incomprehensible to her, she forgot her own chagrin for the sake of his pleasure, and said good-bye to him cheerfully. "Pardon, gentlemen," he said, running out onto the steps. "Have you put the lunch in? Why is the chestnut on the right? Well, it doesn't matter. Laska down. Go and lie down." "Put it with the herd of oxen," he said to the herdsman, who was waiting for him at the steps with some question. "Excuse me, here comes another villain." Levin jumped out of the wagonette, in which he had already taken his seat, to meet the carpenter, who came towards the steps with a rule in his hand. "You didn't come to the counting-house yesterday, and now you're detaining me. Well, what is it?" "Would your honour like me to make another turning? It's only 3 steps to add, and we make it just fit at the same time. It will be much more convenient." "You should have listened to me," Levin answered with annoyance. "I said, put the lines and then fit in the steps. Now there's no setting it right. Do as I told you and make a new staircase." The point was that in the lodge that was being built the carpenter had spoiled the staircase, fitting it together without calculating the space it was to fill, so that the steps were all sloping when it was put in place. Now the carpenter wanted, keeping the same staircase, to add 3 steps. "It will be much better. But where's your staircase coming out with its 3 steps?" "Why, upon my word, sir," the carpenter said, with a contemptuous smile, "it comes out right at the very spot. It starts, so to speak," he said, with a persuasive gesture. "It comes down and comes down and comes out." "But 3 steps will add to the length too. Where is it to come out?" "Why, to be sure, it'll start from the bottom and go up and go up and come out so," the carpenter said obstinately and convincingly. "It'll reach the ceiling and the wall." "Upon my word, why, it'll go up and come out like this." Levin took out a ramrod and began sketching him the staircase in the dust. "There, do you see?" "As your honour likes," said the carpenter with a sudden gleam in his eyes, obviously understanding the thing at last. "It seems it'll be best to make a new one." "Well then, do it as you're told," Levin shouted, seating himself in the wagonette. "Down! Hold the dogs, Philip." Levin felt now at leaving behind all his family and household cares, such an eager sense of joy in life and expectation that he was not disposed to talk. Besides that, he had that feeling of concentrated excitement that every sportsman experiences as he approaches the scene of action. If he had anything on his mind at that moment, it was only the doubt whether they would start anything in the Kolpensky marsh, whether Laska would show to advantage in comparison with Krak, and whether he would shoot well that day himself. Not to disgrace himself before a new spectator, not to be outdone by Oblonsky, that too was a thought that crossed his brain. Oblonsky was feeling the same, and he too was not talkative. Vasenka Veslovsky kept up alone a ceaseless flow of cheerful chatter. As he listened to him now, Levin felt ashamed to think how unfair he had been to him the day before. Vasenka was really a nice fellow, simple, good-hearted, and very good-humoured. If Levin had met him before he was married, he would have made friends with him. Levin rather disliked his holiday attitude to life, and a sort of free and easy assumption of elegance. It was as though he assumed a high degree of importance in himself that could not be disputed, because he had long nails and a stylish cap, and everything else to correspond. But this could be forgiven for the sake of his good nature and good breeding. Levin liked him for his good education, for speaking French and English with such an excellent accent, and for being a man of his world. Vasenka was extremely delighted with the left horse, a horse of the Don steppes. He kept praising him enthusiastically. "How fine it must be, galloping over the steppes on a steppe horse. Isn't it?" he said. He had imagined riding on a steppe horse as something wild and romantic, and it turned out nothing of the sort. But his simplicity, particularly in conjunction with his good looks, his amiable smile, and the grace of his movements, was very attractive. Either because his nature was sympathetic to Levin, or because Levin was trying to atone for his sins of the previous evening, by seeing nothing but what was good in him, anyway he liked his society. After they had driven over 2 miles from home, Veslovsky all at once felt for a cigar and his pocket-book, and did not know whether he had lost them or left them on the table. In his pocket-book there were £37, and so the matter could not be left in uncertainty. "Do you know what, Levin? I'll gallop home on that left trace-horse. That will be splendid, eh?" he said, preparing to get out. "No, why should you?" answered Levin, calculating that Vassenka could hardly weigh less than 17 stone. "I'll send the coachman." The coachman rode back on the trace-horse, and Levin himself drove the remaining pair. End of chapter 8. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 9 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 9. "Well now, what's our plan of campaign? Tell us all about it," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Our plan is this. Now we're driving to Gvozdyov. In Gvozdyov there's a grouse marsh on this side, and beyond Gvozdyov come some magnificent snipe marshes, where there are grouse too. It's hot now, and we'll get there, it's 15 miles or so, towards evening, and have some evening shooting. We'll spend the night there and go on tomorrow to the bigger moors." "And is there nothing on the way?" "Yes, but we'll reserve ourselves. Besides, it's hot. There are 2 nice little places, but I doubt there being anything to shoot." Levin would himself have liked to go into these little places, but they were near home. He could shoot them over any time, and they were only little places. There would hardly be room for 3 to shoot. And so, with some insincerity, he said that he doubted there being anything to shoot. When they reached a little marsh, Levin would have driven by, but Stepan Arkadyevitch, with the experienced eye of a sportsman, at once detected reeds visible from the road. "Shan't we try that?" he said, pointing to the little marsh. "Levin, do please, how delightful!" Vassenka Veslovsky began begging, and Levin could but consent. Before they had time to stop, the dogs had flown one before the other into the marsh. "Crack, Laska!" The dogs came back. "There won't be room for 3. I'll stay here," said Levin, hoping they would find nothing but peewits, who had been startled by the dogs, and turning over in their flight, were plaintively wailing over the marsh. "No, come along, Levin, let's go together," Veslovsky called. "Really there's not room. Laska, back, Laska! You won't want another dog, will you?" Levin remained with the wagonette and looked enviously at the sportsman. They walked right across the marsh. Except little birds and peewits, of which Vassenka killed one, there was nothing in the marsh. "Come, you see now that it was not that I grudged the marsh," said Levin, "only it's wasting time." "Oh no, it was jolly all the same. Did you see us?" said Vassenka Veslovsky, clambering awkwardly into the wagonette with his gun and his peewit in his hands. "How splendidly I shot this bird, didn't I? Well, shall we soon be getting to the real place?" The horses started off suddenly. Levin knocked his head against the stock of someone's gun, and there was a report of a shot. The gun did actually go off first, but that was how it seemed to Levin. It appeared that Vassenka Veslovsky had pulled only one trigger, and had left the other hammer still cocked. The charge flew into the ground without doing harm to any one. Stepan Arkadyevitch shook his head and laughed reprovingly at Veslovsky, but Levin had not the heart to reprove him. In the first place, any reproach would have seemed to be called forth by the danger he had incurred and the bump that had come up on Levin's forehead. And besides, Veslovsky was at first so naively distressed, and then laughed so good-humoredly infectiously at their general dismay, that one could not but laugh with him. When they reached the second marsh, which was fairly large, and would inevitably take some time to shoot over, Levin tried to persuade them to pass it by, but Veslovsky again over-persuaded him. Again, as the marsh was narrow, Levin, like a good host, remained with the carriage. Krak made straight for some clumps of sedge. Vasenka Veslovsky was the first to run after the dog. Before Stepan Arkadyevitch had time to come up, a grouse flew out. Veslovsky missed it, and it flew into an unmown meadow. This grouse was left for Veslovsky to follow up. Krak found it again and pointed, and Veslovsky shot it and went back to the carriage. "Now you go, and I'll stay with the horses," he said. Levin had begun to feel the pangs of a sportsman's envy. He handed the reins to Veslovsky and walked into the marsh. Laska, who had been plaintively whining and fretting against the injustice of her treatment, flew straight ahead to a hopeful place that Levin knew well, and that Krak had not yet come upon. "Why don't you stop her?" shouted Stepan Arkadyevitch. "She won't scare them," answered Levin, sympathizing with his bitch's pleasure and hurrying after her. As she came nearer and nearer to the familiar breeding places, there was more and more earnestness in Laska's exploration. A little marsh bird did not divert her attention for more than an instant. She made one circuit round the clump of reeds, was beginning a second, and suddenly quivered with excitement and became motionless. "Come, come, Stiva!" shouted Levin, feeling his heart beginning to beat more violently, and all of a sudden, as though some sort of shutter had been drawn back from his straining ears, all sounds, confused but loud, began to beat on his hearing, losing all sense of distance. He heard the steps of Stepan Arkadyevitch, mistaking them for the tramp of the horses in the distance. He heard the brittle sound of the twigs on which he had trodden, taking this sound for the flying of a grouse. He heard, too, not far behind him, a splashing in the water, which he could not explain to himself. Picking his steps, he moved up to the dog. "Fetch it!" Not a grouse, but a snipe flew off from beside the dog. Levin had lifted his gun, but at the very instant when he was taking aim, the sound of splashing grew louder, came closer, and was joined with the sound of Veslovsky's voice, shouting something with strange loudness. Levin saw that he had his gun pointed behind the snipe, but still he fired. When he had made sure he had missed, Levin looked round and saw the horses and the wagonette, not on the road but in the marsh. Veslovsky, eager to see the shooting, had driven into the marsh and got the horses stuck in the mud. "Damn the fellow!" Levin said to himself, as he went back to the carriage that had sunk in the mire. "What did you drive in for?" he said to him dryly, and calling the coachman, he began pulling the horses out. Levin was vexed both at being hindered from shooting and at his horses getting stuck in the mud, and still more at the fact that neither Stepan Arkadyevitch nor Veslovsky helped him and the coachman to unharness the horses and get them out, since neither of them had the slightest notion of harnessing. Without vouchsafing a syllable in reply to Vasenka's protestations that it had been quite dry there, Levin worked in silence with the coachman at extricating the horses. But then, as he got warm at the work and saw how assiduously Veslovsky was tugging at the wagonette by one of the mud guards, so that he broke it indeed, Levin blamed himself for having, under the influence of yesterday's feelings, been too cold to Veslovsky, and tried to be particularly genial so as to smooth over his chilliness. When everything had been put right, and the carriage had been brought back to the road. Levin had the lunch served. Bon appétit, bonne conscience, c'est pour les vents tombés jusqu'à fond de mes bottes. Vasenka, who had recovered his spirits, quoted the French saying as he finished his second chicken, "Well, now our troubles are over, now everything's going to go well. Only to atone for my sins, I am bound to sit on the box. That's so, eh? No, no. I'll be your automaton. You shall see how I'll get you along," he answered, not letting go the rein, when Levin begged him to let the coachman drive. "No, I must atone for my sins, and I'm very comfortable on the box." And he drove. Levin was a little afraid he would exhaust the horses, especially the chestnut, whom he did not know how to hold in, but unconsciously he fell under the influence of his gaiety, and listened to the songs he sang all the way on the box, or the descriptions and representations he gave of driving in the English fashion, four in hand, and it was in the very best of spirits that after lunch they drove to the Gvozdyov marsh. End of chapter 9. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 10 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 10. Vasenka drove the horses so smartly that they reached the marsh too early while it was still hot. As they drew near this more important marsh, the chief aim of their expedition, Levin could not help considering how he could get rid of Vasenka and be free in his movements. Stepan Arkadyevitch evidently had the same desire, and on his face Levin saw the look of anxiety always present in a true sportsman when beginning shooting, together with a certain good-humoured slyness peculiar to him. "How shall we go? It's a splendid marsh, I see, and there are hawks," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, pointing to two great birds hovering over the reeds. "Where there are hawks there is sure to be game." "Now, gentlemen," said Levin, pulling up his boots and examining the lock of his gun, with rather a gloomy expression. "Do you see those reeds?" He pointed to an oasis of blackish green on the huge half-mown wet meadow that stretched along the right bank of the river. "The marsh begins here, straight in front of us, do you see, where it is greener? From here it runs to the right where the horses are. There are breeding places there, and grouse, and all round those reeds as far as that alder and right up to the mill. Over there, do you see, where the pools are, that's the best place. There I once shot 17 snipe. We'll separate with the dogs and go in different directions, and then meet over there at the mill." "Well, which shall go to left and which to right?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. "It's wider to the right, you two go that way, and I'll take the left," he said with apparent carelessness. "Capital, we'll make a bigger bag. Yes, come along, Vasenka exclaimed. Levin could do nothing but agree, and they divided. As soon as they entered the marsh, the two dogs began hunting about together, and made towards the green, slime-covered pool. Levin knew Laska's method, wary and indefinite. He knew the place too, and expected a whole covey of snipe. "Veslovsky, beside me, walk beside me," he said in a faint voice to his companion, splashing in the water behind him. Levin could not help feeling an interest in the direction his gun was pointed, after that casual shot near the Kolpensky marsh. "Oh, I won't get in your way, don't trouble about me." But Levin could not help troubling, and recalled Kitty's words at parting. "Mind you don't shoot one another." The dogs came nearer and nearer, past each other, each pursuing its own scent. The expectation of snipe was so intense that to Levin the squelching sound of his own heel, as he drew it out of the mire, seemed to be the call of a snipe, and he clutched and pressed the lock of his gun. Bang, bang, sounded almost in his ear. Vassenka had fired at a flock of ducks which was hovering over the marsh and flying at that moment towards the sportsman, far out of range. Before Levin had time to look round, there was a whir of one snipe, another, a third, and some 8 more rose up one after another. Stepan Arkadyevitch hit one at the very moment when it was beginning its zigzag movements, and the snipe fell in a heap into the mud. Oblonsky aimed deliberately at another, still flying low in the reeds, and together with the report of that shot, that snipe fell too, and could be seen fluttering out where the sedge had been cut, its unhurt wing showing white beneath. Levin was not so lucky. He aimed at his first bird too low and missed. He aimed at it again, just as it was rising, but at that instant another snipe flew up at his very feet, distracting him so that he missed again. While they were loading their guns, another snipe rose, and Veslovsky, who had had time to load again, sent 2 charges of small shot into the water. Stepan Arkadyevitch picked up his snipe, and with sparkling eyes looked at Levin. "Well, now let us separate," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, and limping on his left foot, holding his gun in readiness and whistling to his dog, he walked off in one direction. Levin and Veslovsky walked in the other. It always happened with Levin that when his first shots were a failure he got hot and out of temper and shot badly the whole day. So it was that day. The snipe showed themselves in numbers. They kept flying up from just under the dogs, from under the sportsman's legs, and Levin might have retrieved his ill luck. But the more he shot, the more he felt disgraced in the eyes of Veslovsky, who kept popping away merrily and indiscriminately, killing nothing, and not in the slightest abashed by his ill success. Levin, in feverish haste, could not restrain himself, got more and more out of temper, and ended by shooting almost without a hope of hitting. Laska, indeed, seemed to understand this. She began looking more languidly, and gazed back at the sportsman, as it were, with perplexity of reproach in her eyes. Shots followed shots in rapid succession. The smoke of the powder hung about the sportsman, while in the great roomy net of the game bag there were only 3 light little snipe. And of these, one had been killed by Veslovsky alone, and one by both of them together. Meanwhile, from the other side of the marsh came the sound of Stepan Arkadyevitch's shots, not frequent, but, as Levin fancied, well directed, for almost after each they heard crack, crack, a pot. This excited Levin still more. The snipe were floating continually in the air over the reeds, their whirring wings close to the earth, and their harsh cries high in the air could be heard on all sides. The snipe that had risen first and flown up into the air settled again before the sportsman. Instead of 2 hawks, there were now dozens of them, hovering with shrill cries over the marsh. After walking through the larger half of the marsh, Levin and Veslovsky reached the place where the peasants' mowing grass was divided into long strips reaching to the reeds, marked off in one place by the trampled grass, in another by a path mown through it. Half of these strips had already been mown. Though there was not so much hope of finding birds in the uncut part as the cut part, Levin had promised Stepan Arkadyevitch to meet him, and so he walked on with his companion through the cut and uncut patches. "Hi, sportsman!" shouted one of a group of peasants, sitting on an unharnessed cart. "Come and have some lunch with us. Have a drop of wine." Levin looked round. "Come along, it's all right," shouted a good-humoured-looking, bearded peasant with a red face, showing his white teeth in a grin and holding up a greenish bottle that flashed in the sunlight. "Qu'est-ce qu'ils disent?" asked Veslovsky. "They invite you to have some vodka." Most likely they've been dividing the meadow into lots." "I should have some," said Levin, not without some guile, hoping Veslovsky would be tempted by the vodka, and would go away to them. "Why do they offer it?" "Oh, they're merry-making. Really you should join them. You would be interested." "Allons, c'est curieux." You go, you'll find the way to the mill," cried Levin, and looking round he perceived with satisfaction that Veslovsky, bent and stumbling with weariness, holding his gun out at arm's length, was making his way out of the marsh towards the peasants. "You come too," the peasants shouted to Levin. "Never fear, you taste our cake." Levin felt a strong inclination to drink a little vodka and to eat some bread. He was exhausted, and felt it a great effort to drag his staggering legs out of the mire, and for a minute he hesitated. But Laska was setting, and immediately all his weariness vanished, and he walked lightly through the swamp towards the dog. A snipe flew up at his feet, he fired and killed it. Laska still pointed. "Fetch it." Another bird flew up close to the dog. Levin fired. But it was an unlucky day for him. He missed it, and when he went to look for the one he had shot, he could not find that either. He wondered all about the reeds, but Laska did not believe he had shot it, and when he sent her to find it, she pretended to hunt for it, but did not really. And in the absence of Vassenka, on whom Levin threw the blame of his failure, things went no better. There were plenty of snipe still, but Levin made one miss after another. The slanting rays of the sun were still hot. His clothes, soaked through with perspiration, stuck to his body. His left boot full of water weighed heavily on his leg and squeaked at every step. The sweat ran in drops down his powder-grimed face. His mouth was full of the bitter taste, his nose of the smell of powder and stagnant water. His ears were ringing with the incessant whir of the snipe. He could not touch the stock of his gun, it was so hot. His heart beat with short rapid throbs, his hands shook with excitement, and his weary legs stumbled and staggered over the hillocks and in the swamp. But still he walked on, and still he shot. At last, after a disgraceful miss, he flung his gun and his hat on the ground. "No, I must control myself," he said to himself. Picking up his gun and his hat, he called Laska and went out of the swamp. When he got onto dry land he sat down, pulled off his boot and emptied it, then walked to the marsh, drank some stagnant-tasting water, moistened his burning hot gun, and washed his face and hands. Feeling refreshed, he went back to the spot where a snipe had settled, firmly resolved to keep cool. He tried to be calm, but it was the same again. His finger pressed the cock before he had taken a good aim at the bird. It got worse and worse. He had only 5 birds in his game bag when he walked out of the marsh towards the alders, where he was to rejoin Stepan Arkadyevitch. Before he caught sight of Stepan Arkadyevitch, he saw his dog. Crack darted out from behind the twisted root of an alder, black all over with the stinking mire of the marsh, and with the air of a conqueror sniffed at Laska. Behind Crack there came into view in the shade of the alder tree the shapely figure of Stepan Arkadyevitch. He came to meet him, red and perspiring, with unbuttoned neckband, still limping in the same way. "Well, you have been popping away," he said, smiling good-humouredly. "How have you got on?" queried Levin, but there was no need to ask, for he had already seen the full game bag. "Oh, pretty fair. He had 14 birds." "A splendid marsh. I've no doubt Veslovsky got in your way. It's awkward, too, shooting with one dog," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, to soften his triumph. End of chapter 10. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts.
Chapter 11 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Wasilowski. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 11. When Levin and Stepan Arkadyevitch reached the peasant's hut, where Levin always used to stay, Veslovsky was already there. He was sitting in the middle of the hut, clinging with both hands to the bench from which he was being pulled by a soldier, the brother of the peasant's wife, who was helping him off with his miry boots. Veslovsky was laughing his infectious, good-humored laugh. "I've only just come. Ils sont charmants. Just fancy, they gave me drink, fed me. Such bread, it was exquisite, délicieux. And the vodka, I never tasted any better. And they would not take a penny for anything, and they kept saying, 'Excuse our homely ways.'" "What should they take anything for? They were entertaining you, to be sure. Do you suppose they keep vodka for sale?" said the soldier, succeeding at last in pulling the soaked boot off the blackened stocking. In spite of the dirtiness of the hut, which was all muddied by their boots and the filthy dogs licking themselves clean, and the smell of marsh mud and powder that filled the room, and the absence of knives and forks, the party drank their tea and ate their supper with a relish only known to sportsmen. Washed and clean, they went into a hay barn swept ready for them, where the coachman had been making up beds for the gentlemen. Though it was dusk, not one of them wanted to go to sleep. After wavering among reminiscences and anecdotes of guns, of dogs, and of former shooting parties, the conversation rested on a topic that interested all of them. After Vasenka had several times over expressed his appreciation of this delightful sleeping place among the fragrant hay, this delightful broken cart (he supposed it to be broken because the shafts had been taken out), of the good nature of the peasants that had treated him to vodka, of the dogs who lay at the feet of their respective masters, Oblonsky began telling them of a delightful shooting party at Malthus, where he had stayed the previous summer. Malthus was a well-known capitalist who had made his money by speculation in railway shares. Stepan Arkadyevitch described what grouse moors this Malthus had bought in the Tver province, and how they were preserved, and of the carriages and dog-carts in which the shooting party had been driven, and the luncheon pavilion that had been rigged up at the marsh. "I don't understand you," said Levin, sitting up in the hay. "How is it such people don't disgust you? I can understand a lunch with Lafitte is all very pleasant, but don't you dislike just that very sumptuousness? All these people, just like our spirit monopolists in the old days, get their money in a way that gains them the contempt of everyone. They don't care for their contempt, and then they use their dishonest gains to buy off the contempt they have deserved." "Perfectly true," chimed in Vasenka Veslovsky. "Perfectly. Oblonsky, of course, goes out of bonhomie, but other people say, 'Well, Oblonsky stays with them.'" "Not a bit of it." Levin could hear that Oblonsky was smiling as he spoke. "I simply don't consider him more dishonest than any other wealthy merchant or nobleman. They've all made their money alike, by their work and their intelligence." "Oh, by what work? Do you call it work to get hold of concessions and speculate with them?" "Of course it's work. Work in this sense, that if it were not for him and others like him, there would have been no railways. But that's not work like the work of a peasant or a learned profession." "Granted, but it's work in the sense that his activity produces a result, the railways. But of course you think the railways useless." "No, that's another question. I am prepared to admit that they're useful. But all profit that is out of proportion to the labor expended is dishonest. But who is to define what is proportionate?" "Making profit by dishonest means, by trickery," said Levin, conscious that he could not draw a distinct line between honesty and dishonesty. "Such as banking, for instance," he went on. "It's an evil, the amassing of huge fortunes without labor, just the same thing as with the spirit monopolies. It's only the form that's changed. Le roi est mort, vive le roi. No sooner were the spirit monopolies abolished than the railways came up, and banking companies. That, too, is profit without work. Yes, that may all be very true and clever. Lie down, Krak, Stepan Arkadyevitch called to his dog, who was scratching and turning all over the hay. He was obviously convinced of the correctness of his position, and so talked serenely and without haste. But you have not drawn the line between honest and dishonest work. That I receive a bigger salary than my chief clerk, though he knows more about the work than I do, that's dishonest, I suppose? I can't say. Well, but I can tell you, you're receiving some 5,000, let's say, for your work on the land, while our host, the peasant here, however hard he works, can never get more than 50 rubles, is just as dishonest as my earning more than my chief clerk, and Malthus getting more than a station master. No, quite the contrary. I see that society takes up a sort of antagonistic attitude to these people, which is utterly baseless, and I fancy there's envy at the bottom of it. No, that's unfair, said Veslovsky. How could envy come in? There is something not nice about that sort of business. You say, Levin went on, that it's unjust for me to receive 5,000 while the peasant has 50. That's true. It is unfair, and I feel it, but it really is. Why is it we spend our time riding, drinking, shooting, doing nothing, while they are forever at work? Said Vasenka Veslovsky, obviously for the first time in his life reflecting on the question, and consequently considering it with perfect sincerity. Yes, you feel it, but you don't give him your property, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, intentionally, as it seemed, provoking Levin. There had arisen of late something like a secret antagonism between the two brothers-in-law, as though, since they had married sisters, a kind of rivalry had sprung up between them as to which was ordering his life best. And now this hostility showed itself in the conversation, as it began to take a personal note. I don't give it away, because no one demands that from me, and if I wanted to, I could not give it away, answered Levin, and I have no one to give it to. Give it to this peasant, he would not refuse it. Yes, but how am I to give it up? Am I to go to him and make a deed of conveyance? I don't know, but if you are convinced that you have no right, I'm not at all convinced. On the contrary, I feel I have no right to give it up, that I have duties both to the land and to my family. No, excuse me, but if you consider this inequality is unjust, why is it you don't act accordingly? Well, I do act negatively on that idea, so far as not trying to increase the difference of position existing between him and me. No, excuse me, that's a paradox. Yes, there's something of a sophistry about that, Veslovsky agreed. Ah, our host, so you're not asleep yet, he said to the peasant who came into the barn, opening the creaking door. How is it you're not asleep? No, how one is to sleep? I thought our gentlemen would be asleep, but I heard them chattering. I want to get a hook from here. She won't bite, he added, stepping cautiously with his bare feet. And where are you going to sleep? We are going out for the night with the beasts. Ah, what a night, said Veslovsky, looking out at the edge of the hut and the unharnessed wagonette that could be seen in the faint light of the evening glow in the great frame of the open doors. But listen, there are women's voices singing, and on my word, not badly, too. Who's that singing, my friend? That's the maids from hard by here. Let's go, let's have a walk. We shan't go to sleep, you know. Oblonsky, come along. If one could only do both, lie here and go, answered Oblonsky, stretching. It's capital lying here. Well, I shall go by myself, said Veslovsky, getting up eagerly and putting on his shoes and stockings. Good-bye, gentlemen. If it's fun, I'll fetch you. You've treated me to some good sport, and I won't forget you." "He really is a capital fellow, isn't he?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, when Veslovsky had gone out and the peasant had closed the door after him. "Yes, capital," answered Levin, still thinking of the subject of their conversation just before. It seemed to him that he had clearly expressed his thoughts and feelings to the best of his capacity, and yet both of them, straightforward men and not fools, had said with one voice that he was comforting himself with sophistries. This disconcerted him. "It's just this, my dear boy. One must do one of two things. Either admit that the existing order of society is just, and then stick up for one's rights in it, or acknowledge that you are enjoying unjust privileges, as I do, and then enjoy them and be satisfied. No, if it were unjust, you could not enjoy these advantages and be satisfied. At least I could not. The great thing for me is to feel that I'm not to blame." "What do you say? Why not go after all?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, evidently weary of the strain of thought. "We shan't go to sleep, you know. Come, let's go." Levin did not answer. What they had said in the conversation, that he acted justly only in a negative sense, absorbed his thoughts. Can it be that it's only possible to be just negatively? He was asking himself. "How strong the smell of the fresh hay is, though," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, getting up. "There's not a chance of sleeping. Vasenka has been getting up some fun there. Do you hear the laughing in his voice? Hadn't we better go? Come along." "No, I'm not coming," answered Levin. "Surely that's not a matter of principle, too," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling, as he felt about in the dark for his cap. "It's not a matter of principle. But why should I go?" "But do you know you are preparing trouble for yourself?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, finding his cap and getting up. "How so?" "Do you suppose I don't see the line you've taken up with your wife? I heard how it's a question of the greatest consequence, whether or not you are to be away for a couple of days shooting. That's all very well as an idyllic episode, but for your whole life that won't answer. A man must be independent. He has his masculine interests. A man has to be manly," said Oblonsky, opening the door. "In what way? To go running after servant girls?" said Levin. "Why not, if it amuses him? Ce n'est pas conséquence. It won't do my wife any harm, and it'll amuse me. The great thing is to respect the sanctity of the home. There should be nothing in the home. But don't tie your own hands." "Perhaps so," said Levin dryly, and he turned on his side. "Tomorrow, early, I want to go shooting, and I won't wake anyone, and shall set off at daybreak." "Messieurs, venez vite!" Then they heard the voice of Veslovsky coming back. "Charmante! I've made such a discovery! Charmante, a perfect Gretchen, and I've already made friends with her. Really, exceedingly pretty," he declared in a tone of approval, as though she had been made pretty entirely on his account, and he was expressing his satisfaction with the entertainment that had been provided for him. Levin pretended to be asleep, while Oblonsky, putting on his slippers and lighting a cigar, walked out of the barn, and soon their voices were lost. For a long while Levin could not get to sleep. He heard the horses munching hay. Then he heard the peasant and his elder boy getting ready for the night, and going off for the night watch with the beasts. Then he heard the soldier arranging his bed on the other side of the barn, with his nephew, the younger son of their peasant host. He heard the boy in his shrill little voice telling his uncle what he thought about the dogs, who seemed to him huge and terrible creatures, and asking what the dogs were going to hunt the next day, and the soldier in a husky, sleepy voice telling him the sportsmen were going in the morning to the marsh, and would shoot with their guns. And then, to check the boy's questions, he said, "Go to sleep, Vaska, go to sleep, or you'll catch it." And soon after he began snoring himself, and everything was still. He could only hear the snort of the horses and the guttural cry of a snipe. "Is it really only negative?" he repeated to himself. Well, what of it? It's not my fault." And he began thinking about the next day. "Tomorrow I'll go out early, and I'll make a point of keeping cool. There are lots of snipe, and there are grouse too. When I come back there'll be the note from Kitty. Yes, Stiva may be right. I'm not manly with her. I'm tied to her apron strings. Well, it can't be helped. Negative again." Half asleep, he heard the laughter and mirthful talk of Veslovsky and Stepan Arkadyevitch. For an instant he opened his eyes. The moon was up, and in the open doorway, brightly lighted up by the moonlight, they were standing talking. Stepan Arkadyevitch was saying something of the freshness of one girl, comparing her to a freshly peeled nut, and Veslovsky with his infectious laugh was repeating some words, probably said to him by a peasant. "Ah, you do your best to get round her." Levin, half asleep, said, "Gentlemen, tomorrow before daylight," and fell asleep. End of chapter 11. Recording by Jill Wesolowski.
Chapter 12 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Griffiths. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 12. Waking up at earliest dawn, Levin tried to wake his companions. Vasenka, lying on his stomach, with one leg and a stocking thrust out, was sleeping so soundly that he could elicit no response. Oblonsky, half asleep, declined to get up so early. Even Laska, who was asleep, curled up in the hay, got up unwillingly, and lazily stretched out and straightened her hind legs one after the other. Getting on his boots and stockings, taking his gun, and carefully opening the creaking door of the barn, Levin went out into the road. The coachmen were sleeping in their carriages, the horses were dozing. Only one was lazily eating oats, dipping its nose into the manger. It was still grey out of doors. "Why are you up so early, my dear?" the old woman, their hostess, said, coming out of the hut and addressing him affectionately as an old friend. "Going shooting, granny. Do I go this way to the marsh?" "Straight out at the back, by our threshing floor, my dear, and hemp patches. There's a little footpath." Stepping carefully with her sunburnt bare feet, the old woman conducted Levin and moved back the fence for him by the threshing floor. "Straight on and you'll come to the marsh. Our lads drove the cattle there yesterday evening." Laska ran eagerly forward along the little path. Levin followed her with a light, rapid step, continually looking at the sky. He hoped the sun would not be up before he reached the marsh, but the sun did not delay. The moon, which had been bright when he went out, by now shone only like a crescent of quicksilver. The pink flush of dawn, which one could not help seeing before, now had to be sought to be discerned at all. What were before undefined, vague blurs in the distant countryside could now be distinctly seen. They were sheaves of rye. The dew, not visible till the sun was up, wetted Levin's legs and his blouse above his belt in the high-growing, fragrant hemp patch, from which the pollen had already fallen out. In the transparent stillness of morning, the smallest sounds were audible. A bee flew by Levin's ears with the whizzing sound of a bullet. He looked carefully and saw a second and a third. They were all flying from the beehives behind the hedge, and they disappeared over the hemp patch in the direction of the marsh. The path led straight to the marsh. The marsh could be recognized by the mist which rose from it, thicker in one place and thinner in another,
so that the reeds and willow bushes swayed like islands in this mist. At the edge of the marsh and the road, peasant boys and men, who had been herding for the night, were lying, and in the dawn all were asleep under their coats. Not far from them were 3 hobbled horses. One of them clanked a chain. Laska walked beside her master, pressing a little forward and looking round. Passing the sleeping peasants and reaching the first reeds, Levin examined his pistols and let his dog off. One of the horses, a sleek, dark brown 3-year-old, seeing the dog, started away, switched its tail and snorted. The other horses too were frightened, and splashing through the water with their hobbled legs, and drawing their hooves out of the thick mud with a squelching sound, they bounded out of the marsh. Laska stopped, looking ironically at the horses and inquiringly at Levin. Levin patted Laska and whistled as a sign that she might begin. Laska ran joyfully and anxiously through the slush that swayed under her. Running into the marsh among the familiar scents of roots, marsh plants and slime, and the extraneous smell of horse dung, Laska detected at once a smell that pervaded the whole marsh, the scent of that strong-smelling bird that always excited her more than any other. Here and there among the moss and marsh plants this scent was very strong, but it was impossible to determine in which direction it grew stronger or fainter. To find the direction, she had to go farther away from the wind. Not feeling the motion of her legs, Laska bounded with a stiff gallop, so that at each bound she could stop short, to the right, away from the wind that blew from the east before sunrise, and turned facing the wind. Sniffing in the air with dilated nostrils, she felt at once that not their tracks only, but they themselves were here before her, and not one but many. Laska slackened her speed. They were here, but where precisely she could not yet determine. To find the very spot, she began to make a circle, when suddenly her master's voice drew her off. "Laska, here?" he asked, pointing her to a different direction. She stopped, asking him if she had better not go on doing as she had begun. But he repeated his command in an angry voice, pointing to a spot covered with water where there could not be anything. She obeyed him, pretending she was looking so as to please him, went round it, and went back to her former position, and was at once aware of the scent again. Now, when he was not hindering her, she knew what to do, and without looking at what was under her feet, and to her vexation stumbling over a high stump into the water, but righting herself with her strong supple legs, she began making the circle which was to make all clear to her. The scent of them reached her stronger and stronger and more defined, and all at once it became perfectly clear to her that one of them was here, behind this tuft of reeds, 5 paces in front of her. She stopped, and her whole body was still and rigid. On her short legs she could see nothing in front of her, but by the scent she knew it was sitting not more than 5 paces off. She stood still, feeling more and more conscious of it, and enjoying it in anticipation. Her tail was stretched straight and tense, and only wagging at the extreme end. Her mouth was slightly open, her ears raised. One ear had been turned wrong side out as she ran up, and she breathed heavily but warily, and still more warily looked round, but more with her eyes than her head, to her master. He was coming along with the face she knew so well, though the eyes were always terrible to her. He stumbled over the stump as he came, and moved, as she thought, extraordinarily slowly. She thought he came slowly, but he was running. Noticing Laska's special attitude as she crouched on the ground, as it were scratching big prints with her hind paws, and with her mouth slightly open,
Levin knew she was pointing at grouse, and with an inward prayer for luck, especially with the first bird, he ran up to her. Coming quite close up to her, he could from his height look beyond her, and he saw with his eyes what she was seeing with her nose. In a space between two little thickets, to a couple of yards' distance, he could see a grouse. Turning its head, it was listening. Then, lightly preening and folding its wings, it disappeared round a corner with a clumsy wag of its tail. "Fetch it! Fetch it!" shouted Levin, giving Laska a shove from behind. "But I can't go," thought Laska. "Where am I to go? From here I feel them, but if I move forward I shall know nothing of where they are or who they are." But then he shoved her with his knee, and in an excited whisper said, "Fetch it, Laska." "Well, if that's what he wishes, I'll do it, but I can't answer for myself now," she thought, and darted forward as fast as her legs would carry her between the thick bushes. She scented nothing now, she could only see and hear, without understanding anything. 10 paces from her former place a grouse rose with a guttural cry and the peculiar round sound of its wings, and immediately after the shot it splashed heavily with its white breast on the wet mire. Another bird did not linger, but rose behind Levin without the dog. When Levin turned towards it, it was already some way off, but his shot caught it. Flying 20 paces further, the second grouse rose upward, and whirling round like a ball, dropped heavily on a dry place. "Come, this is going to be some good," thought Levin, packing the warm and fat grouse into his game bag. "Eh, Laska, will it be good?" When Levin, after loading his gun, moved on, the sun had fully risen, though unseen behind the storm clouds. The moon had lost all of its lustre, and was like a white cloud in the sky. Not a single star could be seen. The sedge, silvery with dew before, now shone like gold. The stagnant pools were all like amber. The blue of the grass had changed to yellow-green. The marsh birds twittered and swarmed about the brook and upon the bushes that glittered with dew and cast long shadows. A hawk woke up and settled on a haycock, turning its head from side to side and looking discontentedly at the marsh. Crows were flying about the field, and a bare-legged boy was driving the horses to an old man who had got up from under his long coat and was combing his hair. The smoke from the gun was white as milk over the green of the grass. One of the boys ran up to Levin. "Uncle, there were ducks here yesterday," he shouted to him, and he walked a little way off behind him. And Levin was doubly pleased, in sight of the boy who expressed his approval, at killing 3 snipe, one after another, straight off. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Griffiths. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 13. The sportsman's saying that if the first beast or the first bird is not missed, the day will be lucky, turned out correct. At 10 o'clock, Levin, weary, hungry, and happy, after a tramp of 20 miles, returned to his night's lodging with 19 head of fine game and 1 duck, which he tied to his belt, as it would not go into the game bag. His companions had long been awake, and had had time to get hungry and have breakfast. Wait a bit, I know there are 19, said Levin, counting a second time over the grouse and snipe.
that looked so much less important now, bent and dry and blood-stained, with heads crooked aside, than they did when they were flying. The number was verified, and Stepan Arkadyevitch's envy pleased Levin. He was pleased too, on returning, to find the man sent by Kitty with a note was already there. "I am perfectly well and happy. If you were uneasy about me, you can feel easier than ever. I've a new bodyguard, Marya Vlasyevna." This was the midwife, a new and important personage in Levin's domestic life. "She has come to have a look at me. She found me perfectly well, and we have kept her till you are back. All are happy and well, and please don't be in a hurry to come back, but if the sport is good, stay another day." These two pleasures, his lucky shooting and the letter from his wife, were so great that two slightly disagreeable incidents passed lightly over Levin. One was that the chestnut trace horse, who had been unmistakably overworked on the previous day, was off his feed and out of sorts. The coachman said he was overdriven yesterday, Konstantin Dmitrievitch. Yes, indeed, driven 10 miles with no sense. The other unpleasant incident, which for the first minute destroyed his good humor, though later he laughed at it a great deal, was to find that of all the provisions Kitty had provided in such abundance that one would have thought there was enough for a week, nothing was left. On his way back, tired and hungry from shooting, Levin had so distinct a vision of meat pies that as he approached the hut he seemed to smell and taste them, as Laska had smelt the game, and he immediately told Philip to give him some. It appeared that there were no pies left, nor even any chicken. "Well, this fellow's appetite!" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, laughing and pointing at Vassenka Veslovsky. "I never suffer from loss of appetite, but he's really marvelous." "Well, it can't be helped," said Levin, looking gloomily at Veslovsky. "Well, Philip, give me some beef then." "The beef's been eaten and the bones given to the dogs," answered Philip. Levin was so hurt that he said in a tone of vexation, "You might have left me something," and he felt ready to cry. "Then put away the game," he said in a shaking voice to Philip, trying not to look at Vassenka, "and cover them with some nettles, and you might at least ask for some milk for me." But when he had drunk some milk, he felt ashamed immediately at having shown his annoyance to a stranger, and he began to laugh at his hungry mortification. In the evening they went shooting again, and Veslovsky had several successful shots, and in the night they drove home. Their homeward journey was as lively as their drive out had been. Veslovsky sang songs and related with enjoyment his adventures with the peasants, who had regaled him with vodka and said to him, "Excuse our homely ways," and his night's adventures with the kiss in the ring and the servant girl and the peasant, who had asked him was he married, and on learning that he was not, said to him, "Well, mind you don't run after other men's wives, you'd better get one of your own." These words had particularly amused Veslovsky. "Altogether I've enjoyed our outing awfully. And you, Levin?" "I have, very much," Levin said quite sincerely. It was particularly delightful to him to have got rid of the hostility he had been feeling towards Vassenka Veslovsky at home, and to feel instead the most friendly disposition to him. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Griffiths. Anna Karenina, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 14. Next day at 10 o'clock, Levin, who had already gone his rounds, knocked at the room where Vassenka had been put for the night. "Entrez!" Veslovsky called to him. "Excuse me, I've only just finished my ablutions," he said, smiling, standing before him in his underclothes only. "Don't mind me, please." Levin sat down in the window. "Have you slept well?" "Like the dead." "What sort of day is it for shooting?" "What will you take, tea or coffee?" "Neither. I'll wait till lunch. I'm really ashamed. I suppose the ladies are down? A walk now would be capital. You show me your horses." After walking about the garden, visiting the stable, and even doing some gymnastic exercises together on the parallel bars, Levin returned to the house with his guest, and went with him into the drawing-room. "We had splendid shooting, and so many delightful experiences," said Veslovsky, going up to Kitty, who was sitting at the samovar. "What a pity ladies are cut off from these delights." "Well, I suppose he must say something to the lady of the house," Levin said to himself. Again he fancied something in the smile, in the all-conquering air with which their guest addressed Kitty. The princess, sitting on the other side of the table with Marya Vlasyevna and Stepan Arkadyevitch, called Levin to her side and began to talk to him about moving to Moscow for Kitty's confinement, and getting ready rooms for them. Just as Levin had disliked all the trivial preparations for his wedding, as derogatory to the grandeur of the event, now he felt still more offensive the preparations for the approaching birth, the date of which they reckoned, it seemed, on their fingers. He tried to turn a deaf ear to these discussions of the best patterns of long clothes for the coming baby, tried to turn away and avoid seeing the mysterious endless strips of knitting, the triangles of linen, and so on, to which Dolly attached special importance. The birth of a son, he was certain it would be a son, which was promised him, but which he still could not believe in, so marvelous it seemed, presented itself to his mind on one hand as a happiness so immense, and therefore so incredible, on the other as an event so mysterious that this assumption of a definite knowledge of what would be, and consequent preparation for it, as for something ordinary that did happen to people, jarred on him as confusing and humiliating. But the princess did not understand his feelings, and put down his reluctance to think and talk about it to carelessness and indifference, and so she gave him no peace. She had commissioned Stepan Arkadyevitch to look at a fiat, and now she called Levin up. "I know nothing about it, princess. Do as you think fit," he said. "You must decide when you will move." "I really don't know. I know millions of children are born away from Moscow, and doctors, why...." "But if so...." "Oh, no, as Kitty wishes." "We can't talk to Kitty about it. Do you want me to frighten her? Why, this spring Natalia Golitzina died from having an ignorant doctor." "I will do just what you say," he said gloomily. The princess began talking to him, but he did not hear her. Though the conversation with the princess had indeed jarred upon him, he was gloomy, not on account of that conversation, but from what he saw at the samovar. "No, it's impossible," he thought, glancing now and then at Vassenka bending over Kitty, telling her something with his charming smile, and at her, flushed and disturbed. There was something not nice in Vassenka's attitude, in his eyes, in his smile. Levin even saw something not nice in Kitty's attitude and look. And again the light died away in his eyes. Again, as before, all of a sudden, without the slightest transition, he felt cast down from a pinnacle of happiness, peace, and dignity into an abyss of despair, rage, and humiliation. and again everything and everyone had become hateful to him. "You do just as you think best, Princess," he said again, looking round. "Heavy is the cap of Monomach," Stepan Arkadyevitch said playfully, hinting evidently not simply at the princess's conversation, but at the cause of Levin's agitation which he had noticed. "How late you are today, Dolly!" Everyone got up to greet Darya Alexandrovna. Vassenka only rose for an instant, and with the lack of courtesy to ladies characteristic of the modern young man, he scarcely bowed, and resumed his conversation again, laughing at something. "I've been worried about Masha. She did not sleep well and is dreadfully tiresome today," said Dolly. The conversation Vassenka had started with Kitty was running on the same lines as on the previous evening, discussing Anna, and whether love is to be put higher than worldly considerations. Kitty disliked the conversation, and she was disturbed both by the subject and the tone in which it was conducted, and also by the knowledge of the effect it would have on her husband. But she was too simple and innocent to know how to cut short this conversation, or even to conceal the superficial pleasure afforded her by the young man's very obvious admiration. She wanted to stop it, but she did not know what to do. Whatever she did, she knew would be observed by her husband and the worst interpretation put on it. And, in fact, when she asked Dolly what was wrong with Masha, and Vassenka, waiting till this uninteresting conversation was over, began to gaze indifferently at Dolly, the question struck Levin as an unnatural and disgusting piece of hypocrisy. "What do you say? Shall we go and look for mushrooms today?" said Dolly. "By all means, please, and I shall come too," said Kitty, and she blushed. She wanted from politeness to ask Vassenka whether he would come, and she did not ask him. "Where are you going, Kostya?" she asked her husband, with a guilty face, as he passed by her with a resolute step. This guilty air confirmed all his suspicions. "The mechanician came when I was away. I haven't seen him yet," he said, not looking at her. He went downstairs, but before he had time to leave his study, he heard his wife's familiar footsteps running with reckless speed to him. "What do you want?" he said to her shortly. "We're busy." "I beg your pardon," she said to the German mechanician. "I want a few words with my husband." The German would have left the room, but Levin said to him, "Don't disturb yourself." "The train is at 3, queried the German. "I mustn't be late." Levin did not answer him, but walked out himself with his wife. "Well, what have you to say to me?" he said to her in French. He did not look her in the face, and did not care to see that she in her condition was trembling all over, and had a piteous, crushed look. I want to say that we can't go on like this, that this is misery," she said. "The servants are here at the sideboard," he said angrily. "Don't make a scene." "Well, let's go in here." They were standing in the passage. Kitty would have gone into the next room, but there the English governess was giving Tanya a lesson. "Well, come into the garden." In the garden they came upon a peasant weeding the path, and no longer considering that the peasant could see her tear-stained and his agitated face, that they looked like people fleeing from some disaster, they went on with rapid steps, feeling that they must speak out and clear up misunderstandings, must be alone together, and so get rid of the misery they were both feeling. "We can't go on like this. It's misery. I'm wretched, you're wretched. What for?" she said when they had at last reached a solitary garden seat at a turn in the lime tree avenue. "But tell me one thing. Was there in his tone anything unseemly, not nice, humiliatingly horrible?" he said, standing before her again in the same position, with his clenched fists on his chest, as he had stood before her that night.
"Yes," she said in a shaking voice. "But, Kostya, surely you see I'm not to blame. All the morning I've been trying to take a tone. But such people! Why did he come? How happy we were!" she said, breathless with the sobs that shook her. Although nothing had been pursuing them, and there was nothing to run away from, and they could not possibly have found anything very delightful on that garden seat, the gardener saw with astonishment that they passed him on their way home with comforted and radiant faces. Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Griffiths. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 15. After escorting his wife upstairs, Levin went to Dolly's part of the house. Darya Alexandrovna, for her part, was in great distress too that day. She was walking about the room, talking angrily to a little girl who stood in the corner roaring. "And you shall stand all day in the corner, and have your dinner all alone, and not see one of your dolls, and I won't make you a new frock," she said, not knowing how to punish her. "Oh, she is a disgusting child!" She turned to Levin. "Where does she get such wicked propensities?" "Why, what has she done?" Levin said without much interest, for he had wanted to ask her advice, and so was annoyed that he had come at an unlucky moment. "Grisha and she went into the raspberries, and there, I can't tell you really what she did. It's a thousand pities Miss Elliot's not with us. This one sees to nothing. She's a machine. Figurez-vous que la petite?" And Darya Alexandrovna described Masha's crime. "That proves nothing. It's not a question of evil propensities at all. It's simply mischief," Levin assured her. "But you are upset about something. What have you come for?" asked Dolly. "What's going on there?" And in the tone of her question, Levin heard that it would be easy for him to say what he had meant to say. "I've not been in there. I've been alone in the garden with Kitty. We've had a quarrel for the second time since Stiva came." Dolly looked at him with her shrewd, comprehending eyes. "Come, tell me, honor bright, has there been, not in Kitty, but in that gentleman's behavior, a tone which might be unpleasant, not unpleasant, but horrible, offensive to a husband? You mean, how shall I say? Stay in the corner," she said to Masha, who, detecting a faint smile in her mother's face, had been turning round. "The opinion of the world would be that he is behaving as young men do behave. Il fait la cour à une jeune et jolie femme, and a husband who's a man of the world should only be flattered by it." Yes, said Levin gloomily, "but you noticed it." "Not only I, but Stiva noticed it. Just after breakfast he said to me in so many words, 'Je crois que Veslovsky fait un petit brin de cour Kitty.'" "Well, that's all right then. Now I'm satisfied. I'll send him away," said Levin. "What do you mean? Are you crazy?" Dolly cried in horror. "Nonsense, Kostya. Only think," she said, laughing. "You can go now to Fanny," she said to Masha. "No, if you wish it, I'll speak to Stiva. He'll take him away. He can say you're expecting visitors. Altogether he doesn't fit into the house." No, I'll do it myself." "But you quarrel with him?" "Not a bit. I shall so enjoy it," Levin said, his eyes flashing with real enjoyment. "Come, forgive her, Dolly, she won't do it again," he said of the little sinner who had not gone to Fanny, but was standing irresolutely before her mother, waiting and looking up from under her brows to catch her mother's eye. The mother glanced at her, the child broke into sobs, hid her face on her mother's lap, and Dolly laid her thin tender hand on her head. "And what is there in common between us and him?" thought Levin, and he went off to look for Veslovsky. As he passed through the passage, he gave orders for the carriage to be got ready to drive to the station. "The spring was broken yesterday," said the footman. "Well, the covered trap then, and make haste. Where's the visitor?" "The gentleman's gone to his room." Levin came upon Veslovsky at the moment when the latter, having unpacked his things from his trunk and laid out some new songs, was putting on his gaiters to go out riding. Whether there was something exceptional in Levin's face, or that Vassenka was himself conscious that ce petit brin de cour he was making was out of place in this family, but he was somewhat, as much as a young man in society can be, disconcerted at Levin's entrance. "You ride in gaiters?" "Yes, it's much cleaner," said Vassenka, putting his fat leg on a chair, fastening the bottom hook, and smiling with simple-hearted good humor. He was undoubtedly a good-natured fellow, and Levin felt sorry for him and ashamed of himself as his host when he saw the shy look on Vassenka's face. On the table lay a piece of stick which they had broken together that morning, trying their strength. Levin took the fragment in his hands and began smashing it up, breaking bits off the stick, not knowing how to begin. "I wanted..." He paused, but suddenly, remembering Kitty and everything that had happened, he said, looking him resolutely in the face, "I have ordered the horses to be put to for you." "How so?" Vassenka began in surprise. "To drive where?" "For you to drive to the station," Levin said gloomily. "Are you going away, or has something happened?" "It happens that I expect visitors," said Levin, his strong fingers more and more rapidly breaking off the ends of the split stick. "And I'm not expecting visitors, and nothing has happened, but I beg you to go away. You can explain my rudeness as you like." Vassenka drew himself up. "I beg you to explain," he said with dignity, understanding at last. "I can't explain," Levin said softly and deliberately, trying to control the trembling of his jaw, "and you'd better not ask." And as the split ends were all broken off, Levin clutched the thick ends in his finger, broke the stick in two, and carefully caught the end as it fell. Probably the sight of those nervous fingers, of the muscles he had proved that morning at gymnastics, of the glittering eyes, the soft voice, and quivering jaws, convinced Vassenka better than any words. He bowed, shrugging his shoulders and smiling contemptuously. "Can I not see Oblonsky?" The shrug and the smile did not irritate Levin. What else was there for him to do, he thought. "I'll send him to you at once." "What madness is this?" Stepan Arkadyevitch said when, after hearing from his friend that he was being turned out of the house, he found Levin in the garden, where he was walking about waiting for his guest's departure. "Mais c'est ridicule! What fly has stung you? Mais c'est du dernier ridicule! What do you think? If a young man..." But the place where Levin had been stung was evidently still sore, for he turned pale again when Stepan Arkadyevitch would have enlarged on the reason, and he himself cut him short. "Please don't go into it. I can't help it. I feel ashamed of how I'm treating you and him. But it won't be, I imagine, a great grief to him to go, and his presence was distasteful to me and my wife." "But it's insulting to him. Et puis c'est ridicule." "And to me it's both insulting and distressing. And I'm not at fault in any way, and there's no need for me to suffer." "Well, this I didn't expect of you. On peut être jaloux, mais à ce point, c'est du dernier ridicule." Levin turned quickly and walked away from him into the depth of the avenue, and he went on walking up and down alone. Soon he heard the rumble of the trap,
and saw from behind the trees how Vassenka, sitting in the hay, unluckily there was no seat in the trap, in his Scotch cap, was driven along the avenue, jolting up and down over the ruts. "What's this?" Levin thought, when a footman ran out of the house and stopped the trap. It was the mechanician, whom Levin had totally forgotten. The mechanician, bowing low, said something to Veslovsky, then clambered into the trap, and they drove off together. Stepan Arkadyevitch and the princess were much upset by Levin's action, and he himself felt not only in the highest degree ridiculed, but also utterly guilty and disgraced. But remembering what sufferings he and his wife had been through, when he asked himself how he should act another time, he answered that he should do just the same again. In spite of all this, towards the end of the day, everyone except the princess, who could not pardon Levin's action, became extraordinarily lively and good-humoured, like children after a punishment, or grown-up people after a dreary, ceremonious reception, so that by the evening Vassenka's dismissal was spoken of, in the absence of the princess, as though it were some remote event. And Dolly, who had inherited her father's gift of humorous story-telling, made Varenka helpless with laughter as she related for the third and fourth time, always with fresh humorous additions, how she had only just put on her new shoes for the benefit of the visitor, and on going into the drawing-room, heard suddenly the rumble of the trap. And who should be in the trap but Vassenka himself, with his Scotch cap and his songs and his gaiters and all, sitting in the hay. "If only you'd ordered out the carriage, but no, and then I hear, 'Stop!' Oh, I thought they've relented. I look out, and behold, a fat German being sat down by him and driving away, and my new shoes all for nothing." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Griffiths. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 16. Darya Alexandrovna carried out her intention and went to see Anna. She was sorry to annoy her sister and to do anything Levin disliked. She quite understood how right the Levins were in not wishing to have anything to do with Vronsky. But she felt she must go and see Anna, and show her that her feelings could not be changed in spite of the change in her position. That she might be independent of the Levins in this expedition, Darya Alexandrovna sent to the village to hire horses for the drive, but Levin, learning of it, went to her to protest. "What makes you suppose that I dislike your going? But even if I did dislike it, I should still more dislike your not taking my horses," he said. "You never told me that you were going for certain. Hiring horses in the village is disagreeable to me, and what's of more importance, they'll undertake the job and never get you there. I have horses, and if you don't want to wound me, you'll take mine." Darya Alexandrovna had to consent, and on the day fixed Levin had ready for his sister-in-law a set of 4 horses and relays, getting them together from the farm, and saddle horses, not at all a smart-looking set, but capable of taking Darya Alexandrovna the whole distance in a single day. At that moment, when horses were wanted for the princess, who was going, and for the midwife, it was a difficult matter for Levin to make up the number, but the duties of hospitality would not let him allow Darya Alexandrovna to hire horses when staying at his house. Moreover,
he was well aware that the 20 roubles that would be asked for the journey were a serious matter for her. Darya Alexandrovna's pecuniary affairs, which were in a very unsatisfactory state, were taken to heart by the Levins as if they were their own. Darya Alexandrovna, by Levin's advice, started before daybreak. The road was good, the carriage comfortable, the horses trotted along merrily, and on the box, besides the coachman, sat the counting-house clerk, whom Levin was sending instead of a groom for greater security. Darya Alexandrovna dozed and waked up only on reaching the inn where the horses were to be changed. After drinking tea at the same well-to-do peasants with whom Levin had stayed on the way to Sviazhsky's, and chatting with the woman about their children, and with the old man about Count Vronsky, whom the latter praised very highly, Darya Alexandrovna, at 10 o'clock, went on again. At home, looking after her children, she had no time to think. So now, after this journey of 4 hours, all the thoughts she had suppressed before rushed swarming into her brain, and she thought over all her life as she never had before, and from the most different points of view. Her thoughts seemed strange even to herself. At first she thought about the children, about whom she was uneasy, although the princess and Kitty (she reckoned more upon her) had promised to look after them. If only Masha does not begin her naughty tricks, if Grisha isn't kicked by a horse, and Lily's stomach isn't upset again, she thought. But these questions of the present were succeeded by questions of the immediate future. She began thinking how she had to get a new flat in Moscow for the coming winter, to renew the drawing-room furniture, and to make her elder girl a cloak. Then questions of the more remote future occurred to her, how she was to place her children in the world. The girls were all right, she thought, but the boys? It's very well that I'm teaching Grisha, but of course that's only because I am free myself now, I'm not with child. Stiva, of course, there's no counting on. And with the help of good-natured friends I can bring them up. But if there's another baby coming...." And the thought struck her how untruly it was said that the curse laid on women was that in sorrow she should bring forth children. "The birth itself, that's nothing, but the months of carrying the child, that's what's so intolerable," she thought, picturing to herself her last pregnancy and the death of the last baby. And she recalled the conversation she had just had with the young woman at the inn. On being asked whether she had any children, the handsome young woman had answered cheerfully, "I had a baby girl, but God set me free. I buried her last Lent." "Well, did you grieve very much for her?" asked Darya Alexandrovna. "Why grieve? The old man has grandchildren enough as it is. It was only a trouble, no working nor nothing, only a tie." This answer had struck Darya Alexandrovna as revolting, in spite of the good-natured and pleasing face of the young woman. But now she could not help recalling these words. In those cynical words there was indeed a grain of truth. Yes, altogether, thought Darya Alexandrovna, looking back over her whole existence during those 15 years of her married life, pregnancy, sickness, mental incapacity, indifference to everything, and, most of all, hideousness. Kitty, young and pretty as she is, even Kitty has lost her looks. And I, when I'm with child, become hideous, I know it. The birth, the agony, the hideous agonies, that last moment, then the nursing, the sleepless nights, the fearful pains. Darya Alexandrovna shuddered at the mere recollection of the pain from sore breasts which she had suffered with almost every child. Then the children's illnesses, that everlasting apprehension, then bringing them up, evil propensities. She thought of little Masha's crime among the raspberries. Education, Latin,
It's all so incomprehensible and difficult, and on the top of it all, the death of these children." And there rose again before her imagination the cruel memory, that always tore her mother's heart, of the death of her last little baby, who had died of croup, his funeral, the callous indifference of all at the little pink coffin, and her own torn heart, and her lonely anguish at the sight of the pale little brow with its projecting temples, and the open wondering little mouth seen in the coffin at the moment when it was being covered with the little pink lid with a cross braided on it. "And all this, what's it for? What is to come of it all? That I'm wasting my life, never having a moment's peace either with child or nursing a child, forever irritable, peevish, wretched myself and worrying others, repulsive to my husband, while the children are growing up unhappy, badly educated, and penniless. Even now, if it weren't for spending the summer at the Levins', I don't know how we should be managing to live. Of course Kostya and Kitty have so much tact that we don't feel it, but it can't go on. They'll have children, they won't be able to keep us. It's a drag on them as it is. How is Papa, who has hardly anything left for himself, to help us? So that I can't even bring the children up by myself, and may find it hard with the help of other people, at the cost of humiliation. Why, even if we suppose the greatest good luck, that the children don't die and I bring them up somehow, at the very best they'll simply be decent people. That's all I can hope for. And to gain simply that, what agonies, what toil, one's whole life ruined." Again she recalled what the young peasant woman had said, and again she was revolted at the thought, but she could not help admitting that there was a grain of brutal truth in the words. "Is it far now, Mihail?" Darya Alexandrovna asked the counting-house clerk, to turn her mind from thoughts that were frightening her. "From this village they say it's 5 miles." The carriage drove along the village street and onto a bridge. On the bridge was a crowd of peasant women with coils of ties for the sheaves on their shoulders, gaily and noisily chattering. They stood still on the bridge, staring inquisitively at the carriage. All the faces turned to Darya Alexandrovna looked to her healthy and happy, making her envious of their enjoyment of life. "They're all living, they're all enjoying life," Darya Alexandrovna still mused when she had passed the peasant women and was driving uphill again at a trot, seated comfortably on the soft springs of the old carriage, "while I, let out, as it were, from prison, from the world of worries that fret me to death, am only looking about me now for an instant. They all live, those peasant women, and my sister Natalia, and Varenka and Anna, whom I'm going to see. All, but not I. And they attack Anna. What for? Am I any better? I have anyway a husband I love, not as I should like to love him, still I do love him, while Anna never loved hers. How is she to blame? She wants to live. God has put that in our hearts. Very likely I should have done the same. Even to this day I don't feel sure I did right in listening to her at that terrible time when she came to me in Moscow. I ought then to have cast off my husband and have begun my life fresh. I might have loved and have been loved in reality. And is it any better as it is? I don't respect him. He's necessary to me," she thought about her husband, "and I put up with him. Is that any better? At that time I could still have been admired. I had beauty left me still." Darya Alexandrovna pursued her thoughts, and she would have liked to look at herself in the looking-glass. She had a traveling looking-glass in her handbag, and she wanted to take it out, but looking at the backs of the coachman and the swaying counting-house clerk,
She felt that she would be ashamed if either of them were to look round, and she did not take out the glass. But without looking in the glass, she thought that even now it was not too late, and she thought of Sergey Ivanovitch, who was always particularly attentive to her, of Stiva's good-hearted friend, Turovtsin, who had helped her nurse her children through the scarlatina, and was in love with her. And there was someone else, a quite young man who, her husband had told it as a joke, thought her more beautiful than either of her sisters. And the most passionate and impossible romances rose before Darya Alexandrovna's imagination. Anna did quite right, and certainly I shall never reproach her for it. She is happy, she makes another person happy, and she's not broken down as I am, but most likely just as she always was, bright, clever, open to every impression, thought Darya Alexandrovna. And a sly smile curved her lips, for as she pondered on Anna's love affair, Darya Alexandrovna constructed on parallel lines an almost identical love affair for herself, with an imaginary composite figure, the ideal man who was in love with her. She, like Anna, confessed the whole affair to her husband, and the amazement and perplexity of Stepan Arkadyevitch at this avowal made her smile. In such daydreams she reached the turning of the high road that led to Vozvidenskoe. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 17. The coachman pulled up his 4 horses and looked round to the right, to a field of rye, where some peasants were sitting on a cart. The counting-house clerk was just going to jump down, but on second thoughts he shouted peremptorily to the peasants instead, and beckoned to them to come up. The wind, that seemed to blow as they drove, dropped when the carriage stood still. Gadflies settled on the steaming horses that angrily shook them off. The metallic clank of a whetstone against the scythe that came to them from the cart ceased. One of the peasants got up and came towards the carriage. "Well, you are slow!" the counting-house clerk shouted angrily, as the peasant, who was stepping slowly with his bare feet over the ruts of the rough dry road. "Come along, do." A curly-haired old man with a bit of bast tied round his hair, and his bent back dark with perspiration, came towards the carriage, quickening his steps, and took hold of the mud-guard with his sunburnt hand. "Vozvidenskoe, the manor-house, the count's," he repeated. "Go to the end of this track, then turn to the left, straight along the avenue, and you'll come right upon it. But whom do you want?" "The count himself." "Well, are they at home, my good man?" Darya Alexandrovna said vaguely, not knowing how to ask about Anna, even of this peasant. "At home for sure," said the peasant, shifting from one bare foot to the other, and leaving a distinct print of 5 toes and a heel in the dust. "Sure to be at home," he repeated, evidently eager to talk. "Only yesterday visitors arrived. There's a sight of visitors come. What do you want?" He turned round and called to a lad who was shouting something to him from the cart. "Oh, they all rode by here not long ago to look at a reaping machine. They'll be home by now. And who will you be belonging to?" "We've come a long way," said the coachman, climbing onto the box, "so it's not far. I tell you it's just here, as soon as you get out," he said, keeping hold all the while of the carriage. A healthy-looking, broad-shouldered young fellow came up too. "What, is it labourers they want for the harvest?" he asked. "I don't know, my boy." "So you keep to the left and you'll come right on it," said the peasant, unmistakably loath to let the travellers go and eager to converse. The coachman started the horses, but they were only just turning off when the peasant shouted, "Stop! Hi, friend, stop!" called the two voices. The coachman stopped. "They're coming, they're yonder," shouted the peasant. "See what a turnout," he said, pointing to 4 persons on horseback and 2 in a char-à-banc coming along the road. They were Vronsky with a jockey, Veslovsky and Anna on horseback, and Princess Varvara and Sviazhsky in the char-à-banc. They had gone out to look at the working of a new reaping machine. When the carriage stopped, the party on horseback were coming at a walking pace. Anna was in front beside Veslovsky. Anna, quietly walking her horse, a sturdy English cob with cropped mane and short tail, her beautiful head with her black hair straying loose under her high hat, her full shoulders, her slender waist in her black riding habit, and all the ease and grace of her deportment impressed Dolly. For the first minute it seemed to her unsuitable for Anna to be on horseback. The conception of riding on horseback for a lady was, in Darya Alexandrovna's mind, associated with ideas of youthful flirtation and frivolity, which, in her opinion, was unbecoming in Anna's position. But when she had scrutinized her, seeing her closer, she was at once reconciled to her riding. In spite of her elegance, everything was so simple, quiet, and dignified in the attitude, the dress, and the movements of Anna, that nothing could have been more natural. Beside Anna, on a hot-looking grey cavalry horse, was Vasenka Veslovsky in his Scotch cap with floating ribbons, his stout legs stretched out in front, obviously pleased with his own appearance. Darya Alexandrovna could not suppress a good-humoured smile as she recognized him. Behind him rode Vronsky on a dark bay mare, obviously heated from galloping. He was holding her in, pulling at the reins. After him rode a little man in the dress of a jockey. Sviazhsky and Princess Varvara, in the new char-à-banc, with a big raven-black trotting horse, overtook the party on horseback. Anna's face suddenly beamed with a joyful smile at the instant when, in the little figure huddled in a corner of the old carriage, she recognized Dolly. She uttered a cry, started in the saddle, and set her horse into a gallop. On reaching the carriage she jumped off without assistance, and holding up her riding habit, she ran up to greet Dolly. "I thought it was you, and dared not think it. How delightful! You can't fancy how glad I am," she said, at one moment pressing her face against Dolly and kissing her, and at the next holding her off and examining her with a smile. "Here's a delightful surprise, Alexey," she said, looking round at Vronsky, who had dismounted and was walking towards them. Vronsky, taking off his tall grey hat, went up to Dolly. "You wouldn't believe how glad we are to see you," he said, giving peculiar significance to the words, and showing his strong white teeth in a smile. Vasenka Veslovsky, without getting off his horse, took off his cap and greeted the visitor by gleefully waving the ribbons over his head. "That's Princess Varvara," Anna said in reply to a glance of inquiry from Dolly, as the char-à-banc drove up. "Ah," said Darya Alexandrovna, and unconsciously her face betrayed her dissatisfaction. Princess Varvara was her husband's aunt, and she had long known her and did not respect her. She knew that Princess Varvara had passed her whole life toadying on her rich relations, but that she should now be sponging on Vronsky, a man who was nothing to her, mortified Dolly on account of her kinship with her husband. Anna noticed Dolly's expression and was disconcerted by it. She blushed, dropped her riding habit, and stumbled over it. Darya Alexandrovna went up to the char-à-banc and coldly greeted Princess Varvara. Sviazhsky, too, she knew. He inquired how his queer friend with a young wife was, and running his eyes over the ill-matched horses and the carriage with its patched mud-guards, proposed to the ladies that they should get into the char-à-banc. "And I'll get into this vehicle," he said. "The horse is quiet, and the princess drives capitally." "No, stay as you are," said Anna, coming up, "and we'll go in the carriage," and taking Dolly's arm she drew her away. Darya Alexandrovna's eyes were fairly dazzled by the elegant carriage of a pattern she had never seen before, the splendid horses, and the elegant and gorgeous people surrounding her. But what struck her most of all was the change that had taken place in Anna, whom she knew so well and loved. Any other woman, a less close observer, not knowing Anna before, or not having thought as Darya Alexandrovna had been thinking on the road, would not have noticed anything special in Anna. But now Dolly was struck by that temporary beauty which is only found in women during the moments of love, and which she saw now in Anna's face. Everything in her face, the clearly marked dimples in her cheeks and chin, the line of her lips, the smile which, as it were, fluttered about her face, the brilliance of her eyes, the grace and rapidity of her movements, the fullness of the notes of her voice, even the manner in which, with a sort of angry friendliness, she answered Veslovsky when he asked permission to get on her cob, so as to teach it to gallop with the right leg foremost, it was all peculiarly fascinating, and seemed as if she were herself aware of it, and rejoicing in it. When both the women were seated in the carriage, a sudden embarrassment came over both of them. Anna was disconcerted by the intent look of inquiry Dolly fixed upon her. Dolly was embarrassed because after Sviazhsky's phrase about "this vehicle," she could not help feeling ashamed of the dirty old carriage in which Anna was sitting with her. The coachman Philip and the counting-house clerk were experiencing the same sensation. The counting-house clerk, to conceal his confusion, busied himself settling the ladies, but Philip the coachman became sullen, and was bracing himself not to be overawed in future by this external superiority. He smiled ironically, looking at the raven horse, and was already deciding in his own mind that this smart trotter in the char-à-banc was only good for promenade, and wouldn't do 30 miles straight off in the heat. The peasants had all got up from the cart and were inquisitively and mirthfully staring at the meeting of the friends, making their comments on it. "They're pleased too. Haven't seen each other for a long while," said the curly-headed old man with a bast round his hair. "I say, Uncle Gerasim, if we could take that raven horse now to cart the corn, that'd be quick work." "Look-ye, is that a woman in breeches?" said one of them, pointing to Vasenka Veslovsky sitting in a side saddle. "Nay, a man. See how smartly he's going it. Eh, lads, seems we're not going to sleep then." "What chance of sleep to-day?" said the old man, with a sidelong glance at the sun. "Midday's past, look-ye. Get your hooks and come along." End of Chapter 17. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 18 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 18. Anna looked at Dolly's thin, careworn face with its wrinkles filled with dust from the road, and she was on the point of saying what she was thinking, that is, that Dolly had got thinner. But, conscious that she herself had grown handsomer, and that Dolly's eyes were telling her so, she sighed and began to speak about herself. "You were looking at me," she said, "and wondering how I can be happy in my position. Well, it's shameful to confess, but I'm inexcusably happy. Something magical has happened to me, like a dream, when you're frightened, panic-stricken, and all of a sudden you wake up and all the horrors are no more. I have waked up. I have lived through the misery, the dread, and now for a long while past, especially since we've been here, I've been so happy," she said, with a timid smile of inquiry, looking at Dolly. "How glad I am," said Dolly, smiling, involuntarily speaking more coldly than she wanted to. "I'm very glad for you. Why haven't you written to me?" "Why? Because I hadn't the courage. You forget my position." "To me? Hadn't the courage? If you knew how I look at." Darya Alexandrovna wanted to express her thoughts of the morning, but for some reason it seemed to her now out of place to do so. "But of that we'll talk later. What's this? What are all these buildings?" she asked, wanting to change the conversation, and pointing to the red and green roofs that came into view behind the green hedges of acacia and lilac. Quite a little town. But Anna did not answer. "No, no. How do you look at my position? What do you think of it?" she asked. "I consider..." Darya Alexandrovna was beginning, but at that instant Vassenka Veslovsky, having brought the cob to gallop with the right leg foremost, galloped past them, bumping heavily up and down in his short jacket on the chamois leather of the side saddle. "He's doing it, Anna Arkadyevna!" he shouted. Anna did not even glance at him, but again it seemed to Darya Alexandrovna out of place to enter upon such a long conversation in the carriage, and so she cut short her thoughts. "I don't think anything," she said, "but I always loved you, and if one loves anyone, one loves the whole person, just as they are, and not as one would like them to be." Anna, taking her eyes off her friend's face and dropping her eyelids, this was a new habit Dolly had not seen in her before, pondered, trying to penetrate the full significance of the words, and obviously interpreting them as she would have wished, she glanced at Dolly. "If you had any sins," she said, "they would all be forgiven you for your coming to see me and these words." And Dolly saw that tears stood in her eyes. She pressed Anna's hand in silence. "Well, what are these buildings? How many are there of them?" After a moment's silence she repeated her question. "These are the servants' houses, barns and stables," answered Anna, "and there the park begins. It had all gone to ruin, but Alexey had everything renewed. He is very fond of this place, and what I never expected, he has become intensely interested in looking after it. But his is such a rich nature. Whatever he takes up he does splendidly. So far from being bored by it, he works with passionate interest. He, with his temperament as I know it, he has become careful and businesslike, a first-rate manager. He positively reckons every penny in his management of the land, but only in that. When it's a question of tens of thousands he doesn't think of money." She spoke with that gleefully sly smile with which women often talk of the secret characteristics only known to them, of those they love. "Do you see that big building? That's the new hospital. I believe it will cost over 100,000. That's his hobby just now. And do you know how it all came about? The peasants asked him for some meadowland, I think it was, at a cheaper rate, and he refused, and I accused him of being miserly. Of course it was not really because of that, but everything together. He began this hospital to prove, do you see, that he was not miserly about money. C'est une petitesse, if you like, but I love him all the more for it. And now you'll see the house in a moment. It was his grandfather's house, and he has had nothing changed outside." "How beautiful," said Dolly, looking with involuntary admiration at the handsome house with columns, standing out among the different coloured greens of the old trees in the garden. "Isn't it fine? And from the house, from the top, the view is wonderful." They drove into a courtyard strewn with gravel and bright with flowers, in which two labourers were at work, putting an edging of stones round the light mould of a flower bed, and drew up in a covered entry. "Ah, they're here already," said Anna, looking at the saddle horses, which were just being led away from the steps. "It is a fine horse, isn't it? It's my cob, my favourite. Lead him here and bring me some sugar. Where is the Count?" she inquired of two smart footmen, who darted out. "Ah, there he is," she said, seeing Vronsky coming to meet her with Veslovsky. "Where are you going to put the princess?" said Vronsky in French, addressing Anna, and without waiting for a reply, he once more greeted Darya Alexandrovna, and this time he kissed her hand. "I think the big balcony room." "Oh, no, that's too far off. Better in the corner room. We shall see each other more. Come, let's go up," said Anna, as she gave her favourite horse the sugar the footman had brought her. "Et vous oubliez votre devoir," she said to Veslovsky, who came out too on the steps. "Pardon, j'ai un tout plein les poches," he answered, smiling, putting his fingers in his waistcoat pocket. "Mais vous venez trop tard," she said, rubbing her handkerchief on her hand, which the horse had made wet in taking the sugar. Anna turned to Dolly. "You can stay some time? For one day only? That's impossible." "I promised to be back in the children," said Dolly, feeling embarrassed both because she had to get her bag out of the carriage and because she knew her face must be covered with dust. "No, Dolly, darling." "Well, we'll see. Come along, and Anna led Dolly to her room. That room was not the smart guest chamber Vronsky had suggested, but the one of which Anna had said that Dolly would excuse it. And this room, for which excuse was needed, was more full of luxury than any in which Dolly had ever stayed, a luxury that reminded her of the best hotels abroad. "Well, darling, how happy I am," Anna said, sitting down in her riding habit for a moment beside Dolly. "Tell me about all of you. Stiva I only had a glimpse of, and he cannot tell one about the children. How is my favourite Tanya? Quite a big girl, I suspect." "Yes, she's very tall," Darya Alexandrovna answered shortly, surprised herself that she should respond so coolly about her children. "We are having a delightful stay at the Levins'," she added. "Oh, if I had known," said Anna, "that you do not despise me. You might have all come to us. Steve is an old friend and a great friend of Alexei's, you know," she added, and suddenly she blushed. "Yes, but we are all," Dolly answered in confusion. "But in my delight I'm talking nonsense. The one thing, darling, is that I am so glad to have you," said Anna, kissing her again. "You haven't told me yet how and what you think about me, and I keep wanting to know. But I'm glad you will see me as I am. The chief thing I shouldn't like would be for people to imagine I want to prove anything. I don't want to prove anything. I merely want to live, to do no one harm but myself. I have the right to do that, haven't I? But it is a big subject, and we'll talk over everything properly later. Now I'll go and dress and send a maid to you." End of chapter 18. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 19 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 19. Left alone, Darya Alexandrovna, with a good housewife's eye, scanned her room. All she had seen in entering the house and walking through it, and all she saw now in her room, gave her an impression of wealth and sumptuousness, and of that modern European luxury of which she had only read in English novels, but had never seen in Russia and in the country. Everything was new, from the new French hangings on the walls to the carpet which covered the whole floor. The bed had a spring mattress and a special sort of bolster and silk pillow-cases on the little pillows. The marble washstand, the dressing-table, the little sofa, the tables, the bronze clock on the chimney-piece, the window curtains and the portieres were all new and expensive. The smart maid who came in to offer her services, with her hair done up high and a gown more fashionable than Dolly's, was as new and expensive as the whole room. Darya Alexandrovna liked her neatness, her deferential and obliging manners, but she felt ill at ease with her. She felt ashamed of her seeing the patched dressing jacket that had unluckily been packed by mistake for her. She was ashamed of the very patches and darn places of which she had been so proud at home. At home it had been so clear that for 6 dressing jackets there would be needed 24 yards of nain sook at 16 pence the yard, which was a matter of 30 shillings besides the cutting out and making, and these 30 shillings had been saved. But before the maid she felt, if not exactly ashamed, at least uncomfortable. Darya Alexandrovna had a great sense of relief when Annushka, whom she had known for years, walked in. The smart maid was sent for to go to her mistress, and Annushka remained with Darya Alexandrovna. Annushka was obviously much pleased at that lady's arrival, and began to chatter away without a pause. Dolly observed that she was longing to express her opinion in regard to her mistress's position, especially as to the love and devotion of the Count to Anna Arkadyevna, but Dolly carefully interrupted her whenever she began to speak about this. "I grew up with Anna Arkadyevna. My lady's dearer to me than anything. Well, it's not for us to judge, and to be sure there seems so much love." "Kindly pour out the water for me to wash now, please," Darya Alexandrovna cut her short. "Certainly, we're 2 women kept specially for washing small things, but most of the linen's done by machinery. The Count goes into everything himself. Ah, what a husband!" Dolly was glad when Anna came in, and by her entrance put a stop to Annushka's gossip. Anna had put on a very simple batiste gown. Dolly scrutinized that simple gown attentively. She knew what it meant and the price at which such simplicity was obtained. "An old friend," said Anna of Annushka. Anna was not embarrassed now. She was perfectly composed and at ease. Dolly saw that she had now completely recovered from the impression her arrival had made on her, and had assumed that superficial, careless tone which, as it were, closed the door on that compartment in which her deeper feelings and ideas were kept. "Well, Anna, and how is your little girl?" asked Dolly. "Annie." That was what she called her little daughter Anna. "Very well. She has got on wonderfully. Would you like to see her? Come, I'll show her to you. We had a terrific bother," she began telling her, "over nurses. We had an Italian wet nurse, a good creature, but so stupid. We wanted to get rid of her, but the baby is so used to her that we've gone on keeping her still." "But how have you managed?" Dolly was beginning a question as to what name the little girl would have, but noticing a sudden frown on Anna's face, she changed the drift of her question. "How did you manage? Have you weaned her yet?" But Anna had understood. "You didn't mean to ask that. You meant to ask about her surname. Yes. That worries Alexey. She has no name. That is, she's a Katerina," said Anna, dropping her eyelids till nothing could be seen but the eyelashes meeting. "But we'll talk about all that later," her face suddenly brightening. "Come, I'll show you her. Elle est très gentille. She crawls now." In the nursery the luxury which had impressed Dolly in the whole house struck her still more. There were little go-karts ordered from England, and appliances for learning to walk, and a sofa after the fashion of a billiard table, purposely constructed for crawling, and swings and baths, all of special pattern and modern. They were all English, solid and of good make, and obviously very expensive. The room was large and very light and airy. When they went in, the baby, with nothing on but her little smock, was sitting in a little elbow chair at the table, having her dinner of broth, which she was spilling all over her little chest. The baby was being fed, and the Russian nursery maid was evidently sharing her meal. Neither the wet nurse nor the head nurse were there. They were in the next room, from which came the sound of their conversation, in the queer French which was their only means of communication. Hearing Anna's voice, a smart, tall English nurse with a disagreeable face and a dissolute expression walked in at the door, hurriedly shaking her fair curls, and immediately began to defend herself, although Anna had not found fault with her. At every word Anna said, the English nurse said hurriedly several times, "Yes, my lady." The rosy baby, with her black eyebrows and hair, her sturdy red little body with tight goose-flesh skin, delighted Darya Alexandrovna, in spite of the cross expression with which she stared at the stranger. She positively envied the baby's healthy appearance. She was delighted too at the baby's crawling. Not one of her own children had crawled like that. When the baby was put on the carpet and its little dress tucked up behind, it was wonderfully charming. Looking round like some little wild animal at the grown-up big people, with her bright black eyes, she smiled, unmistakably pleased at their admiring her, and holding her legs sideways, she pressed vigorously on her arms, and rapidly drew her old back up after, and then made another step forward with her little arms. But the whole atmosphere of the nursery, and especially the English nurse, Darya Alexandrovna did not like at all. It was only on the supposition that no good nurse would have entered so irregular a household as Anna's that Darya Alexandrovna could explain to herself how Anna, with her insight into people, could take on such an unprepossessing, disreputable-looking woman as nurse to her child. Besides, from the few words that were dropped, Darya Alexandrovna saw at once that Anna, the two nurses, and the child had no common existence, and that the mother's visit was something exceptional. Anna wanted to get the baby her plaything, and could not find it. Most amazing of all was the fact that on being asked how many teeth the baby had, Anna answered wrong, and knew nothing about the last two teeth. "I sometimes feel sorry I'm so superfluous here," said Anna, going out of the nursery and holding up her skirt so as to escape the plaything standing in the doorway. "It was very different with my first child." "I expected it to be the other way," said Darya Alexandrovna slyly. "Oh no, by the way, do you know I saw Saragovsa," said Anna, screwing up her eyes, as though looking at something far away, "but we'll talk about that later. You wouldn't believe it, I'm like a hungry beggar woman when a full dinner is set before her, and she does not know what to begin on first. The dinner is you, and the talks I have before me with you, which I would never have with any one else, and I don't know which subject to begin upon first. Mais je ne verrai grâce de rien. I must have everything out with you. Oh, I ought to give you a sketch of the company you will meet with us," she went on. "I'll begin with the ladies. Princess Varvara, you know her, and I know your opinion and Stiva's about her. Stiva says the whole aim of her existence is to prove her superiority over Auntie Katerina Pavlovna. That's all true, but she's a good-natured woman, and I am so grateful to her. In Petersburg there was a moment when a chaperon was absolutely essential for me. Then she turned up. But really she is good-natured. She did a great deal to alleviate my position. I see you don't understand all the difficulty of my position there in Petersburg," she added. "Here I'm perfectly at ease and happy. Well, of that later on, though. Then Sveziavsky, he's the marshal of the district, and he's a very good sort of a man, but he wants to get something out of Alexey. You understand, with his property, now that we are settled in the country, Alexey can exercise great influence. Then there's Tushkevitch. You have seen him, you know, Betsy's admirer. Now he's been thrown over, and he's come to see us. As Alexey says, he's one of those people who are very pleasant if one accepts them for what they try to appear to be, et puis les comme il faut, as Princess Varvara says. Then Veslovsky, you know him. A very nice boy, she said, and a sly smile curled her lips. What's this wild story about him and the Levins? Veslovsky told Alexey about it, and we don't believe it. Il est très gentil et naïf, she said again with the same smile. Men need occupation and Alexey needs a circle, so I value all these people. We have to have the house lively and gay so that Alexey may not long for any novelty. Then you'll see the steward, a German, a very good fellow, and he understands his work. Alexey has a very high opinion of him. Then the doctor, a young man, not quite a nihilist perhaps, but you know, eats with his knife, but a very good doctor. Then the architect, and petit corps. End of chapter 19. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Chapter 20 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 20. Here's Dolly for you, Princess. You were so anxious to see her, said Anna, coming out with Darya Alexandrovna onto the stone terrace, where Princess Varvara was sitting in the shade at an embroidery frame, working at a cover for Count Alexey Krylovitch's easy chair. She says she doesn't want anything before dinner, but please order some lunch for her, and I'll go and look for Alexey and bring them all in. Princess Varvara gave Dolly a cordial and rather patronizing reception, and began at once explaining to her that she was living with Anna because she had always cared more for her than for her sister Katerina Pavlovna, the aunt who had brought Anna up, and that now, when every one had abandoned Anna, she thought it her duty to help her in this most difficult period of transition. Her husband will give her a divorce, and then I shall go back to my solitude. But now I can be of use, and I am doing my duty, however difficult it may be for me, not like some other people. And how sweet it is of you, how right of you to have come. They live like the best of married couples. It's for God to judge them, not for us. And didn't Beryozovsky and Madame Avanievna and Sam Nikandrov and Vasiliev and Madame Mamanovna and Lisa Neptunovna, did no one say anything about them? And it is ended by their being received by everyone, and then, c'est un intérieur si joli, si comme il faut, tout à fait à l'anglais, on s'est réunis le matin au breakfast, et puis on s'est séparés. Everyone does as he pleases till dinner-time. Dinner at 7 o'clock. Stiva did very rightly to send you. He needs their support. You know that through his mother and brother he can do anything. And then they do so much good. He didn't tell you about his hospital. Ça serait admirable. Everything from Paris. Their conversation was interrupted by Anna, who had found the men of the party in the billiard-room and returned with them to the terrace. There was still a long time before the dinner hour. It was exquisite weather, and so several different methods of spending the next 2 hours were proposed. There were many methods of passing the time at Vozdvizhenskoe, and these were all unlike those adduced in Pokrovskoe. "Un partie de lawn tennis?" Veslovsky proposed with his handsomest smile. "We'll be partners again, Anna Arkadyevna." "No, it's too hot. Better stroll about the garden and have a row in the boat. Show Darya Alexandrovna the river banks," Vronsky proposed. "I agree to anything," said Servievsky. "I imagine that what Dolly would like best would be a stroll, wouldn't you? And then the boat, perhaps," said Anna. So it was decided. Veslovsky and Tushkevitch went off to the bathing place. promising to get the boat ready and to wait there for them. They walked along the path in two couples, Anna with Sviazhsky and Dolly with Vronsky. Dolly was a little embarrassed and anxious in the new surroundings in which she found herself. Abstractly, theoretically, she did not merely justify, she positively approved of Anna's conduct. As is indeed not infrequent with women of unimpeachable virtue, weary of the monotony of respectable existence, at a distance she not only excused illicit love, she positively envied it. Besides, she loved Anna with all her heart. But seeing Anna in actual life among these strangers, with this fashionable tone that was so new to Darya Alexandrovna, she felt ill at ease. What she disliked particularly was seeing Princess Varvara ready to overlook everything for the sake of the comforts she enjoyed. As a general principle, abstractly, Dolly approved of Anna's action, but to see the man for whose sake her action had been taken was disagreeable to her. Moreover, she had never liked Vronsky. She thought him very proud and saw nothing in him of which he could be proud except his wealth. But against her own will, here in his own house, he overawed her more than ever, and she could not be at ease with him. She felt with him the same feeling she had had with the maid about her dressing jacket. Just as with the maid, she had felt not exactly ashamed, but embarrassed at her dons, so she felt with him not exactly ashamed, but embarrassed at herself. Dolly was ill at ease and tried to find a subject of conversation, even though she supposed that, through his pride, praise of his house and garden would be sure to be disagreeable to him. She did all the same tell him how much she liked his house. Yes, it's a very fine building, and in the good old-fashioned style, he said. I like so much the court in front of the steps. Was that always so? Oh no, he said, and his face beamed with pleasure. If you could only have seen that court last spring. And he began, at first rather diffidently, but more and more carried away by the subject as he went on, to draw her attention to the various details of the decoration of his house and garden. It was evident that, having devoted a great deal of trouble to improve and beautify his home, Vronsky felt a need to show off the improvements to a new person, and was genuinely delighted at Darya Alexandrovna's praise. If you would care to look at the hospital and are not tired, indeed it's not far. Shall we go? He said, glancing into her face to convince himself that she was not bored. Are you coming, Anna? He turned to her. We will come, won't we? She said, addressing Sviazhsky. Mais il ne faut pas laisser le pauvre Veslovsky et Tushkiev se morfondre là dans le bateau. We must send and tell them. Yes, this is a monument he is setting up here, said Anna, turning to Dolly with that sly smile of comprehension with which she had previously talked about the hospital. Oh, it's a work of real importance, said Sviazhsky. But to show he was not trying to ingratiate himself with Vronsky, he promptly added some slightly critical remarks. I wonder, though, Count, he said, that while you do so much for the health of the peasants, you take so little interest in the schools. C'est devenu tellement commun les écoles, said Vronsky. You understand it's not on that account, but it just happened so. My interest has been diverted elsewhere. This way then to the hospital, he said to Darya Alexandrovna, pointing to a turning out of the avenue. The ladies put up their parasols and turned into the side path. After going down several turnings and going through a little gate, Darya Alexandrovna saw, standing on rising ground before her, a large, pretentious-looking red building almost finished. The iron roof, which was not yet painted, shone with dazzling brightness in the sunshine. Besides the finished building another had been begun, surrounded by scaffolding. Workmen in aprons standing on scaffolds were laying bricks, pouring mortar out of vats and smoothing it with trowels. "How quickly work gets done with you," said Sviazhsky. "When I was here last time the roof was not on." "By the autumn it will all be ready. Inside almost everything is done," said Anna. "And what's this new building?" "That's the house for the doctor and the dispensary," answered Vronsky, seeing the architect in a short jacket coming towards him, and excusing himself to the ladies, he went to meet him. Going round a hole where the workmen were slaking lime, he stood still with the architect and began talking rather warmly. "The front is still too low," he said to Anna, who had asked what was the matter. "I said the foundation ought to be raised," said Anna. "Yes, of course it would have been much better, Anna Arkadyevna," said the architect, "but now it's too late." "Yes, I take a great interest in it," Anna answered Sviazhsky, who was expressing his surprise at her knowledge of architecture. "This new building ought to have been in harmony with the hospital. It was an afterthought, and was begun without a plan." Vronsky, having finished his talk with the architect, joined the ladies and led them inside the hospital. Although they were still at work on the cornices outside and were painting on the ground floor, upstairs almost all the rooms were finished. Going up the broad cast iron staircase to the landing, they walked into the first large room. The walls were stuccoed to look like marble, the huge plate glass windows were already in, only the parquet floor was not yet finished, and the carpenters, who were planing a block of it, left their work, taking off the bands that fastened their hair, to greet the gentry. "This is the reception room," said Vronsky. "Here there will be a desk, tables, and benches, and nothing more." "This way, let us go in here. Don't go near the window," said Anna, trying the paint to see if it were dry. "Alexey, the paint's dry already," she added. From the reception room they went into the corridor. Here Vronsky showed them the mechanism for ventilation on a novel system. Then he showed them marble baths and beds with extraordinary springs. Then he showed them the wards, one after another, the storeroom, the linen room, then the heating stove of a new pattern, then the trolleys, which would make no noise as they carried everything needed along the corridors, and many other things. Sviazhsky, as a connoisseur in the latest mechanical improvements, appreciated everything fully. Dolly simply wondered at all she had not seen before, and, anxious to understand it all, made minute inquiries about everything, which gave Vronsky great satisfaction. "Yes, I imagine that this will be the solitary example of a properly fitted hospital in Russia," said Sviazhsky. "And won't you have a lying-in ward?" asked Dolly. "That's so much needed in the country. I have often—" In spite of his usual courtesy, Vronsky interrupted her. "This is not a lying-in home, but a hospital for the sick, and is intended for all diseases, except infectious complaints," he said. "Ah, look at this," and he rolled up to Darya Alexandrovna an invalid chair that had just been ordered for the convalescents. "Look." He sat down in the chair and began moving it. "The patient can't walk, still too weak perhaps, or something wrong with his legs, but he must have air, and he moves, rolls himself along." Darya Alexandrovna was interested in everything. She liked everything very much, but most of all she liked Vronsky himself, with his natural simple-hearted eagerness. "Yes, he's a very nice, good man," she thought several times, not hearing what he said, but looking at him and penetrating into his expression, while she mentally put herself in Anna's place. She liked him so much just now with his eager interest that she saw how Anna could be in love with him. End of chapter 20, recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts.
Chapter 21 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Griffiths. Anna Karenina,
by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 21. "No, I think the princess is tired, and the horses don't interest her," Vronsky said to Anna, who wanted to go on to the stables where Sviazhsky wished to see the new stallion. "You go on, while I escort the princess home, and we'll have a little talk," he said. "If you would like that," he added, turning to her. "I know nothing about horses, and I shall be delighted," answered Darya Alexandrovna, rather astonished. She saw by Vronsky's face that he wanted something from her. She was not mistaken. As soon as they had passed through the little gate back into the garden, he looked in the direction Anna had taken, and having made sure that she could neither see nor hear them, he began: "You guess that I have something I want to say to you?" he said, looking at her with laughing eyes. "I am not wrong in believing you to be a friend of Anna's." He took off his hat, and taking out his handkerchief wiped his head, which was growing bald. Darya Alexandrovna made no answer, and merely stared at him with dismay. When she was left alone with him, she suddenly felt afraid. His laughing eyes and stern expression scared her. The most diverse suppositions as to what he was about to speak of to her flashed into her brain. "He is going to beg me to come to stay with them with the children, and I shall have to refuse. Or to create a set that will receive Anna in Moscow. Or isn't it Vassenka Veslovsky and his relations with Anna? Or perhaps about Kitty, that he feels he was to blame?" All her conjectures were unpleasant, but she did not guess what he really wanted to talk about to her. "You have so much influence with Anna. She is so fond of you," he said. "Do help me." Darya Alexandrovna looked with timid inquiry into his energetic face, which under the lime trees was continually being lighted up in patches by the sunshine, and then passing into complete shadow again. She waited for him to say more, but he walked in silence beside her, scratching with his cane in the gravel. "You have come to see us, you, the only woman of Anna's former friends. I don't count Princess Varvara. But I know that you have done this, not because you regard our position as normal, but because, understanding all the difficulty of the position, you still love her and want to be a help to her. Have I understood you rightly?" he asked, looking round at her. "Oh yes," answered Darya Alexandrovna, putting down her sunshade. "But...." "No," he broke in, and unconsciously, oblivious of the awkward position into which he was putting his companion, he stopped abruptly, so that she had to stop short too. "No one feels more intensely and deeply than I do all the difficulty of Anna's position, and that you may well understand, if you do me the honor of supposing I have any heart. I am to blame for that position, and that is why I feel it." "I understand," said Darya Alexandrovna, involuntarily admiring the sincerity and firmness with which he said this. "But just because you feel yourself responsible, you exaggerate it, I am afraid," she said. "Her position in the world is difficult, I can well understand." "In the world it is hell!" he brought out quickly, frowning darkly. "You can't imagine moral sufferings greater than what she went through in Petersburg in that fortnight, and I beg you to believe it." "Yes, but here, so long as neither Anna nor you miss society...." "Society!" he said contemptuously. "How could I miss society?" "So far, and it may be so always, you are happy and at peace. I see in Anna that she is happy, perfectly happy, and she has had time to tell me so much already," said Darya Alexandrovna, smiling. And involuntarily, as she said this, at the same moment a doubt entered her mind whether Anna really were happy. But Vronsky, it appeared, had no doubts on that score. "Yes, yes," he said, "I know that she has revived after all her sufferings. She is happy. She is happy in the present. But I am afraid of what is before us. I beg your pardon, you would like to walk on?" "No, I don't mind." "Well then, let us sit here." Darya Alexandrovna sat down on a garden seat in a corner of the avenue. He stood up facing her. "I see that she is happy," he repeated, and the doubt whether she were happy sank more deeply into Darya Alexandrovna's mind. "But can it last? Whether we have acted rightly or wrongly is another question, but the die is cast," he said, passing from Russian to French, "and we are bound together for life. We are united by all the ties of love that we hold most sacred. We have a child, we may have other children, but the law and all the conditions of our position are such that thousands of complications arise which she does not see and does not want to see, and that one can well understand. But I can't help seeing them. My daughter is by law not my daughter, but Karenin's. I cannot bear this falsity," he said with a vigorous gesture of refusal, and he looked with gloomy inquiry towards Darya Alexandrovna. She made no answer, but simply gazed at him. He went on. "One day a son may be born, my son, and he will be legally a Karenin. He will not be the heir of my name nor of my property, and however happy we may be in our home life, and however many children we may have, there will be no real tie between us. They will be Karenins. You can understand the bitterness and horror of this position. I have tried to speak of this to Anna. It irritates her. She does not understand, and to her I cannot speak plainly of all this. Now look at another side. I am happy in her love, but I must have occupation. I have found occupation, and am proud of what I am doing, and consider it nobler than the pursuits of my former companions at court and in the army, and most certainly I would not change the work I am doing for theirs. I am working here, settled in my own place, and I am happy and contented, and we need nothing more to make us happy. I love my work here. Ce n'est pas un pis-aller. On the contrary." Darya Alexandrovna noticed that at this point in his explanation he grew confused, and she did not quite understand this digression, but she felt that having once begun to speak of matters near his heart, of which he could not speak to Anna, he was now making a clean breast of everything, and that the question of his pursuits in the country fell into the same category of matters near his heart as the question of his relations with Anna. "Well, I will go on," he said, collecting himself. "The great thing is that as I work I want to have a conviction that what I am doing will not die with me, that I shall have heirs to come after me, and this I have not. Conceive the position of a man who knows that his children, the children of the woman he loves, will not be his, but will belong to someone who hates them and cares nothing about them. It is awful." He paused, evidently much moved. "Yes, indeed, I see that. But what can Anna do?" queried Darya Alexandrovna. "Yes, that brings me to the object of my conversation," he said, calming himself with an effort. "Anna can, it depends on her, even to petition the Tsar for legitimization. A divorce is essential, and that depends on Anna. Her husband agreed to a divorce. At that time your husband had arranged it completely, and now I know he would not refuse it. It is only a matter of writing to him. He said plainly at that time that if she expressed a desire he would not refuse. Of course," he said gloomily, "it is one of those Pharisaical cruelties of which only such heartless men are capable. He knows what agony any recollection of him must give her, and knowing her he must have a letter from her. I can understand that it is agony to her, but the matter is of such importance that one must passer par-dessus tous ces finesses de sentiment."
Il va du bonheur et de l'existence d'Anne et de ses enfants. I won't speak of myself, though it's hard for me, very hard," he said, with an expression as though he were threatening someone for its being hard for him. "And so it is, princess, that I am shamelessly clutching at you as an anchor of salvation. Help me to persuade her to write to him and ask for a divorce." "Yes, of course," Darya Alexandrovna said dreamily, as she vividly recalled her last interview with Alexey Alexandrovitch. "Yes, of course," she repeated with decision, thinking of Anna. "Use your influence with her, make her write. I'm almost unable to speak about this to her." "Very well, I will talk to her. But how is it she does not think of it herself?" said Darya Alexandrovna, and for some reason she suddenly at that point recalled Anna's strange new habit of half closing her eyes, and she remembered that Anna drooped her eyelids just when the deeper questions of life were touched upon, just as though she half shut her eyes to her own life, so as not to see everything, thought Dolly. "Yes, indeed, for my own sake and for hers I will talk to her," Dolly said in reply to his look of gratitude. They got up and walked to the house. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Griffiths. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 22. When Anna found Dolly at home before her, she looked intently in her eyes, as though questioning her about the talk she had had with Vronsky, but she made no inquiry in words. "I believe it's dinner time," she said. "We've not seen each other at all yet. I'm reckoning on the evening. Now I want to go and dress. I expect you do too. We all got splashed at the buildings." Dolly went to her room and she felt amused. To change her dress was impossible, for she had already put on her best dress. But in order to signify in some way her preparation for dinner, she asked the maid to brush her dress, changed her cuffs and tie, and put some lace on her head. "This is all I can do," she said with a smile to Anna, who came in to her in a third dress, again of extreme simplicity. "Yes, we are too formal here," she said, as it were apologizing for her magnificence. "Alexey is delighted at your visit, as he rarely is at anything. He has completely lost his heart to you," she added. "You're not tired?" There was no time for talking about anything before dinner. Going into the drawing-room, they found Princess Varvara already there, and the gentlemen of the party in black frock-coats. The architect wore a swallow-tail coat. Vronsky presented the doctor and the steward to his guest. The architect he had already introduced to her at the hospital. A stout butler, resplendent with a smoothly shaven round chin and a starched white cravat, announced that dinner was ready, and the ladies got up. Vronsky asked Sviazhsky to take in Anna Arkadyevna, and himself offered his arm to Dolly. Veslovsky was before Tushkevitch in offering his arm to Princess Varvara, so that Tushkevitch with the steward and the doctor walked in alone. The dinner, the dining-room, the service, the waiting at table, the wine and the food were not simply in keeping with the general tone of modern luxury throughout all the house, but seemed even more sumptuous and modern. Darya Alexandrovna watched this luxury, which was novel to her, and as a good housekeeper, used to managing a household, although she never dreamed of adapting anything she saw to her own household, as it was all in a style of luxury far above her own manner of living. She could not help scrutinizing every detail, and wondering how and by whom it was all done. Vassenka Veslovsky, her husband, and even Sviazhsky,
and many other people she knew would never have considered this question, and would have readily believed what every well-bred host tries to make his guests feel, that is, that all that is well ordered in his house has cost him, the host, no trouble whatsoever, but comes of itself. Darya Alexandrovna was well aware that even porridge for the children's breakfast does not come of itself, and that therefore, where so complicated and magnificent a style of luxury was maintained, someone must give earnest attention to its organization. And from the glance with which Alexey Kirillovitch scanned the table, from the way he nodded to the butler, and offered Darya Alexandrovna her choice between cold soup and hot soup, she saw that it was all organized and maintained by the care of the master of the house himself. It was evident that it all rested no more upon Anna than upon Veslovsky. She, Sviazhsky, the princess, and Veslovsky were equally guests, with light hearts, enjoying what had been arranged for them. Anna was the hostess only in conducting the conversation. The conversation was a difficult one for the lady of the house at a small table with persons present, like the steward and the architect, belonging to a completely different world, struggling not to be overawed by an elegance to which they were unaccustomed, and unable to sustain a large share in the general conversation. But this difficult conversation Anna directed with her usual tact and naturalness, and indeed she did so with actual enjoyment, as Darya Alexandrovna observed. The conversation began about the row Tushkevitch and Veslovsky had taken alone together in the boat, and Tushkevitch began describing the last boat races in Petersburg at the yacht club. But Anna, seizing the first pause, at once turned to the architect to draw him out of his silence. Nikolay Ivanitch was struck, she said, meaning Sviazhsky, at the progress the new building had made since he was here last. But I am there every day, and every day I wonder at the rate at which it grows. It's first-rate working with his excellency, said the architect with a smile. He was respectful and composed, though with a sense of his own dignity. It's a very different matter to have to do with the district authorities, where one would have to write out sheaves of paper. Here I call upon the count, and in 3 words we settle the business. The American way of doing business, said Sviazhsky with a smile. Yes, there they build in a rational fashion. The conversation passed to the misuse of political power in the United States, but Anna quickly brought it round to another topic so as to draw the steward into talk. "Have you ever seen a reaping machine?" she said, addressing Darya Alexandrovna. "We had just ridden over to look at one when we met. It's the first time I ever saw one." "How do they work?" asked Dolly. "Exactly like little scissors. A plank and a lot of little scissors. Like this." Anna took a knife and fork in her beautiful white hands covered with rings, and began showing how the machine worked. It was clear that she saw nothing would be understood from her explanation, but aware that her talk was pleasant and her hands beautiful, she went on explaining. "More like little penknives," Veslovsky said playfully, never taking his eyes off her. Anna gave a just perceptible smile, but made no answer. "Isn't it true, Karl Fedoritch, that it's just like little scissors?" she said to the steward. "Oh ja," answered the German. "Es ist ein ganz einfaches Ding." And he began to explain the construction of the machine. "It's a pity it doesn't bind too. I saw one at the Vienna exhibition which binds with a wire," said Sviazhsky. "They would be more profitable in use." "Es kommt drauf an, der Preis vom Draht muss ausgerechnet werden." And the German, roused from his taciturnity, turned to Vronsky. "Das lässt sich ausrechnen, Erlaucht." The German was just feeling in the pocket where were his pencil and the notebook he always wrote in, but recollecting that he was at a dinner, and observing Vronsky's chilly glance, he checked himself. "Zu kompliziert, mach so viel klopot," he concluded.
"Wunsch man dokots, so hat man ash klopots," said Vasenka Veslovsky, mimicking the German. "J'adore l'Allemand." He addressed Anna again with the same smile. "C'est," she said with playful severity. "We expected to find you in the fields, Vassily Semyonovitch," she said to the doctor, a sickly-looking man. "Have you been there?" "I went there, but I had taken flight," the doctor answered with gloomy jocoseness. "Then you've taken a good constitutional? Splendid! Well, and how was the old woman? I hope it's not typhus?" "Typhus it is not, but it's taking a bad turn." "What a pity!" said Anna, and having thus paid the dues of civility to her domestic circle, she turned to her own friends. "It would be a hard task, though, to construct a machine from your description, Anna Arkadyevna," Sviazhsky said jestingly. "Oh no, why so?" said Anna, with a smile that betrayed that she knew there was something charming in her disquisitions upon the machine that had been noticed by Sviazhsky. This new trait of girlish coquettishness made an unpleasant impression on Dolly. "But Anna Arkadyevna's knowledge of architecture is marvelous," said Tushkevitch. "To be sure, I heard Anna Arkadyevna talking yesterday about plinths and damp courses," said Veslovsky. "Have I got it right?" "There's nothing marvelous about it, when one sees and hears so much of it," said Anna. "But I dare say you don't even know what houses are made of." Darya Alexandrovna saw that Anna disliked the tone of raillery that existed between her and Veslovsky, but fell in with it against her will. Vronsky acted in this manner quite differently from Levin. He obviously attached no significance to Veslovsky's chattering. On the contrary, he encouraged his jests. "Come now, tell us, Veslovsky, how are the stones held together?" "By cement, of course." "Ah, bravo! And what is cement?" "Oh, some sort of paste, no, putty," said Veslovsky, raising a general laugh. The company at dinner, with the exception of the doctor, the architect, and the steward, who remained plunged in gloomy silence, kept up a conversation that never paused, glancing off on one subject, fastening on another, and at times stinging one or the other to the quick. Once Darya Alexandrovna felt wounded to the quick, and got so hot that she positively flushed, and wondered afterwards whether she had said anything extreme or unpleasant. Sviazhsky began talking of Levin, describing his strange view that machinery is simply pernicious in its effects on Russian agriculture. "I have not the pleasure of knowing this Monsieur Levin," Vronsky said, smiling, "but most likely he has never seen the machines he condemns. Or if he has seen and tried any, it must have been after a queer fashion, some Russian imitation, not a machine from abroad. What sort of views can anyone have on such a subject?" "Turkish views in general," Veslovsky said, turning to Anna with a smile. "I can't defend his opinions," Darya Alexandrovna said, firing up, "but I can say that he's a highly cultivated man, and if he were here he would know very well how to answer you, though I am not capable of doing so." "I like him extremely, and we are great friends," Sviazhsky said, smiling good-naturedly. "Mais pardon, il est un petit peu toc. He maintains, for instance, that district councils and arbitration boards are all of no use, and he is unwilling to take part in anything." "It's our Russian apathy," said Vronsky, pouring water from an iced decanter into a delicate glass on a high stem. "We've no sense of the duties our privileges impose upon us, and so we refuse to recognize those duties." "I know no man more strict in the performance of his duties," said Darya Alexandrovna, irritated by Vronsky's tone of superiority. "For my part," pursued Vronsky, who was evidently, for some reason or other, keenly affected by this conversation, "such as I am, on the contrary, extremely grateful for the honor they have done me,
thanks to Nikolay Ivanitch," he indicated Sviazhsky, "in electing me a justice of the peace. I consider that for me the duty of being present at the session, of judging some peasant's quarrel about a horse, is as important as anything I can do, and I shall regard it as an honor if they elect me for the district council. It is only in that way I can pay for the advantages I enjoy as a landowner. Unluckily they don't understand the weight that the big landowners ought to have in the state." It was strange to Darya Alexandrovna to hear how serenely confident he was of being right at his own table. She thought how Levin, who believed the opposite, was just as positive in his opinions at his own table. But she loved Levin, and so she was on his side. "So we can reckon upon you, Count, for the coming elections?" said Sviazhsky. "But you must come a little beforehand, so as to be on the spot by the 8th, if you would do me the honor to stop with me." "I rather agree with your beau-frère," said Anna, though not quite on the same ground as he, she added with a smile. "I'm afraid that we have too many of these public duties in these latter days. Just as in old days there were so many government functionaries that one had to call in a functionary for every single thing, so now everyone's doing some sort of public duty. Alexey has been here now 6 months, and he's a member, I do believe, of 5 or 6 different public bodies. Du train que cela va. The whole time will be wasted on it, and I'm afraid that with such a multiplicity of these bodies, they'll end in being a mere form. How many are you a member of, Nikolay Ivanitch?" She turned to Sviazhsky. "Over 20, I fancy." Anna spoke lightly, but irritation could be discerned in her tone. Darya Alexandrovna, watching Anna and Vronsky attentively, detected it instantly. She noticed too that as she spoke, Vronsky's face had immediately taken a serious and obstinate expression. Noticing this, and that Princess Varvara at once made haste to change the conversation by talking of Petersburg acquaintances, and remembering what Vronsky had, without apparent connection, said in the garden of his work in the country, Dolly surmised that this question of public activity was connected with some deep private disagreement between Anna and Vronsky. The dinner, the wine, the decoration of the table were all very good, but it was all like what Darya Alexandrovna had seen at formal dinners and balls, which of late years had become quite unfamiliar to her. It all had the same impersonal and constrained character, and so on an ordinary day and in a little circle of friends it made a disagreeable impression on her. After dinner they sat on the terrace. Then they proceeded to play lawn tennis. The players, divided into 2 parties, stood on opposite sides of a tightly drawn net with gilt posts on the carefully leveled and rolled croquet ground. Darya Alexandrovna made an attempt to play, but it was a long time before she could understand the game, and by the time she did understand it, she was so tired that she sat down with Princess Varvara and simply looked on at the players. Her partner, Tushkevitch, gave up playing too, but the others kept the game up for a long time. Sviazhsky and Vronsky both played very well and seriously. They kept a sharp lookout on the balls served to them, and without haste or getting in each other's way, they ran adroitly up to them, waited for the rebound, and neatly and accurately returned them over the net. Veslovsky played worse than the others. He was too eager, but he kept the players lively with his high spirits. His laughter and outcries never paused. Like the other men of the party, with the ladies' permission he took off his coat, and his solid, comely figure in his white shirt sleeves, with his red perspiring face and his impulsive movements, made a picture that imprinted itself vividly on the memory. When Darya Alexandrovna lay in bed that night, as soon as she closed her eyes, she saw Vassenka Veslovsky flying about the croquet ground. During the game Darya Alexandrovna was not enjoying herself. She did not like the light tone of raillery that was kept up all the time between Vassenka Veslovsky and Anna, and the unnaturalness altogether of grown-up people, all alone without children, playing at a child's game. But to avoid breaking up the party, and to get through the time somehow, after a rest she joined the game again and pretended to be enjoying it. All that day it seemed to her as though she were acting in a theater with actors cleverer than she, and that her bad acting was spoiling the whole performance. She had come with the intention of staying 2 days if all went well, but in the evening, during the game, she made up her mind that she would go home next day. The maternal cares and worries, which she had so hated on the way, now, after a day spent without them, struck her in quite another light and tempted her back to them. When, after evening tea and a row by night in the boat, Darya Alexandrovna went alone to her room, took off her dress, and began arranging her thin hair for the night, she had a great sense of relief. It was positively disagreeable to her to think that Anna was coming to see her immediately. She longed to be alone with her own thoughts. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Griffiths. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 23. Dolly was wanting to go to bed when Anna came in to see her, attired for the night. In the course of the day Anna had several times begun to speak of matters near her heart, and every time, after a few words, she had stopped. "Afterwards, by ourselves, we'll talk about everything. I've got so much I want to tell you," she said. Now they were by themselves, and Anna did not know what to talk about. She sat in the window looking at Dolly, and going over in her own mind all the stores of intimate talk which had seemed so inexhaustible beforehand, and she found nothing. At that moment it seemed to her that everything had been said already. "Well, what of Kitty?" she said with a heavy sigh, looking penitently at Dolly. "Tell me the truth, Dolly. Isn't she angry with me?" "Angry? Oh no," said Darya Alexandrovna, smiling. "But she hates me, despises me." "Oh no, but you know that sort of thing isn't forgiven." "Yes, yes," said Anna, turning away and looking out of the open window. "But I was not to blame. And who is to blame? What's the meaning of being to blame? Could it have been otherwise? What do you think? Could it possibly have happened that you didn't become the wife of Stiva? Really, I don't know. But this is what I want you to tell me." "Yes, yes, but we've not finished about Kitty. Is she happy? He's a very nice man, they say." "He's much more than very nice. I don't know a better man." "Ah, how glad I am! I'm so glad. Much more than very nice," she repeated. Dolly smiled. "But tell me about yourself. We've a great deal to talk about, and I've had a talk with...." Dolly did not know what to call him. She felt it awkward to call him either the count or Alexey Kirillovitch. "With Alexey?" said Anna. "I know what you talked about. But I wanted to ask you directly what you think of me, of my life." "How am I to say like that straight off? I really don't know." "No, tell me all the same. You see my life. But you mustn't forget that you're seeing us in the summer, when you have come to us and we are not alone. But we came here early in the spring, lived quite alone, and shall be alone again, and I desire nothing better." But imagine me living alone without him. Alone, and that will be... I see by everything that it will often be repeated, that he will be half the time away from home," she said, getting up and sitting down close to Dolly. "Of course," she interrupted Dolly, who would have answered, "of course I won't try to keep him by force. I don't keep him, indeed. The races are just coming, his horses are running, he will go. I'm very glad. But think of me, fancy my position. But what's the use of talking about it?" She smiled. "Well, what did he talk about with you?" "He spoke of what I want to speak about of myself, and it's easy for me to be his advocate, of whether there is not a possibility, whether you could not...." Darya Alexandrovna hesitated. "Correct, improve your position? You know how I look at it. But all the same, if possible, you should get married." "Divorce, you mean," said Anna. "Do you know, the only woman who came to see me in Petersburg was Betsy Tverskaya? You know her, of course. Au fond, c'est la femme la plus dépravée qui existe. She had an intrigue with Tushkevitch, deceiving her husband in the basest way, and she told me that she did not care to know me so long as my position was irregular. Don't imagine I would compare. I know you, darling, but I could not help remembering. Well, so what did he say to you?" she repeated. "He said that he was unhappy on your account and his own. Perhaps you will say that it's egoism, but what a legitimate and noble egoism. He wants first of all to legitimize his daughter, and to be your husband, to have a legal right to you. What wife, what slave can be so utterly a slave as I, in my position?" she put in gloomily. "The chief thing he desires that you should not suffer." "That's impossible. Well?" "Well, and the most legitimate desire, he wishes that your children should have a name." "What children?" Anna said, not looking at Dolly and half closing her eyes. "Annie, and those to come. He need not trouble on that score. I shall have no more children." "How can you tell that you won't?" "I shall not, because I don't wish it." And in spite of all her emotion, Anna smiled as she caught the naive expression of curiosity, wonder, and horror on Dolly's face. "The doctor told me after my illness." "Impossible!" said Dolly, opening her eyes wide. For her this was one of those discoveries, the consequences and deductions from which are so immense that all that one feels for the first instant is that it is impossible to take it all in, and that one will have to reflect a great, great deal upon it. This discovery, suddenly throwing light on all those families of one or two children, which had hitherto been so incomprehensible to her, aroused so many ideas, reflections, and contradictory emotions, that she had nothing to say, and simply gazed with wide open eyes of wonder at Anna. This was the very thing she had been dreaming of, but now, learning that it was possible, she was horrified. She felt that it was too simple a solution of too complicated a problem. "N'est-ce pas immoral?" was all she said, after a brief pause. "Why so? Think, I have a choice between two alternatives: either to be with child, that is, an invalid, or to be the friend and companion of my husband, practically my husband," Anna said in a tone intentionally superficial and frivolous. "Yes, yes," said Darya Alexandrovna, hearing the very arguments she had used to herself, and not finding the same force in them as before. "For you, for other people," said Anna, as though divining her thoughts, "there may be reason to hesitate. But for me, you must consider I am not his wife. He loves me as long as he loves me. And how am I to keep his love? Not like this." She moved her white hands in a curve before her waist with extraordinary rapidity, as happens during moments of excitement, Ideas and memories rushed into Darya Alexandrovna's head. I, she thought, did not keep my attraction for Stiva. He left me for others. And the first woman for whom he betrayed me did not keep him by being always pretty and lively. He deserted her and took another. And can Anna attract and keep Count Vronsky in that way? If that is what he looks for, he will find dresses and manners still more attractive and charming. And however white and beautiful her bare arms are, however beautiful her full figure and her eager face under her black curls, he will find something better still, just as my disgusting, pitiful, and charming husband does. Dolly made no answer, she merely sighed. Anna noticed this sigh, indicating dissent, and she went on. In her armoury she had other arguments so strong that no answer could be made to them. "Do you say that it's not right? But you must consider," she went on, "you forget my position. How can I desire children? I'm not speaking of the suffering, I'm not afraid of that. Think only, what are my children to be? Ill-fated children who will have to bear a stranger's name. For the very fact of their birth, they will be forced to be ashamed of their mother, their father, their birth." "But that is just why a divorce is necessary." But Anna did not hear her. She longed to give utterance to all the arguments with which she had so many times convinced herself. "What is reason given me for, if I am not to use it to avoid bringing unhappy beings into the world?" She looked at Dolly, but without waiting for a reply she went on. "I should always feel I had wronged these unhappy children," she said. "If they are not, at any rate, they are not unhappy. While if they are unhappy, I alone should be to blame for it." These were the very arguments Darya Alexandrovna had used in her own reflections, but she heard them without understanding them. "How can one wrong creatures that don't exist?" she thought. And all at once the idea struck her: could it possibly, under any circumstances, have been better for her favorite Grisha if he had never existed? And this seemed to her so wild, so strange, that she shook her head to drive away this tangle of whirling mad ideas. "No, I don't know, it's not right," was all she said, with an expression of disgust on her face. "Yes, but you mustn't forget that you and I... and besides that," added Anna, in spite of the wealth of her arguments and the poverty of Dolly's objections, seeming still to admit that it was not right, "don't forget the chief point, that I am not now in the same position as you. For you the question is, do you desire not to have any more children? While for me it is, do I desire to have them? And that's a great difference. You must see that I can't desire it in my position." Darya Alexandrovna made no reply. She suddenly felt that she had got far away from Anna, that there lay between them a barrier of questions on which they could never agree, and about which it was better not to speak. Chapter 24. Chapter 24 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Griffiths. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 24. "Then there is all the more reason for you to legalize your position, if possible," said Dolly. "Yes, if possible," said Anna, speaking all at once in an utterly different tone, subdued and mournful. "Surely you don't mean a divorce is impossible? I was told your husband had consented to it." "Dolly, I don't want to talk about that." "Oh, we won't then," Darya Alexandrovna hastened to say, noticing the expression of suffering on Anna's face. All I see is that you take too gloomy a view of things." "I? Not at all. I'm always bright and happy. You see, je fais des passions. Veslovsky?" "Yes, to tell you the truth, I don't like Veslovsky's tone," said Darya Alexandrovna, anxious to change the subject. "Oh, that's nonsense. It amuses Alexey, and that's all. But he's a boy and quite under my control. You know I turn him as I please. It's just as it might be with your Grisha. Dolly," she suddenly changed the subject, "you say I take too gloomy a view of things. You can't understand. It's too awful. I try not to take any view of it at all." "But I think you ought to. You ought to do all you can." "But what can I do? Nothing. You tell me to marry Alexey, and say I don't think about it. I don't think about it," she repeated, and a flush rose into her face. She got up, straightening her chest, and sighed heavily. With her light step she began pacing up and down the room, stopping now and then. "I don't think of it. Not a day, not an hour passes that I don't think of it, and blame myself for thinking of it, because thinking of that may drive me mad. Drive me mad," she repeated. "When I think of it I can't sleep without morphine. But never mind, let us talk quietly. They tell me divorce. In the first place, he won't give me a divorce. He's under the influence of Countess Lidia Ivanovna now." Darya Alexandrovna, sitting erect on a chair, turned her head, following Anna with a face of sympathetic suffering. "You ought to make the attempt," she said softly. "Suppose I make the attempt, what does it mean?" she said, evidently giving utterance to a thought 1,000 times thought over and learned by heart. "It means that I, hating him, but still recognizing that I have wronged him, and I consider him magnanimous, that I humiliate myself to write to him. Well, suppose I make the effort. I do it. Either I receive a humiliating refusal or consent. Well, I have received his consent, say." Anna was at that moment at the furthest end of the room, and she stopped there, doing something to the curtain at the window. "I receive his consent, but my son? They won't give him up to me. He will grow up despising me, with his father whom I've abandoned. Do you see, I love equally, I think, but both more than myself, two creatures, Seryozha and Alexey." She came out into the middle of the room and stood facing Dolly, with her arms pressed tightly across her chest. In her white dressing gown her figure seemed more than usually grand and broad. She bent her head and with shining wet eyes looked from under her brows at Dolly, a thin little pitiful figure in her patched dressing jacket and nightcap, shaking all over with emotion. "It is only those two creatures that I love, and one excludes the other. I can't have them together, and that's the only thing I want. And since I can't have that, I don't care about the rest. I don't care about anything, anything. And it will end one way or another, and so I can't. I don't like to talk of it, so don't blame me, don't judge me for anything. You can't with your pure heart understand all that I'm suffering." She went up, sat down beside Dolly, and with a guilty look peeped into her face and took her hand. "What are you thinking? What are you thinking about me? Don't despise me. I don't deserve contempt. I'm simply unhappy. If anyone is unhappy, I am," she articulated, and turning away, she burst into tears. Left alone, Darya Alexandrovna said her prayers and went to bed. She had felt for Anna with all her heart while she was speaking to her, but now she could not force herself to think of her. The memories of home and of her children rose up in her imagination with a peculiar charm quite new to her, with a sort of new brilliance. That world of her own seemed to her now so sweet and precious that she would not on any account spend an extra day outside it, and she made up her mind that she would certainly go back next day. Anna meantime went back to her boudoir, took a wine-glass, and dropped into it several drops of a medicine, of which the principal ingredient was morphine. After drinking it off and sitting still a little while, she went into her bedroom in a soothed and more cheerful frame of mind. When she went into the bedroom, Vronsky looked intently at her. He was looking for traces of the conversation which he knew that, staying so long in Dolly's room, she must have had with her. But in her expression of restrained excitement and of a sort of reserve, he could find nothing but the beauty that always bewitched him afresh, though he was used to it, the consciousness of it, and the desire that it should affect him. He did not want to ask her what they had been talking of, but he hoped that she would tell him something of her own accord. But she only said, "I'm so glad you like Dolly. You do, don't you?" "Oh, I've known her a long while, you know. She's very good-hearted, I suppose, mais ça se montre à terre. Still, I'm very glad to see her." He took Anna's hand and looked inquiringly into her eyes. Misinterpreting the look, she smiled to him. Next morning, in spite of the protests of her hosts, Darya Alexandrovna prepared for her homeward journey. Levin's coachman, in his by no means new coat and shabby hat, with his ill-matched horses, and his coach with the patched mudguards, drove with gloomy determination into the covered gravel approach. Darya Alexandrovna disliked taking leave of Princess Varvara and the gentlemen of the party. After a day spent together, both she and her host were distinctly aware that they did not get on together, and that it was better for them not to meet. Only Anna was sad. She knew that now, from Dolly's departure, no one again would stir up within her soul the feelings that had been roused by their conversation. It hurt her to stir up these feelings, but yet she knew that that was the best part of her soul, and that that part of her soul would quickly be smothered in the life she was leading. As she drove out into the open country, Darya Alexandrovna had a delightful sense of relief, and she felt tempted to ask the two men how they had liked being at Vronsky's, when suddenly the coachman Philip expressed himself unasked. "Rolling in wealth they may be, but 3 pots of oats was all they gave us. Everything cleared up till there wasn't a grain left by cock-crow. What are 3 pots? A mere mouthful. And oats now down to 45 kopecks. At our place, no fear, all comers may have as much as they can eat." "The master's a screw," put in the counting-house clerk. "Well, did you like their horses?" asked Dolly. "The horses? There's no two opinions about them. And the food was good. But it seemed to me sort of dreary there, Darya Alexandrovna. I don't know what you thought," he said, turning his handsome, good-natured face to her. "I thought so too. Well, shall we get home by evening?" We must." On reaching home and finding everyone entirely satisfactory and particularly charming, Darya Alexandrovna began with great liveliness, telling them how she had arrived, how warmly they had received her, of the luxury and good taste in which the Vronskys lived, and of their recreations, and she would not allow a word to be said against them. "One has to know Anna and Vronsky. I have got to know him better now, to see how nice they are and how touching," she said, speaking now with perfect sincerity, and forgetting the vague feeling of dissatisfaction and awkwardness she had experienced there. Chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Griffiths. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 6, Chapter 25.
Vronsky and Anna spent the whole summer and part of the winter in the country, living in just the same condition, and still taking no steps to obtain a divorce. It was an understood thing between them that they should not go away anywhere, but both felt, the longer they lived alone, especially in the autumn without guests in the house, that they could not stand this existence, and that they would have to alter it. Their life was apparently such that nothing better could be desired. They had the fullest abundance of everything. They had a child, and both had occupation. Anna devoted just as much care to her appearance when they had no visitors, and she did a great deal of reading, both of novels and of what serious literature was in fashion. She ordered all the books that were praised in the foreign papers and reviews she received, and read them with that concentrated attention which is only given to what is read in seclusion. Moreover, every subject that was of interest to Vronsky she studied in books and special journals, so that he often went straight to her with questions relating to agriculture or architecture, sometimes even with questions relating to horse breeding or sport. He was amazed at her knowledge, her memory, and at first was disposed to doubt it, to ask for confirmation of her facts, and she would find what he asked for in some book and show it to him. The building of the hospital too interested her. She did not merely assist, but planned and suggested a great deal herself. But her chief thought was still of herself, how far she was dear to Vronsky, how far she could make up to him for all he had given up. Vronsky appreciated this desire not only to please but to serve him, which had become the sole aim of her existence. But at the same time he wearied of the loving snares in which she tried to hold him fast. As time went on, and he saw himself more and more often held fast in these snares, he had an ever-growing desire, not so much to escape from them as to try whether they hindered his freedom. Had it not been for this growing desire to be free, not to have scenes every time he wanted to go to the town for a meeting or a race, Vronsky would have been perfectly satisfied with his life. The role he had taken up, the role of a wealthy landowner, one of that class which ought to be the very heart of the Russian aristocracy, was entirely to his taste. And now, after spending 6 months in that character, he derived even greater satisfaction from it. And his management of his estate, which occupied and absorbed him more and more, was most successful. In spite of the immense sums cost him by the hospital, by machinery, by cows ordered from Switzerland, and many other things, he was convinced that he was not wasting but increasing his substance. In all matters affecting income, the sales of timber, wheat and wool, the letting of lands, Vronsky was hard as a rock, and knew well how to keep up prices. In all operations on a large scale, on this and his other estates, he kept to the simplest methods involving no risk, and in trifling details he was careful and exacting to an extreme degree. In spite of all the cunning and ingenuity of the German steward, who would try to tempt him into purchases by making his original estimate always far larger than really required, and then representing to Vronsky that he might get the thing cheaper and so make a profit, Vronsky did not give in. He listened to his steward, cross-examined him, and only agreed to his suggestions when the implement to be ordered or constructed was the very newest, not yet known in Russia and likely to excite wonder. Apart from such exceptions, he resolved upon an increased outlay only where there was a surplus, and in making such an outlay he went into the minutest details and insisted on getting the very best for his money, so that by the method on which he managed his affairs it was clear that he was not wasting but increasing his substance. In October there were the provincial elections in the Kashinsky province, where were the estates of Vronsky, Sviazhsky, Koznishev, Oblonsky, and a small part of Levin's land. These elections were attracting public attention from several circumstances connected with them, and also from the people taking part in them. there had been a great deal of talk about them, and great preparations were being made for them. Persons who never attended the elections were coming from Moscow, from Petersburg, and from abroad to attend these. Vronsky had long before promised Sviazhsky to go to them. Before the elections, Sviazhsky, who often visited Vozdvizhenskoe, drove over to fetch Vronsky. On the day before there had been almost a quarrel between Vronsky and Anna over this proposed expedition. It was the very dullest autumn weather, which is so dreary in the country, and so, preparing himself for a struggle, Vronsky, with a hard and cold expression, informed Anna of his departure as he had never spoken to her before. But, to his surprise, Anna accepted the information with great composure, and merely asked when he would be back. He looked intently at her, at a loss to explain this composure. She smiled at his look. He knew that way she had of withdrawing into herself, and knew that it only happened when she had determined upon something without letting him know her plans. He was afraid of this, but he was so anxious to avoid a scene that he kept up appearances, and half sincerely believed in what he longed to believe in, her reasonableness. "I hope you won't be dull." "I hope not," said Anna. "I got a box of books yesterday from Gautier's. No, I shan't be dull." She's trying to take that tone, and so much the better, he thought, or else it would be the same thing over and over again. And he set off for the elections without appealing to her for a candid explanation. It was the first time since the beginning of their intimacy that he had parted from her without a full explanation. From one point of view this troubled him, but on the other side he felt that it was better so. At first there will be, as this time, something undefined kept back, and then she will get used to it. In any case, I can give up anything for her, but not my masculine independence, he thought. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anthony. Anna Karenina, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. Book 7, Chapter 26. Chapter 26. In September, Levin moved to Moscow for Kitty's confinement. He had spent a whole month in Moscow with nothing to do. When Sergei Ivanovitch, who had property in the Kachinsky province and took great interest in the question of approaching elections, made ready to set off to the elections, he invited his brother, who had a vote in the Selezhnesky district, to come with him. Levin had, moreover, to transact in Kashin some extremely important business, relating to the wardship of land and to the receiving of certain redemption money for his sister, who was abroad. Levin still hesitated, but Kitty, who saw that he was bored in Moscow and urged him to go, on her own authority, ordered him a proper nobleman's uniform costing £7, and that £7 paid for the uniform was the chief cause that finally decided Levin to go. He went to Kashin. Levin had been 6 days in Kashin, visiting the assembly each day and busily engaged about his sister's business, which still dragged on. The district marshals of nobility were all occupied with the elections, and it was impossible to get the simplest thing done that depended upon the court of wardship. The other matter, the payment of sums, was met too by difficulties. After long negotiations over the legal details, the money was at last ready to be paid, but the notary, a most obliging person, could not hand over the order, because it must have the signature of the president, and the president, though he had not given over his duties to a deputy, was at the elections. All these worrying negotiations, this endless going from place to place, and talking with pleasant and excellent people who quite saw the unpleasantness of the petitioner's position, but were powerless to assist him, all these efforts that yielded no result, led to a feeling of misery in Levin akin to a mortifying helplessness one experiences in dreams when one tries to use physical force. He felt this frequently as he talked to his most good-natured solicitor. This solicitor did, it seemed, everything possible, and strained every nerve to get him out of his difficulties. "I tell you what you might try," he said more than once. "Go to so-and-so and so-and-so," and the solicitor drew up a regular plan for getting round the fatal point that hindered everything. But he would add immediately, "It'll mean some delay anyway, but you might try it." And Levin did try, and did go. Everyone was kind and civil, but the point evaded seemed to crop up again in the end, and again to bar the way. What was particularly trying was that Levin could not make out with whom he was struggling, to whose interest it was that his business should not be done. That no one seemed to know, the solicitor certainly did not know. If Levin could not have understood why, just as why one can only approach the booking office of a railway station in single file, it would have not been so vexatious and tiresome to him. But with the hindrances that confronted him in his business, no one could explain why they existed. But Levin had changed a good deal since his marriage. He was patient, and if he could not see why it was all arranged like this, he told himself he could not judge without knowing all about it, and that most likely it must be so, and he tried not to fret. In attending the elections, too, and taking part in them, he tried not to judge, not to fall foul of them, but to comprehend as fully as he could the question which was so earnestly and ardently absorbing honest and excellent men with whom he respected. Since his marriage there had been revealed to Levin so many new and serious aspects of life that had previously, through his frivolous attitude towards them, seemed of no importance, that in the question of the elections too he assumed and tried to find some serious significance. Sergei Ivanovitch explained to him the meaning and object of the proposed revolution at the elections. The marshal of the province, in whose hands the law had placed the control of so many important public functions, the guardianship of wards, the very department which was giving Levin so much trouble just now, the disposal of large sums subscribed by the nobility of the province, the high schools, female, male, and military, and popular instruction on the new model, and finally the district council, the marshal of the province. Snetkov was a nobleman of the old school, dissipating an immense fortune, a good-hearted man, honest after his own fashion, but utterly without any comprehension of the needs of modern days. He always took, in every question, the side of the nobility. He was positively antagonistic to the spread of popular education, and he succeeded in giving a purely party character to the district council, which ought by rights to be of such an immense importance. What was needed was to put in his place a fresh, capable, perfectly modern man, of contemporary ideas, and to frame their policy so as from the rights conferred upon the nobles, not as the nobility, but as an element of the district council, to extract all powers of self-government that could possibly be derived from them. In the wealthy Kachinsky province, which always took the lead of other provinces in everything, there was now such a preponderance of forces that this policy, once carried through properly there, might serve as a model for other provinces, for all Russia. And hence the whole question was of greatest importance. It was proposed to elect as marshal in place of Snetkov either Shevsky, or better still, Nevyedovsky, a former university professor, a man of remarkable intelligence and a great friend of Sergei Ivanovitch. The meeting was opened by the governor, who made a speech to the nobles, urging them to elect the public functionaries not from regard for persons, but for the service and welfare of their fatherland, and hoping that the honorable nobility of the Kachinsky province would, as at all former elections, hold their duty as sacred, and vindicate the exalted confidence of the monarch. When he had finished with his speech, the governor walked out of the hall, and the noblemen noisily and eagerly, some even enthusiastically, followed him and thronged round him while he put on his fur coat and conversed amicably with the marshal of the province. Levin, anxious to see into everything and not to miss anything, stood there too in the crowd and heard the governor say, "Please tell Maria Ivanovna my wife is very sorry she couldn't come to the home." And thereupon the nobles in high good humor sorted out their fur coats and all drove off to the cathedral. In the cathedral Levin, lifting his hand like the rest and repeating the words of the archdeacon, swore with the most terrible oaths to do all the governor had hoped they would do. Church services always affected Levin, and as he uttered the words, "I kiss the cross," and glanced round at the crowd of young and old men repeating the same, he felt touched. On the second and third days there was the business relating to the finances of the nobility and the female high school, of no importance whatever, as Sergei Ivanovitch explained, and Levin, busy seeing after his own affairs, did not attend the meetings. On the fourth day the auditing of the marshal's accounts took place at the high table of the marshal of the province, and then there occurred the first skirmish between the new party and the old. The committee who has been deputed to verify the accounts reported to the meeting that all was in order. The marshal of the province got up, thanked the nobility for their confidence, and shed tears. The nobles gave him a loud welcome and shook hands with him, but at that instant a nobleman of Sergei Ivanovitch's party said that they had heard that the committee had not verified the accounts, considering such a verification an insult to the marshal of the province. One of the members of the committee incautiously admitted this. Then a small gentleman, very young-looking but very malignant, began to say that it would probably be agreeable to the marshal of the province to give an account of his expenditures of the public moneys, and that the misplaced delicacy of the members of the committee was depriving him of his moral satisfaction. Then the members of the committee tried to withdraw their admission, and Sergei Ivanovitch began to prove that they must logically admit either that they had verified the accounts or they had not, and he developed this dilemma in detail. Sergei Ivanovitch was answered by the spokesman of the opposite party. Then Shvasky spoke, and then the malignant gentleman again. The discussion lasted a long time and ended in nothing. Levin was surprised that they should dispute upon this subject so long, especially as, when he asked Sergei Ivanovitch whether he had supposed that the money had been misappropriated, Sergei Ivanovitch answered, "Oh, no, he's an honest man, but those old-fashioned methods of paternal family arrangements in the management of provincial affairs must be broken down." On the fifth day came the elections of the district marshals. It was rather a stormy day in the several districts. In the Seleznecky district, Shvasky was elected unanimously, without a ballot, and he gave a dinner that evening. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Liliana Val. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 7, Chapter 27. Chapter 27. The sixth day was fixed for the election of the marshal of the province. The rooms, large and small, were full of noblemen in all sorts of uniforms. Many had come only for that day, men who had not seen each other for years, some from the Crimea, some from Petersburg, some from abroad, met in the rooms of the Hall of Nobility. There was much discussion around the governor's table under the portrait of the Tsar. The nobles, both in the larger and the smaller rooms, grouped themselves in camps, and from their hostile and suspicious glances, from the silence that fell upon them when outsiders approached the group, and from the way that some, whispering together, retreated to the farther corridor, it was evident that each side had secrets from the other. In appearance the noblemen were sharply divided into two classes, the old and the new. The old were for the most part either in old uniforms of the nobility, buttoned up closely with spurs and hats, or in their own special naval, cavalry, infantry, or official uniforms. The uniforms of the older men were embroidered in the old-fashioned way, with epaulettes on their shoulders. They were unmistakably tight and short in the waist, as though their wearers had grown out of them. The younger men wore the uniform of the nobility with long waists and broad shoulders, unbuttoned over white waistcoats, or uniforms with black collars and with the embroidered badges of justices of the peace. To the younger men belonged the court uniforms that here and there brightened up the crowd. But the division into young and old did not correspond with the division of parties. Some of the young men, as Levin observed, belonged to the old party, and some of the very oldest noblemen, on the contrary, were whispering with Sviazhsky, and were evidently ardent partisans of the new party. Levin stood in the smaller room, where they were smoking and taking light refreshments, close to his own friends, and listening to what they were saying, he consciously exerted all his intelligence trying to understand what was said. Sergei Ivanovitch was the center round which the others grouped themselves. He was listening at that moment to Sviazhsky and Heliostov, the marshal of another district, who belonged to their party. Heliostov would not agree to go with his district to ask Snetkov to stand, while Sviazhsky was persuading him to do so, and Sergei Ivanovitch was approving of the plan. Levin could not make out why the opposition was to ask the marshal to stand whom they wanted to supersede. Stepan Arkadyevitch, who had just been drinking and taking some lunch, came up to them in his uniform of a gentleman of the bedchamber, wiping his lips with a perfumed handkerchief of bordered batiste. "We are placing our forces," he said, pulling out his whiskers. "Sergei Ivanovitch!" And listening to the conversation he supported Sviazhsky's contention. "One district's enough, and Sviazhsky's obviously of the opposition," he said, words evidently intelligible to all except Levin. "Why, Kostya, you here too? I suppose you're converted, eh?" he added, turning to Levin and drawing his arm through his. Levin would have been glad indeed to be converted, but could not make out what the point was, and retreating a few steps from the speakers, he exclaimed to Stepan Arkadyevitch his inability to understand why the marshal of the province should be asked to stand. "O sancta simplicitas!" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, and briefly and clearly he explained it to Levin. If, as at previous elections, all the districts asked the marshal of the province to stand, then he would be elected without a ballot. That must not be. Now 8 districts had agreed to call upon him. If 2 refused to do so, Snetkov might decline to stand at all. And then the old party might choose another of their party, which would throw them completely out in their reckoning. But if only 1 district, Sviazhsky's, did not call upon him to stand, Snetkov would let himself be balloted for. They were even, some of them, going to vote for him, and purposely to let him get a good many votes, so that the enemy might be thrown off the scent, and when a candidate of the other side was put up, they too might give him some votes. Levin understood to some extent, but not fully, and would have put a few more questions when suddenly everyone began talking and making a noise, and they moved towards the big room. "What is it? Eh? Whom? No guarantee? Whose? What? They won't pass him? No guarantee? They won't let Flerov in? Because of the charge against him? Why, at this rate they won't admit anyone. It's a swindle. The law." Levin heard exclamations on all sides, and he moved into the big room together with the others, all hurrying somewhere and afraid of missing something. Squeezed by the crowding noblemen, he drew near the high table where the marshal of the province, Sviazhsky, and the other leaders were hotly disputing about something. End of chapter 27. Recording by Liliana Val, in Portugal.
Chapter 28 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 7, Chapter 28. Levin was standing rather far off. A nobleman breathing heavily and hoarsely at his side, and another whose thick boots were creaking, prevented him from hearing distinctly. He could only hear the soft voice of the marshal faintly, then the shrill voice of the malignant gentleman, and then the voice of Sviazhsky. They were disputing, as far as he could make out, as to the interpretation to be put on the act and the exact meaning of the words liable to be called up for trial. The crowd parted to make way for Sergey Ivanovitch, approaching the table. Sergey Ivanovitch, waiting till the malignant gentleman had finished speaking, said that he thought the best solution would be to refer to the act itself, and ask the secretary to find the act. The act said that, in case of difference of opinion, there must be a ballot. Sergey Ivanovitch read the act and began to explain its meaning. But at that point a tall, stout, round-shouldered landowner, with dyed whiskers, in a tight uniform that cut the back of his neck, interrupted him. He went up to the table, and striking it with his finger ring, he shouted loudly, "A ballot! Put it to the vote. No need for more talking." Then several voices began to talk all at once, and the tall nobleman with the ring, getting more and more exasperated, shouted more and more loudly, but it was impossible to make out what he said. He was shouting for the very course Sergey Ivanovitch had proposed, but it was evident that he hated him and all his party, and this feeling of hatred spread through the whole party and roused in opposition to it the same vindictiveness, though in a more seemly form, on the other side. Shouts were raised, and for a moment all was confusion, so that the marshal of the province had to call for order. "A ballot! A ballot! Every nobleman sees it. We shed our blood for our country. The confidence of the monarch. No checking the accounts of the marshal. He's not a cashier. But that's not the point. Votes, please, peacefully," shouted furious and violent voices on all sides. Looks and faces were even more violent and furious than their words. They expressed the most implacable hatred. Levin did not in the least understand what was the matter, and he marvelled at the passion with which it was disputed whether or not the decision about Flerov should be put to the vote. He forgot, as Sergey Ivanovitch explained to him afterwards, this syllogism, that it was necessary for the public good to get rid of the marshal of the province, that to get rid of the marshal it was necessary to have a majority of votes, that to get a majority of votes it was necessary to secure Flerov's right to vote, that to secure the recognition of Flerov's right to vote they must decide on the interpretation to be put on the act. And one vote may decide the whole question, and one must be serious and consecutive if one wants to be of use in public life, concluded Sergey Ivanovitch. But Levin forgot all that, and it was painful to him to see all these excellent persons, for whom he had a respect, in such an unpleasant and vicious state of excitement. To escape from this painful feeling he went away into the other room, where there was nobody except the waiters at the refreshment bar. Seeing the waiters busy over washing up the crockery and setting in order their plates and wine glasses, seeing their calm and cheerful faces, Levin felt an unexpected sense of relief, as though he had come out of a stuffy room into the fresh air. He began walking up and down, looking with pleasure at the waiters. He particularly liked the way one grey-whiskered waiter, who showed his scorn for the other younger ones and was jeered at by them, was teaching them how to fold up napkins properly. Levin was just about to enter into conversation with the old waiter when the secretary of the court of wardship, a little old man whose specialty it was to know all the noblemen of the province by name and patronymic, drew him away. "Please come, Konstantin Dmitrievitch. he said. "Your brother's looking for you. They are voting on the legal point." Levin walked into the room, received a white ball, and followed his brother, Sergey Ivanovitch, to the table where Sviazhsky was standing with a significant and ironical face, holding his beard in his fist and sniffing at it. Sergey Ivanovitch put his hand into the box, put the ball somewhere, and making room for Levin, stopped. Levin advanced, but utterly forgetting what he was to do, and much embarrassed, he turned to Sergey Ivanovitch with the question, "Where am I to put it?" He asked this softly, at a moment when there was talking going on near, so that he had hoped his question would not be overheard. But the person speaking paused, and his improper question was overheard. Sergey Ivanovitch frowned. "That is a matter for each man's own decision," he said severely. Several people smiled. Levin crimsoned, hurriedly thrust his hand under the cloth, and put the ball to the right, as it was in his right hand. Having put it in, he recollected that he ought to have thrust his left hand too, and so he thrust it in, though too late, and still more overcome with confusion, he beat a hasty retreat into the background. 126 for admission, 98 against, sang out the voice of the secretary, who could not pronounce the letter R. Then there was a laugh. A button and 2 knots were found in the box. The nobleman was allowed the right to vote, and the new party had conquered. But the old party did not consider themselves conquered. Levin heard that they were asking Snetkov to stand, and he saw that a crowd of noblemen was surrounding the marshal, who was saying something. Levin went nearer. In reply, Snetkov spoke of the trust the noblemen of the province had placed in him, the affection they had shown him, which he did not deserve, as his only merit had been his attachment to the nobility, to whom he had devoted 12 years of service. Several times he repeated the words, "I have served to the best of my powers with truth and good faith. I value your goodness, and thank you." And suddenly he stopped short from the tears that choked him, and went out of the room. Whether these tears came from a sense of the injustice being done him, from his love for the nobility, or from the strain of the position he was placed in, feeling himself surrounded by enemies, his emotion infected the assembly, and the majority were touched, and Levin felt tenderness for Snetkov. In the doorway the marshal of the province jostled against Levin. "Beg pardon, excuse me, please," he said, as to a stranger, but recognizing Levin, he smiled timidly. It seemed to Levin that he would have liked to say something, but could not speak for emotion. His face and his whole figure in his uniform, with the crosses and white trousers striped with braid, as he moved hurriedly along, reminded Levin of some hunted beast who sees that he is in evil case. This expression in the marshal's face was particularly touching to Levin, because only the day before he had been at his house about his trusty business, and had seen him in all his grandeur, a kind-hearted, fatherly man. The big house with the old family furniture, the rather dirty, far from stylish, but respectful footmen, unmistakably old house serfs who had stuck to their master, the stout, good-natured wife in a cap with lace and a Turkish shawl, petting her pretty grandchild, her daughter's daughter, the young son, a sixth-form high-school boy, coming home from school and greeting his father, kissing his big hand, the genuine, cordial words and gestures of the old man, all this had the day before roused an instinctive feeling of respect and sympathy in Levin. This old man was a touching and pathetic figure to Levin now, and he longed to say something pleasant to him. "So you're sure to be our marshal again?" he said. "It's not likely," said the marshal, looking round with a scared expression. "I'm worn out. I'm old. If there are men younger and more deserving than I, let them serve." And the marshal disappeared through a side door. The most solemn moment was at hand. They were to proceed immediately to the election. The leaders of both parties were reckoning white and black on their fingers. The discussion upon Flerov had given the new party not only Flerov's vote, but had also gained time for them, so that they could send to fetch 3 noblemen who had been rendered unable to take part in the elections by the wiles of the other party. 2 noble gentlemen who had a weakness for strong drink had been made drunk by the partisans of Snetkov, and a third had been robbed of his uniform. On learning this, the new party had made haste, during the dispute about Flerov, to send some of their men in a sledge to clothe the stripped gentleman, and to bring along one of the intoxicated to the meeting. "I have brought one, drenched him with water," said the landowner, who had gone on this errand, to Sviatsky. "He's all right?" "He'll do." "Not too drunk he won't fall down?" said Sviatsky, shaking his head. "No, he's first rate, if only they don't give him any more here. I've told the waiter not to give him anything on any account." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 7, Chapter 29. The narrow room in which they were smoking and taking refreshments was full of noblemen. The excitement grew more intense, and every face betrayed some uneasiness. The excitement was especially keen for the leaders of each party, who knew every detail and had reckoned up every vote. They were the generals organizing the approaching battle. The rest, like the rank and file before an engagement, though they were getting ready for the fight, sought for other distractions in the interval. Some were lunching, standing at the bar, or sitting at the table, and others were walking up and down the long room, smoking cigarettes and talking with friends whom they had not seen for a long while. Levin did not care to eat, and he was not smoking. He did not want to join his own friends, that is Sergei Ivanovitch, Stepan Arkadyevitch, Sviatsky, and the rest, because Vronsky, in his equerry's uniform, was standing with them in eager conversation. Levin had seen him already at the meeting on the previous day, and he had studiously avoided him, not caring to greet him. He went to the window and sat down, scanning the groups and listening to what was being said around him. He felt depressed, especially because everyone else was, as he saw, eager, anxious, and interested, and he alone, with an old toothless little man with mumbling lips, wearing a naval uniform, sitting beside him, had no interest in it and nothing to do. "He's such a blackguard. I have told him so, but it makes no difference. Only think of it, he couldn't collect it in 3 years," he heard vigorously uttered by a round-shouldered, short country gentleman who had pomaded hair hanging on his embroidered collar, and new boots, obviously put on for the occasion, with heels that tapped energetically as he spoke. Casting a displeased glance at Levin, this gentleman sharply turned his back. "Yes, it's a dirty business, there's no denying," a small gentleman assented in a high voice. Next, a whole crowd of country gentlemen, surrounding a stout general, hurriedly came near Levin. These persons were unmistakably seeking a place where they could talk without being overheard. "How dare he say I had his breeches stolen? Pawn them for drink, I expect. Damn the fellow. Prince indeed. He'd better not say it, that beast. But excuse me, they take their stand on the act," was being said in another group. "The wife must be registered as noble." "Oh, damn your acts, I speak from my heart. We're all gentlemen, aren't we? Above suspicion. Shall we go on, Your Excellency? Fine champagne." Another group was following a nobleman, who was shouting something in a loud voice. It was one of the 3 intoxicated gentlemen. "I always advise Maria Semyonovna to let for a fair rent, for she can never save a profit," he heard pleasant voice say. The speaker was a country gentleman with grey whiskers, wearing the regimental uniform of an old general staff officer. It was the very landowner Levin had met at Svirsky's. He knew him at once. The landowner too stared at Levin, and they exchanged greetings. "Very glad to see you, to be sure. I remember you very well. Last year at our district marshal Nikolai Ivanovitch's." "Well, and how is your land doing?" asked Levin. "Oh, still just the same, always at a loss," the landowner answered with a resigned smile, but with an expression of serenity and conviction that so it must be. "And how do you come to be in our province?" he asked. "Come take part in our coup d'etat?" he said, confidently pronouncing the French words with a bad accent. "All Russians here, gentlemen of the bedchamber, and everything short of the ministry." He pointed to the imposing figure of Stepan Arkadyevitch in white trousers and coat uniform, walking by with the general. "I ought to own that I don't very well understand the drift of the provincial elections," said Levin. The landowner looked at him. "Why, what is there to understand? There is no meaning in it at all. It's a decaying institution that goes on running only by the force of inertia. Just look, the very uniforms tell you that it's an assembly of justices of the peace, permanent members of the court, and so on, but not of noblemen." "Then why do you come?" asked Levin. "From habit, nothing else. Then, too, one must keep up connections. It's a moral obligation of a sort. And then, to tell the truth, there's one's own interests. My son-in-law wants to stand as a permanent member. They're not rich people, and he must be brought forward. These gentlemen, now, what do they come for?" he said, pointing to the malignant gentleman who was talking at the high table. "That's the new generation of nobility." "New it may be, but nobility it isn't. They're proprietors of a sort, but we are the landowners. As noblemen, they're cutting their own throats." "But you say it's an institution that served its time." "That it may be, but still it ought to be treated a little more respectfully. Snetkov, now, we may be of use, or we may not, but we are the growth of 1,000 years. If we are laying out a garden, planting one before the house, you know, and there you have a tree that stood for centuries in the very spot, old and gnarled it may be, and yet you don't cut down the old fellow to make room for the flower beds, but lay out your beds so as to take advantage of the tree. You won't grow him again in a year," he said cautiously, and he immediately changed the conversation. "Well, and how is your land doing?" "Oh, not very well. I make 5%. "Yes, but you don't reckon your own work. Aren't you worth something too? I'll tell you my own case. Before I took to seeing of the land, I had a salary of £3,000 from the service. Now I do more work than I did in the service, and like you, I get 5% on the land, and thank God for that. But one's work is thrown in for nothing." "Then why do you do it, if it's a clear loss?" "Oh, well, one does it. What would you have? It's a habit, and one knows it's how it should be. And what's more," the landowner went on, leaning his elbows on the window and chatting on, "my son, I must tell you, has no taste for it. There's no doubt he'll be a scientific man. So there'll be no one to keep it up. And yet one does it. Here, this year, I have planted an orchard." Yes, said Levin, "that's perfectly true. I always feel there's no real balance of gain in my work on the land, and yet one does it. It's a sort of duty one feels to the land." "But I tell you what," the landowner pursued. "A neighbor of mine, a merchant, was at my place. We walked about the fields and the garden. 'No,' said he, 'Stepan Vasilievich, everything's well looked after, but your garden's neglected.' But, as a fact, it's well kept up. To my thinking, I'd cut down that lime tree. Here you've thousands of limes, and each would make 2 good bundles of bark. And nowadays that bark's worth something. I'd cut down the lot." And with what he made he'd increase his stock, or buy some land for a trifle, and let it out in lots to the peasants, Levin added, smiling. He had evidently more than once come across those commercial calculations, and he'd make his fortune. But you and I must thank God if we keep what we've got and leave to our children. "You're married, I heard," said the landowner. "Yes," Levin answered, with proud satisfaction. "Yes, it's rather strange," he went on. "So we live without making anything, as though we were ancient vestals set to keep in fire." The landowner chuckled under his white moustaches. "There are some among us too, like our friend Nikolay Ivanovitch or Count Vronsky, that settled here lately, who try to carry on their husbandry as though it were a factory. But so far it leads to nothing but making away with capital on it. But why is it we don't like the merchants? Why don't we cut down our parks for timber?" said Levin, returning to a thought that had struck him. "Why, as you said, to keep the fire in. Besides, that's not work for a nobleman. All our work as noblemen isn't done here at the elections, but yonder, each in our corner. There's a class instinct, too, of what one ought and ought not to do. There's the peasants, too. I wonder at them sometimes. Any good peasant tries to take all the land he can. However bad the land is, he'll work it, without a return too, at a simple loss." "Just as we do," said Levin. "Very, very glad to have met you," he added, seeing Sviazhsky approaching him. "And here we've met for the first time since we met at your place," said the landowner to Sviazhsky, "and we've had a good talk too." "Well, have you been attacking the new order of things?" said Sviazhsky with a smile. "That we're bound to do." "You've relieved your feelings?" End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anthony. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett, Book 7, Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Sviazhsky took Levin's arm and went with him to his own friends. This time there was no avoiding Vronsky. He was standing with Stepan Arkadyevitch and Sergey Ivanovitch, and looking straight at Levin as he drew near. "Delighted. I believe I've had the pleasure of meeting you at Princess Shtcherbatskaya's," he said, giving Levin his hand. "Yes, I quite remember our meeting," said Levin, and blushing crimson, he turned away immediately and began talking to his brother. With a slight smile, Vronsky went on talking to Sviazhsky, obviously without the slightest inclination to enter into conversation with Levin. But Levin, as he talked to his brother, was continually looking round at Vronsky, trying to think of something to say to him to gloss over his rudeness. "What are we waiting for now?" asked Levin, looking at Sviazhsky and Vronsky. "For Snetkov. He has to refuse or to consent to stand," answered Sviazhsky. "Well, and what has he done, consented or not?" "That's the point, that he's done neither," said Vronsky. "And if he refuses, who will stand then?" asked Levin, looking at Vronsky. "Whoever chooses to," said Sviazhsky. "Shall you?" asked Levin. "Certainly not I," said Sviazhsky, looking confused and turning an alarmed glance at the malignant gentleman who was standing beside Sergey Ivanovitch. "Who then? Nevyedovsky?" said Levin, feeling he was putting his foot into it. But this was worse still. Nevyedovsky and Sviazhsky were the two candidates. "I certainly shall not, under any circumstances," answered the malignant gentleman. This was Nevyedovsky himself. Sviazhsky introduced him to Levin. "Well, you find it exciting too," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, winking at Vronsky. It's something like a race. One might bet on it. Yes, it is keenly exciting, said Vronsky, and once taking the thing up, one's eager to see it through. It's a fight, he said, scowling and setting his powerful jaws. What a capable fellow Schwatsky is. Sees it all so clearly. Oh, yes, Vronsky assented indifferently. A silence followed, during which Vronsky, since he had to look at something, looked at Levin, at his feet, at his uniform, then at his face, and noticing his gloomy eyes fixed upon him, he said, in order to say something, "How is it that you, living constantly in the country, are not a justice of the peace? You are not in uniform of one." "It's because I consider that the justice of the peace is a silly institution," Levin answered gloomily. He had been all the time looking for an opportunity to enter into conversation with Vronsky, so as to smooth over his rudeness at their first meeting. "I don't think so. Quite the contrary," Vronsky said, with quiet surprise. "It's a plaything," Levin cut him short. "We don't want justices of the peace. I've never had a single thing to do with them during 8 years, and what I have had was decided wrongly by them. The justice of the peace is over 30 miles from me. For some matter of 2 rubles I should have to send a lawyer who cost me 15. And he related how a peasant had stolen some flour from the miller, and when the miller told him of it, had lodged a complaint for slander. All this was utterly uncalled for and stupid, and Levin felt it himself as he said it. "Oh, this is such an original fellow," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with his most soothing almond oil smile. "But come along, I think they're voting." And they separated. "I can't understand," said Sergey Ivanovitch, who had observed his brother's clumsiness. "I can't understand how anyone can be so absolutely devoid of political tact. That's where we Russians are so deficient. The marshal of the province is our opponent, and with him you're ami cochon, and you beg him to stand. Count Vronsky now, I'm not making a friend of him. He's asked me to dinner, and I'm not going, but he's one of our side. Why make an enemy of him? Then you ask Nevyedovsky if he's going to stand. That's not a thing to do." "Oh, I don't understand it at all, and it's all such nonsense," Levin answered gloomily. "You say it's all such nonsense, but as soon as you have anything to do with it, you make a muddle." Levin did not answer, and they walked together into the big room. The marshal of the province, though he was vaguely conscious in the air of some trap being prepared for him, and though he had not been called upon by all to stand, had still made up his mind to stand. All was silence in the room. The secretary announced in a loud voice that the captain of the guards, Mihail Stepanovitch Snetkov, would now be balloted for as marshal of the province. The district marshals walked carrying plates on which were balls from their tables to the high table, and the election began. "Put it in the right side," whispered Stepan Arkadyevitch, as with his brother Levin followed the marshal of his district to the table. But Levin had forgotten by now the calculations that had been explained to him, and was afraid Stepan Arkadyevitch might be mistaken in saying, "the right side." Surely Snetkov was the enemy. As he went up, he held the ball in his right hand, but thinking he was wrong, just at the box he changed to the left hand, and undoubtedly put the ball to the left. An adept in the business, standing at the box and seeing by the mere action of the elbow where each put his ball, scowled with annoyance. It was no good for him to use his insight. Everything was still, and the counting of the balls was heard. Then a single voice rose and proclaimed the numbers for and against. The marshal had been voted for by a considerable majority. All was noise and eager movement towards the doors. Snetkov came in, and the nobles thronged round him, congratulating him. "Well, now is it over?" Levin asked Sergey Ivanovitch. "It's only just beginning," Schwatsky said, replying for Sergey Ivanovitch with a smile. "Some other candidate may receive more votes than the marshal." Levin had quite forgotten about that. Now he could only remember that there was some sort of trickery in it, but he was too bored to think what it was exactly. He felt depressed, and longed to get out of the crowd. As no one was paying attention to him, and no one apparently needed him, he quietly slipped away into the little room where the refreshments were, and again had a great sense of comfort when he saw the waiters. The little old waiter pressed him to have something, and Levin agreed. After eating a cutlet with beans and talking to the waiters of their former masters, Levin, not wishing to go back to the hall, where it was all so distasteful to him, proceeded to walk through the galleries. The galleries were full of fashionably dressed ladies leaning over the balustrade and trying not to lose a single word of what was being said below. With the ladies were sitting and standing smart lawyers, high school teachers in spectacles, and officers. Everywhere they were talking of the election, and of how worried the marshal was, and how splendid the discussions had been. In one group Levin heard his brother's praises. One lady was telling a lawyer, "How glad I am I heard Koznishev. It's worth losing one's dinner. He's exquisite. So clear and distinct, all of it. There's not one of you in the law courts that speaks like that. The only one is Meidel, and he's not so eloquent by a long way." Finding a free place, Levin leaned over the balustrade and began looking and listening. All the noblemen were sitting railed off behind barriers, according to their districts. In the middle of the room stood a man in uniform, who shouted in a loud, high voice, "As a candidate for marshalship of the nobility of the province, we call upon Staff Captain Evgeny Ivanovitch Aputin." A dead silence followed, and then a weak old voice was heard, "Declined." "We call upon Privy Council Pyotr Petrovitch Bol." The voice began again. "Declined," a high, boyish voice replied. Again it began, and again, "Declined." And so it went on for about an hour. Levin, with his elbows on the balustrade, looked and listened. At first he wondered and wanted to know what it meant. Then, feeling sure that he could not make it out, began to be bored. Then, recalling all the excitement and vindictiveness he had seen on all the faces, he felt sad. He made up his mind to go, and went downstairs. As he passed through the entry to the galleries, he met a dejected high school boy walking up and down with tired-looking eyes. On the stairs he met a couple, a lady running quickly on her high heels, and the jaunty deputy prosecutor. "I told you you weren't late," the deputy prosecutor was saying at the moment when Levin moved aside to let the lady pass. Levin was on the stairs to the way out, and was just feeling in his waistcoat pocket for the number of his overcoat, when the secretary overtook him. "This way, please, Konstantin Dmitrovitch. They are voting." The candidate who was being voted on was Nevyedovsky, who had so stoutly denied all idea of standing. Levin went up to the door of the room. It was locked. The secretary knocked, the door opened, and Levin was met by two red-faced gentlemen who darted out. "I can't stand it any more," said one red-faced gentleman. After them the face of the marshal of the province was poked out. His face was dreadful looking, from exhaustion and dismay. "I told you not to let anyone out," he cried to the doorkeeper. "I let someone in, your excellency." "Mercy on us!" And with a heavy sigh the marshal of the province walked with downcast head to the high table in the middle of the room, his legs staggering in his white trousers. Nevyedovsky had scored a higher majority, as they had planned, and he was the new marshal of the province. Many people were amused, many people were pleased and happy, many were in ecstasies, many were disgusted and unhappy. The former marshal of the province was in a state of despair, which he could not conceal. When Nevyedovsky went out of the room, the crowd thronged round him and followed him enthusiastically, just as they had followed the governor who had opened the meetings, and just as they had followed Snetkov when he was elected. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Book 7, Chapter 31. The newly elected marshal and many of the successful party dined that day with Vronsky. Vronsky had come to the elections partly because he was bored in the country and wanted to show Anna his right to independence, and also to repay Sviazhsky by his support to the election for all the trouble he had taken for Vronsky at the district council election, but chiefly in order strictly to perform all those duties of a nobleman and landowner which he had taken upon himself. But he had not in the least expected that the election would so interest him, so keenly excite him, and that he would be so good at this kind of thing. He was quite a new man in the circle of the nobility of the province, but his success was unmistakable, and he was not wrong in supposing that he had already obtained a certain influence. This influence was due to his wealth and reputation. The capital house in the town, lent him by his old friend Shirkov, who had a post in the Department of Finances, was director of a flourishing bank in Kashin. The excellent cook Vronsky had brought from the country, and his friendship with the governor, who was a schoolfellow of Vronsky's. A schoolfellow he had patronized and protected indeed. But what contributed more than all to his success was his direct, equable manner with everyone, which very quickly made the majority of the noblemen reverse the current opinion of his supposed haughtiness. He was himself conscious that, except that whimsical gentleman married to Kitty Shtcherbatskaya, who had proposed the book, poured out a stream of irrelevant absurdities with such spiteful fury, every nobleman with whom he had made acquaintance had become his adherent. He saw clearly, and other people recognized it too, that he had done a great deal to secure the success of Nevyedovsky. And now, at his own table, celebrating Nevyedovsky's election, he was experiencing an agreeable sense of triumph over the success of his candidate. The election itself had so fascinated him that, if he could succeed in getting married during the next 3 years, he began to think of standing himself, much as after winning a race ridden by a jockey, he had longed to ride a race himself. Today he was celebrating the success of his jockey. Vronsky sat at the head of the table. On his right hand sat the young governor, a general of high rank. To all the rest he was the chief man in the province, who had solemnly opened the elections with a speech, and aroused a feeling of respect and even of awe in many people, as Vronsky saw. To Vronsky he was little Katka Maslov, that had been his nickname in the pages' corps, whom he felt to be shy and tried to mettre son aise. On the left hand sat Nevyedovsky with his youthful, stubborn and malignant face. With him Vronsky was simple and deferential. Sviazhsky took his failure very light-heartedly. It was indeed no failure in his eyes, as he said himself, turning, glass in hand, to Nevyedovsky. They could not have found a better representative of the new movement, which the nobility ought to follow. And so every honest person, as he said, was on the side of today's success, and was rejoicing over it. Stepan Arkadyevitch was glad too, that he was having a good time, and that every one was pleased. The episode of the elections served as a good occasion for a capital dinner. Sviazhsky comically imitated the tearful discourse of the marshal, and observed, addressing Nevyedovsky, that His Excellency would have to select another more complicated method of auditing the account than tears. Another nobleman jocosely described how footmen in stockings had been ordered for the marshal's ball, and how now they would have to be sent back unless a new marshal would give a ball with footmen in stockings. Continually during dinner they said of Nevyedovsky, "Our marshal," and "Your Excellency." This was said with the same pleasure with which a bride is called "Madame" and her husband's name. Nevyedovsky affected to be not merely indifferent, but scornful of this appellation, but it was obvious that he was highly delighted, and had to keep a curb on himself not to betray the triumph which was unsuitable to their new liberal tone. After dinner, several telegrams were sent to people interested in the result of the election, and Stepan Arkadyevitch, who was in high good humor, sent Darya Alexandrovna a telegram. Nevedovsky elected by 20 votes. Congratulations. Tell people. He dictated it aloud, saying, "We must let them share our rejoicing." Darya Alexandrovna, getting the message, simply sighed over the rouble wasted on it, and understood that it was an after-dinner affair. She knew Stiva had a weakness after dining for faire jouer le télégraphe. Everything, together with the excellent dinner and the wine, not from Russian merchants, but imported direct from abroad, was extremely dignified, simple, and enjoyable. The party, some 20, had been selected by Sviazhsky from among the more active New Liberals, all of the same way of thinking, who were at the same time clever and well-bred. They drank, also half in jest, to the health of the new marshal of the province, of the governor, of the bank director, and of our amiable host. Vronsky was satisfied. He had never expected to find so pleasant a tone in the provinces. Towards the end of the dinner it was still more lively. The governor asked Vronsky to come to a concert for the benefit of the Servians, which his wife, who was anxious to make his acquaintance, had been getting up. "There'll be a ball, and you'll see the belle of the province. Worth seeing, really." "Not in my line," Vronsky answered. He liked that English phrase, but he smiled and promised to come. Before they rose from the table, when all of them were smoking, Vronsky's valet went up to him with a letter on a tray. "From Vozdvizhenskoe by a special messenger," he said, with a significant expression. "Astonishing! How like he is to the deputy prosecutor, Fentitsky," said one of the guests in French of the valet, while Vronsky, frowning, read the letter. The letter was from Anna. Before he read the letter, he knew its contents. Expecting the elections to be over in 5 days, he had promised to be back on Friday. Today was Saturday, and he knew that the letter contained reproaches for not being back at the time fixed. The letter he had sent the previous evening had probably not reached her yet. The letter was what he had expected, but the form of it was unexpected, and particularly disagreeable to him. "Annie is very ill. The doctor says it may be inflammation. I am losing my head all alone. Prince Varvara is no help but a hindrance. I expected you the day before yesterday, and yesterday, and now I'm sending to find out where you are and what you are doing. I wanted to come myself, but thought better of it, knowing you would dislike it. Send some answer that I may know what to do." The child ill, yet she had thought of coming herself. Their daughter ill, and this hostile tone. The innocent festivities over the election, and this gloomy, burdensome love to which he had to return, struck Vronsky by their contrast. But he had to go, and by the first train that night he set off home. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of Anna Karenina, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roseanne Schmidt. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Book 6, Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Before Vronsky's departure for the elections, Anna had reflected that the scenes constantly repeated between them each time he left home might only make him cold to her instead of attaching him to her, and resolved to do all she could to control herself so as to bear the parting with composure. But the cold, severe glance with which he had looked at her when he came to tell her he was going had wounded her, and before he had started her peace of mind was destroyed. In solitude afterwards, thinking over that glance which had expressed his right to freedom, she came, as she always did, to the same point, the sense of her own humiliation. "He has the right to go away when and where he chooses, not simply to go away, but to leave me. He has every right, and I have none. But knowing that he ought not to do it, What has he done, though? He looked at me with a cold, severe expression. Of course, that is something indefinable, impalpable, but it has never been so before, and that glance means a great deal, she thought. That glance shows the beginning of indifference. And though she felt sure that a coldness was beginning, there was nothing she could do. She could not in any way alter her relations to him. Just as before, only by love and by charm could she keep him. And so, just as before, only by occupation in the day, by morphine at night, could she stifle the fearful thought of what would be if he ceased to love her. It is true there was still one means, not to keep him, for that she wanted nothing more than his love, but to be nearer to him, to be in such a position that he would not leave her. That means was divorce and marriage, and she began to long for that, and made up her mind to agree to it the first time he or Stevia approached her on the subject. Absorbed in such thought, she passed 5 days without him, the 5 days that he was to be at the elections. Walks, conversations with Princess Varvara, visits to the hospital, and most of all reading of one book after another, filled up her time. But on the 6th day, when the coachman came back without him, she felt that now she was utterly incapable of stifling the thought of him and of what he was doing there. Just at that time her little girl was taken ill. Anna began to look after her, but even that did not distract her mind, especially as the illness was not serious. However hard she tried, she could not love this little child, and to feign love was beyond her powers. Towards the evening of that day, still alone, Anna was in such a panic about him that she decided to start for the town, but on second thoughts wrote him the contradictory letter that Vronsky received, and without reading it through, sent it off by a special messenger. The next morning she received his letter and regretted her own. She dreaded a repetition of the severe look he had flung at her at parting, especially when he knew that the baby was not dangerously ill. But still, she was glad she had written to him. At this moment Anna was positively admitting to herself that she was a burden to him, that he would relinquish his freedom regretfully to return to her, and in spite of that she was glad he was coming. Let him weary of her, but he would be here with her, so that she would see him, would know of every action he took. She was sitting in the drawing-room near a lamp, with a new volume of Taine, and as she read, listening to the sound of the wind outside, and every minute expecting the carriage to arrive. Several times she had fancied she heard the sound of wheels, but she had been mistaken. At last she heard not the sound of wheels, but the coachman's shout and the dull rumble in the covered entry. Even Princess Varvara, playing patience, confirmed this, and Anna, flushing hotly, got up, but instead of going down, as she had done twice before, she stood still. She suddenly felt ashamed of her duplicity, but even more she dreaded how he might meet her. All feeling of wounded pride had passed now. She was only afraid of the expression of his displeasure. She remembered that her child had been perfectly well again for the last 2 days. She felt positively vexed with her for getting better from the very moment her letter was sent off. Then she thought of him, that he was here, all of him, with his hands, his eyes. She heard his voice, and forgetting everything, she ran joyfully to meet him. "Well, how is Annie?" he said timidly from below, looking up to Anna as she ran down to him. He was sitting on a chair, and a footman was pulling off his warm overboot. "Oh, she is better." "And you?" he said, shaking himself. She took his hand in both of hers, and drew it to her waist, never taking her eyes off him. "Well, I'm glad," he said, coldly scanning her hair, her dress, which he knew she had put on for him. All was charming, but how many times it had charmed him, and the stern, stony expression that she so dreaded settled upon his face. "Well, I'm glad. And are you well?" he said, wiping his damp beard with his handkerchief and kissing her hand. "Never mind," she thought. "Only let him be here, and so long as he's here he dare not cease to love me." The evening was spent happily and gaily in the presence of Princess Varvara, who complained to him that Anna had been taking morphine in his absence. "What am I to do? I couldn't sleep. My thoughts prevented me. When he's here, I never take it, hardly ever." He told her about the election, and Anna knew how, by adroit questions, to bring him to what gave him most pleasure, his own success. She told him of everything that interested him at home, and all that she told him was of the most cheerful description. But late in the evening, when they were alone, Anna, seeing that she had regained complete possession of him, wanted to erase the painful impression of the glance he had given her for the letter. She said, "Tell me frankly, you were vexed at getting my letter, and you didn't believe me?" As soon as she had said it, she felt that however warm his feelings were to her, he had not forgiven her for that. "Yes," he said, "the letter was so strange. First, Annie ill, and then you thought of coming yourself." "It was all the truth."
"Oh, I don't doubt it."
"Yes, you do doubt it. You are vexed, I see."
"Not for one moment. I'm only vexed, that's true, that you seem somehow unwilling to admit that there are duties."
"The duty of going to a concert?"
"But we won't talk about it,"
he said. "Why not talk about it?"
she said. "I only meant to say that matters of real importance may turn up. Now, for instance, I shall have to go to Moscow to arrange about the house. Oh, Anna, why are you so irritable? Don't you know that I can't live without you?"
"If so," said Anna, her voice suddenly changing, "it means that you are sick of this life. Yes, you will come for a day and go away, as men do."
"Anna, that's cruel. I am ready to give up my whole life."
But she did not hear him. "If you go to Moscow, I will go too. I will not stay here. Either we must separate or else live together."
"Why, you know that's my one desire. But for that—"
"We must get a divorce. I will write to him. I see I cannot go on like this, but I will come with you to Moscow."
"You talk as if you were threatening me, but I desire nothing so much as never to be parted from you,"
said Vronsky, smiling. But as he said these words, there, gleaming in his eyes, not merely a cold look, but the vindicated look of a man persecuted and made cruel. She saw the look, and correctly divined its meaning. "If so, it's a calamity," that glance told her. It was a moment's impression, but she never forgot it. Anna wrote to her husband asking him about a divorce, and towards the end of November, taking leave of Princess Varvara, who wanted to go to Petersburg, she went with Vronsky to Moscow, expecting every day an answer from Alexey Alexandrovitch, and after that the divorce. They now established themselves together like married people. End of chapter 32. Recording by Roseanne Schmidt. End of Anna Karenina, Book 6, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett.
Chapter 1 of Anna Karenina, Book 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Anna Karenina, Book 7 by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Constance Garnett. Chapter 1. The Levins had been 3 months in Moscow. The date had long passed on which, according to the most trustworthy calculations of people learned in such matters, Kitty should have been confined. But she was still about, and there was nothing to show that her time was any nearer than 2 months ago. The doctor, the monthly nurse, and Dolly, and her mother, and most of all Levin, who could not think of the approaching event without terror, began to be impatient and uneasy. Kitty was the only person who felt perfectly calm and happy. She was distinctly conscious now of the birth of a new feeling of love for the future child, for her to some extent actually already existing, and she brooded blissfully over this feeling. He was not by now altogether a part of herself, but sometimes he lived his own life independently of her. Often this separate being gave her pain, but at the same time she wanted to laugh with a strange new joy. All the people she loved were with her, and all were so good to her, so attentively caring for her, so entirely pleasant was everything presented to her, that if she had not known and felt that it must all soon be over, she could not have wished for a better and pleasanter life. The only thing that spoiled the charm of this manner of life was that her husband was not here as she loved him to be. and as he was in the country. She liked his serene, friendly, and hospitable manner in the country. In town he seemed continually uneasy and on his guard, as though he were afraid some one would be rude to him, and still more to her. At home in the country, knowing himself distinctly to be in his right place, he was never in haste to be off elsewhere. He was never unoccupied. Here, in town, he was in a continual hurry, as though afraid of missing something, and yet he had nothing to do. And she felt sorry for him. To others, she knew, he did not appear an object of pity. On the contrary, when Kitty looked at him in society, as one sometimes looks at those one loves, trying to see him as if he were a stranger, so as to catch the impression he must make on others, she saw with a panic even of jealous fear that he was far indeed from being a pitiable figure, that he was very attractive with his fine breeding, his rather old-fashioned, reserved courtesy with women, his powerful figure, and striking, as she thought, and expressing face. But she saw him not from without, but from within. She saw that here he was not himself. That was the only way she could define his condition to herself. Sometimes she inwardly reproached him for his inability to live in the town. Sometimes he recognized that it was really hard for him to order his life here so that he could be satisfied with it. What had he to do, indeed? He did not care for cards. He did not go to a club. Spending the time with jovial gentlemen of Oblonsky's type. She knew now what that meant. It meant drinking and going somewhere after drinking. She could not think without horror of where men went on such occasions. Was he to go into society? But she knew he could only find satisfaction in that if he took pleasure in the society of young women, and that she could not wish for. Should he stay at home with her, her mother, and her sisters? But as much as she liked and enjoyed their conversations for ever on the same subjects, Aline Nadine, as the old prince called the sisters' talks, she knew it must bore him. What was there left for him to do? To go on writing his book he had indeed attempted, and at first he used to go to the library and make extracts and look up references for his book, but, as he told her, the more he did nothing, the less time he had to do anything. And besides, he complained that he had talked too much about his book here, and that consequently all his ideas about it were muddled and had lost their interest for him. One advantage in this town life was that quarrels hardly ever happened between them here in town. Whether it was that their conditions were different, or that they had both become more careful and sensible in that respect, they had no quarrels in Moscow from jealousy, which they had so dreaded when they moved from the country. One event, an event of great importance to both from that point of view, did indeed happen. That was Kitty's meeting with Vronsky. The old Princess Marya Borissovna, Kitty's grandmother, who had always been very fond of her, had insisted on seeing her. Kitty, though she did not go into society at all on account of her condition, went with her father to see the venerable old lady, and there met Vronsky. The only thing Kitty could reproach herself for at this meeting was that at the instant when she recognized in his civilian dress the features once so familiar to her, her breath failed her, the blood rushed to her heart, and a vivid blush, she felt it, overspread her face. But this lasted only a few seconds. Before her father, who purposely began talking in a loud voice to Vronsky, had finished, she was perfectly ready to look at Vronsky, to speak to him if necessary, exactly as she spoke to Princess Marya Borissovna, and more than that, to do so in such a way that everything to the faintest intonation and smile would have been approved by her husband, whose unseen presence she seemed to feel about her at that instant. She said a few words to him, even smiled serenely at his joke about the elections, which he called our Parliament. She had to smile to show she saw the joke. But she turned away immediately to Princess Marya Borissovna, and did not once glance at him till he got up to go. Then she looked at him, but evidently only because it would be uncivil not to look at a man when he is saying good-bye. She was grateful to her father for saying nothing to her about their meeting Vronsky, but she saw by his special warmth to her after the visit, during their usual walk, that he was pleased with her. She was pleased with herself. She had not expected she would have had the power, while keeping somewhere in the bottom of her heart all the memories of her old feeling for Vronsky, not only to seem, but to be perfectly indifferent and composed with him. Levin flushed a great deal more than she when she told him she had met Vronsky at Princess Marya Borissovna's. It was very hard for her to tell him this, but still harder to go on speaking of the details of the meeting, as he did not question her, but simply gazed at her with a frown. "I am very sorry you weren't there," she said. "Not that you weren't in the room. I couldn't have been so natural in your presence. I am blushing now much more, much more," she said, blushing till the tears came into her eyes. "But that you couldn't see through a crack." The truthful eyes told Levin that she was satisfied with herself, and in spite of her blushing, he was quickly reassured and began questioning her, which was all she wanted. When he had heard everything, even to the detail that for the first second she could not help flushing, but that afterwards she was just as direct and as much at her ease as with any chance acquaintance, Levin was quite happy again and said he was glad of it, and would not now behave as stupidly as he had done at the election, but would try the first time he met Vronsky to be as friendly as possible. "It's so wretched to feel that there's a man almost an enemy whom it's painful to meet," said Levin. "I'm very, very glad." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Anna Karenina, Book 7, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. "Go, please. Go then and call on the Bowles," Kitty said to her husband, when he came in to see her at 11 o'clock before going out. "I know you are dining at the club. Papa put down your name. But what are you going to do in the morning?" "I'm only going to Katavasov," answered Levin. "Why so early?" "He promised to introduce me to Metrov. I wanted to talk to him about my work. He's a distinguished scientific man from Petersburg," said Levin. "Yes, wasn't it his article you were praising so? Well, and after that?" said Kitty. "I shall go to the court, perhaps, about my sister's business." "And the concert?" she queried. "I shan't go there all alone." "No, do go. There are going to be some new things. That interested you so. I should certainly go." "Well, anyway, I shall come home before dinner," he said, looking at his watch. "Put on your frock coat so that you can go straight to call on Countess Bola." "But is it absolutely necessary?" "Oh, absolutely. He has been to see us. Come, what is it? You go in, sit down, talk for 5 minutes of the weather, get up and go away." "Oh, you wouldn't believe it. I've got so out of the way of all this that it makes me feel positively ashamed. It's such a horrible thing to do. A complete outsider walks in, sits down, stays on with nothing to do, wastes their time and worries himself, and walks away." Kitty laughed. "Why, I suppose you used to pay calls before you were married, didn't you?" "Yes, I did, but I always felt ashamed, and now I'm so out of the way of it that, by Jove, I'd sooner go 2 days running without my dinner than pay this call. One's so ashamed. I feel all the while that they're annoyed, that they're saying, 'What has he come for?'" "No, they won't. I'll answer for that," said Kitty, looking into his face with a laugh. She took his hand. "Well, good-bye. Do go, please." He was just going out after kissing his wife's hand, when she stopped him. "Kostya, do you know I've only 50 roubles left?" "Oh, all right. I'll go to the bank and get some. How much?" he said, with the expression of dissatisfaction she knew so well. "No, wait a minute." She held his hand. "Let's talk about it. It worries me. I seem to spend nothing unnecessary, but money seems to fly away simply. We don't manage well, somehow." "Oh, it's all right," he said with a little cough, looking at her from under his brows. That cough she knew well. It was a sign of intense dissatisfaction, not with her, but with himself. He certainly was displeased, not at so much money being spent, but at being reminded of what he, knowing something was unsatisfactory, wanted to forget. "I have told Sokolov to sell the wheat, and to borrow an advance on the mill. We shall have money enough in any case." "Yes, but I'm afraid that altogether—" "Oh, it's all right," he repeated. "Well, good‐bye, darling." "No, I'm really sorry sometimes that I listened to mamma. How nice it would have been in the country! As it is, I'm worrying you all, and we're wasting our money." "Not at all, not at all. Not once since I've married have I said that things could have been better than they are." "Truly?" she said, looking into his eyes. He had said it without thinking, simply to console her, but when he glanced at her and saw those sweet, truthful eyes fastened questioningly on him, he repeated it with his whole heart. I was positively forgetting her, he thought, and he remembered what was before them, so soon to come. "Will it be soon? How do you feel?" he whispered, taking her two hands. "I have so often thought so, that now I don't think about it, or know anything about it." "And you're not frightened?" She smiled contemptuously. "Not the least little bit," she said. "Well, if anything happens, I shall be at Katavasov's." "No, nothing will happen, and don't think about it. I'm going for a walk on the boulevard with papa. We're going to see Dolly. I shall expect you before dinner. Oh yes, do you know that Dolly's position is becoming utterly impossible? She's in debt all round. She hasn't a penny. We were talking yesterday with mamma and Arseny" (this was her sister's husband, Lvov), "and we determined to send you with him to talk to Stiva. It's really unbearable. One can't speak to papa about it, but if you and he—" "Why, what can we do?" said Levin. "You'll be at Arseny's, anyway. Talk to him. He will tell what we decided." "Oh, I agree to everything Arseny thinks beforehand. I shall go and see him. By the way, if I do go to the concert, I'll go with Natalia. Well, good‐bye." On the steps Levin was stopped by his old servant, Kouzma, who had been with him before his marriage, and now looked after their household in town. "Beauty" (that was the left shank horse brought up from the country) "has been badly shod and is quite lame," he said. "What does your honor wish to be done?" During the first part of their stay in Moscow, Levin had used his own horses brought up from the country. He had tried to arrange this part of their expenses in the best and cheapest way possible, but it appeared that their own horses came dearer than hired horses, and they still hired too. "Send for the veterinary. There may be a bruise." "And for Katerina Alexandrovna?" asked Kouzma. Levin was not now struck as he had been at first by the fact that to get from one end of Moscow to the other he had to have two powerful horses put into a heavy carriage, to take the carriage 3 miles through the snowy slush, and to keep it standing there 4 hours, paying 5 roubles every time. Now it seemed quite natural. "Hire a pair for our carriage from the job‐master," said he. "Yes, sir." And so, simply and easily, thanks to the facilities of town life, Levin settled a question which, in the country, would have called for so much personal trouble and exertion, and going out into the steppes, he called a sledge, sat down, and drove to Nikitsky. On the way he thought no more of money, but mused on the introduction that awaited him to the Petersburg savant, a writer on sociology, and what he would say to him about his book. Only during the first days of his stay in Moscow, Levin had been struck by the expenditure, strange to one living in the country, unproductive but inevitable, that was expected of him on every side. But by now he had grown used to it. That had happened to him in this matter which is said to happen to drunkards. The first glass sticks in the throat, the second flies down like a hawk, but after the third they're like tiny little birds. When Levin had changed his first 100-rouble note to pay for liveries for his footman and a hall porter, he could not help reflecting that these liveries were of no use to anyone, but they were indubitably necessary, to judge by the amazement of the princess and Kitty when he suggested that they might do without liveries. That these liveries would cost the wages of 2 laborers for the summer, that is, would pay for about 300 working days from Easter to Ash Wednesday, and each a day of hard work from early morning to late evening. And that 100-rouble note did stick in his throat. But the next note, changed to pay for providing a dinner for their relations, that cost 28 roubles, though it did excite Levin the reflection that 28 roubles meant 9 measures of oats, which men would with groans and sweat have reaped and bound and thrashed and winnowed and sifted and sown. This next one he parted with more easily. And now the notes he changed no longer aroused such reflections, and they flew off like little birds. Whether the labor devoted to obtaining the money corresponded to the pleasure given by what was bought with it, was a consideration he had long ago dismissed. His business calculation that there was a certain price below which he could not sell certain grain was forgotten too. The rye, for the price of which he had so long held out, had been sold for 50 kopeks a measure cheaper than it had been fetching a month ago. Even the consideration that with such an expenditure he could not go on living for a year without debt, that even had no force. Only one thing was essential, to have money in the bank without inquiring where it came from, so as to know that one had the wherewithal to buy meat for tomorrow. And this condition had hitherto been fulfilled. He had always had money in the bank. But now the money in the bank had gone, and he could not quite tell where to get the next installment. And this it was which, at the moment when Kitty had mentioned money, had disturbed him. But he had no time to think about it. He drove off, thinking of Katavasov and the meeting with Metrov that was before him. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Anna Karenina, Book 7 by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Levin had on this visit to town seen a great deal of his old friend at the university, Professor Katavasov, whom he had not seen since his marriage. He liked in Katavasov the clearness and simplicity of his conception of life. Levin thought that the clearness of Katavasov's conception of life was due to the poverty of his nature. Katavasov thought that the disconnectedness of Levin's ideas was due to his lack of intellectual discipline. But Levin enjoyed Katavasov's clearness, and Katavasov enjoyed the abundance of Levin's untrained ideas, and they liked to meet and to discuss. Levin had read Katavasov some parts of his book, and he had liked them. On the previous day Katavasov had met Levin at a public lecture, and told him that the celebrated Metrov, whose article Levin had so much liked, was in Moscow, that he had been much interested by what Katavasov had told him about Levin's work, and that he was coming to see him tomorrow at 11, and would be very glad to make Levin's acquaintance. "You're positively a reformed character, I'm glad to see," said Katavasov, meeting Levin in the little drawing-room. "I heard the bell and thought, impossible that he can be here at the exact time. Well, what do you say to the Montenegrins now? They're a race of warriors." "Why, what's happened?" asked Levin. Katavasov in a few words told him the last piece of news from the war, and going into his study introduced Levin to a short, thick-set man of pleasant appearance. This was Metrov. The conversation touched for a brief space on politics, and on how recent events were looking at the higher spheres in Petersburg. Metrov repeated a saying that had reached him through a most trustworthy source, reported as having been uttered on this subject by the Tsar and one of the ministers. Katavasov had heard also on excellent authority that the Tsar had said something quite different. Levin tried to imagine circumstances in which both sayings might have been uttered, and the conversation on that topic dropped. "Yes, here he's written almost a book on the natural conditions of the laborer in relation to the land," said Katavasov. "I'm not a specialist, but I, as a natural science man, was pleased at his not taking mankind as something outside biological laws, but, on the contrary, seeing his dependence on his surroundings, and in that dependence seeking the laws of his development." "That's very interesting," said Metrov. "What I began precisely was to write a book on agriculture, but studying the chief instrument of agriculture, the laborer," said Levin, reddening, "I could not help coming to quite unexpected results." And Levin began carefully, as it were feeling his ground, to expound his views. He knew Metrov had written an article against the generally accepted theory of political economy, but to what extent he could reckon on his sympathy with his own new ideas he did not know and could not guess from the clever and serene face of the learned man. "But in what do you see the special characteristics of the Russian laborer?" said Metrov. "In his biological characteristics, so to speak, or in the condition in which he is placed?" Levin saw that there was an idea underlying this question with which he did not agree, but he went on explaining his own idea that the Russian laborer has a quite special view of the land, different from that of other people, and to support this proposition he made haste to add that in his opinion this attitude of the Russian peasant was due to the consciousness of his vocation to people vast unoccupied expanses in the East. "One may easily be led into error in basing any conclusion on the general vocation of a people," said Metrov, interrupting Levin. "The condition of the laborer will always depend on his relation to the land and to capital." And without letting Levin finish explaining his idea, Metrov began expounding to him the special point of his own theory. In what the point of his theory lay, Levin did not understand, because he did not take the trouble to understand. He saw that Metrov, like other people, in spite of his own article, in which he had attacked the current theory of political economy, looked at the position of the Russian peasant simply from the point of view of capital, wages, and rent. He would indeed have been obliged to admit that in the eastern, much the larger, part of Russia rent was as yet nil, for that 9/10 of the 80 millions of the Russian peasants' wages took the form simply of food provided for themselves, and that capital does not so far exist except in the form of the most primitive tools. Yet it was only from that point of view that he considered every laborer, though in many points he differed from the economists and had his own theory of the wage fund, which he expounded to Levin. Levin listened reluctantly, and at first made objections. He would have liked to interrupt Metrov, to explain his own thought, which in his opinion would have rendered further exposition of Metrov's theories superfluous. But later on, feeling convinced that they looked at the matter differently, that they could never understand one another, he did not even oppose his statements, but simply listened. Although what Metrov was saying was by now utterly devoid of interest for him, yet he experienced a certain satisfaction in listening to him. It flattered his vanity that such a learned man should explain his ideas to him so eagerly, with such intensity and confidence in Levin's understanding of the subject, sometimes with a mere hint referring him to a whole aspect of the subject. He put this down to his own credit, unaware that Metrov, who had already discussed his theory over and over again with all his intimate friends, talked of it with special eagerness to every new person, and in general was eager to talk to anyone of any subject that interested him, even if still obscure to himself. "We are late, though," said Katavasov, looking at his watch directly Metrov had finished his discourse. "Yes, there's a meeting of the Society of Amateurs today, in commemoration of the Jubilee of Svintich," said Katavasov in answer to Levin's inquiry. "Pyotr Ivanovitch and I are going. I've promised to deliver an address on his labors in zoology. Come along with us, it's very interesting." "Yes, and indeed it's time to start," said Metrov. "Come with us, and from there, if you care to, come to my place. I should very much like to hear your work." "Oh no, it's no good yet. It's unfinished. But I shall be very glad to go to the meeting. I say, friends, have you heard? He has handed in the separate report," Katavasov called from the other room, where he was putting on his frock-coat. And a conversation sprang up upon the university question, which was a very important event that winter in Moscow. 3 old professors in the council had not accepted the opinion of the younger professors. The young ones had registered a separate resolution. This, in the judgment of some people, was monstrous. In the judgment of others, it was the simplest and most just thing to do, and the professors were split up into 2 parties. One party, to which Katavasov belonged, saw in the opposite party a scoundrelly betrayal and treachery, while the opposite party saw in them childishness and a lack of respect for the authorities. Levin, though he did not belong to the university, had several times already during his stay in Moscow heard and talked about this matter, and had his own opinion on the subject. He took part in the conversation that was continued in the street, as they all 3 walked to the buildings of the old university. The meeting had already begun. Round the cloth-covered table, at which Katavasov and Metrov seated themselves, there were some half-dozen persons, and one of these was bending close over a manuscript, reading something aloud. Levin sat down in one of the empty chairs that were standing round the table, and in a whisper asked a student sitting near what was being read. The student, eyeing Levin with displeasure, said, "Biography." Though Levin was not interested in the biography, he could not help listening, and learned some new and interesting facts about the life of the distinguished man of science. When the reader had finished, the chairman thanked him and read some verses of the poet Ment sent him on the Jubilee, and said a few words by way of thanks to the poet. Then Katavasov, in his loud, ringing voice, read his address on the scientific labors of the man whose Jubilee was being kept. When Katavasov had finished, Levin looked at his watch, saw it was past 1, and thought that there would not be time before the concert to read Metrov his book, and indeed, he did not now care to do so. During the reading he had thought over their conversation. He saw distinctly now that though Metrov's ideas might perhaps have value, his own ideas had a value too, and their ideas could only be made clear and lead to something if each worked separately in his chosen path, and that nothing would be gained by putting their ideas together. And having made up his mind to refuse Metrov's invitation, Levin went up to him at the end of the meeting. Metrov introduced Levin to the chairman, with whom he was talking of the political news. Metrov told the chairman what he had already told Levin, and Levin made the same remark on his news that he had already made that morning, but for the sake of variety he expressed also a new opinion which had only just struck him. After that the conversation turned again to the university question. As Levin had already heard it all, he made haste to tell Metrov that he was sorry he could not take advantage of his invitation, took leave, and drove to Lvov's. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Anna Karenina, Book 7, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Lvov, the husband of Natalia, Kitty's sister, had spent all his life in foreign capitals, where he had been educated and had been in the diplomatic service. During the previous year he had left the diplomatic service, not owing to any unpleasantness, he never had any unpleasantness with anyone, and was transferred to the department of the court of the palace in Moscow, in order to give his two boys the best education possible. In spite of the striking contrast in their habits and views, and the fact that Lvov was older than Levin, they had seen a great deal of one another that winter, and had taken a great liking to each other. Lvov was at home, and Levin went in to him unannounced. Lvov, in a housecoat with a belt, and in chemise leather shoes, was sitting in an armchair, and with a pince-nez with blue glasses he was reading a book that stood on a reading desk, while in his beautiful hand he held a half-burned cigarette daintily away from him. His handsome, delicate, and still youthful-looking face, to which his curly, glistening, silvery hair gave a still more aristocratic air, lighted up with a smile when he saw Levin. "Capital! I was meaning to send to you. How's Kitty? Sit here, it's more comfortable." He got up and pushed up a rocking-chair. "Have you read the latest circular in the Journal de St. Petersburg? I think it's excellent," he said with a slight French accent. Levin told him what he had heard from Katavasov was being said in Petersburg, and after talking a little about politics, he told him of his interview with Metrov and the learned society's meeting. To Lvov it was very interesting. "That's what I envy you, that you are able to mix in these interesting scientific circles," he said, and as he talked he passed as usual into French, which was easier to him. "It's true I haven't had the time for it. My official work and the children leave me no time, and then I'm not ashamed to own that my education has been too defective." "That I don't believe," said Levin with a smile, feeling, as he always did, touched at Lvov's low opinion of himself, which was not in the least put on from a desire to seem or to be modest, but was absolutely sincere. "Oh, yes, indeed. I feel now how badly educated I am. To educate my children I positively have to look up a great deal, and in fact simply to study myself. For it's not enough to have teachers, there must be some one to look after them, just as on your land you want labourers and an overseer. See what I'm reading." He pointed to Borisov's grammar on the desk. "It's expected of Misha, and it's so difficult. Come, explain to me. Here it says—" Levin tried to explain to him that it couldn't be understood, but that it had to be taught, but Lvov would not agree with him. "Oh, you're laughing at it!" "On the contrary, you can't imagine how, when I look at you, I'm always learning the task that lies before me, that is the education of one's children." "Well, there's nothing for you to learn," said Lvov. "All I know," said Levin, "is that I have never seen better brought-up children than yours, and I wouldn't wish for children better than yours." Lvov visibly tried to restrain the expression of his delight, but he was positively radiant with smiles. "If only they're better than I, that's all I desire. You don't know yet all the work," he said, "with boys who've been left like mine to run wild abroad." "You'll catch all that up. They're such clever children. The great thing is the education of character. That's what I learn when I look at your children." "You talk of the education of character. You can't imagine how difficult that is. You have hardly succeeded in combating one tendency when others crop up, and the struggle begins again. If one had not a support in religion—you remember we talked about that—no father could bring children up relying on his own strength alone without that help." This subject, which always interested Levin, was cut short by the entrance of the beauty Natalia Alexandrovna, dressed to go out. "I didn't know you were here," she said, unmistakably feeling no regret, but a positive pleasure, in interrupting this conversation on a topic she had heard so much of that she was by now weary of it. "Well, how is Kitty? I'm dining with you today. Tell you what, Arseny," she turned to her husband, "you take the carriage." And the husband and wife began to discuss their arrangements for the day. As the husband had to drive to meet someone on official business, while the wife had to go to the concert and some public meeting of a committee on the Eastern question, there was a great deal to consider and settle. Levin had to take part in their plans as one of themselves. It was settled that Levin should go with Natalia to the concert and the meeting, and that from there they should send the carriage to the office for Arseny, and he should call for her and take her to Kitty's, or that, if he had not finished his work, he should send the carriage back and Levin would go with her. "He's spoiling me," Lvov said to his wife. "He assures me that our children are splendid, when I know how much that's bad there is in them." "Arseny goes to extremes, I always say," said his wife. "If you look for perfection you will never be satisfied. And it's true, as papa says, that when we were brought up there was one extreme. We were kept in the basement, while our parents lived in the best rooms. Now it's just the other way. The parents are in the wash‐house, while the children are in the best rooms. Parents now are not expected to live at all, but to exist altogether for their children." "Well, and what if they like it better?" Lvov said, with his beautiful smile, touching her hand. "Anyone who didn't know you would think you were a stepmother, not a true mother." "No, extremes are not good in anything," Natalia said serenely, putting his paper knife straight in its proper place on the table. "Well, come here, you perfect children," Lvov said to the two handsome boys who came in, and after bowing to Levin, went up to their father, obviously wishing to ask him about something. Levin would have liked to talk to them, to hear what they would say to their father, but Natalia began talking to him, and then Lvov's colleague in the service, Mahotin, walked in, wearing his court uniform, to go with them to meet someone, and a conversation was kept up without break upon Herzegovina, Princess Korzinskaya, the town council, and the sudden death of Madame Apraxina. Levin even forgot the commission entrusted to him. He recollected it as he was going into the hall. "Oh, Kitty told me to talk to you about Oblonsky," he said, as Lvov was standing on the stairs seeing his wife and Levin off. "Yes, yes. Mamma wants us, les beaux-frères, to attack him," he said, blushing. "But why should I?" "Well, then, I will attack him," said Madame Lvova, with a smile, standing in her white sheepskin cape, waiting till they had finished speaking. "Come, let us go." Chapter 5. Chapter 5 of Anna Karenina, Book 7, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. At the concert in the afternoon 2 very interesting things were performed. One was a fantasia, King Lear. The other was a quartet dedicated to the memory of Bach. Both were new and in the new style, and Levin was eager to form an opinion of them. After escorting his sister-in-law to her stall, he stood against a column and tried to listen as attentively and conscientiously as possible. He tried not to let his attention be distracted, and not to spoil his impression by looking at the conductor in a white tie waving his arms, which always disturbed his enjoyment of music so much, or the ladies in bonnets with strings carefully tied over their ears, and all these people either thinking of nothing at all, or thinking of all sorts of things except the music. He tried to avoid meeting musical connoisseurs or talkative acquaintances, and stood looking at the floor straight before him, listening. But the more he listened to the fantasia of King Lear, the further he felt from forming any definite opinion of it. There was, as it were, a continual beginning, a preparation of the musical expression of some feeling, but it fell to pieces again directly, breaking into new musical motives, or simply nothing but the whims of the composer, exceedingly complex but disconnected sounds. And these fragmentary musical expressions, though sometimes beautiful, were disagreeable, because they were utterly unexpected and not led up to by anything. Gaiety and grief and despair and tenderness and triumph followed one on another without any connection, like the emotions of a madman. And those emotions, like a madman's, sprang up quite unexpectedly. During the whole of the performance Levin felt like a deaf man watching people dancing, and was in a state of complete bewilderment when the fantasia was over, and felt a great weariness from the fruitless strain of his attention. Loud applause resounded on all sides. Everyone got up, moved about, and began talking. Anxious to throw some light on his own perplexity from the impressions of others, Levin began to walk about, looking for connoisseurs, and was glad to see a well-known musical amateur in conversation with Pestsov, whom he knew. "Marvellous," Pestsov was saying in his mellow bass. "How are you, Konstantin Dmitrievitch? Particularly sculpturesque and plastic, so to say, and richly colored is that passage where you feel Cordelia's approach, where woman, das ewig Weibliche, enters into conflict with fate, isn't it?" "You mean, what has Cordelia to do with it?" Levin asked timidly, forgetting that the fantasia was supposed to represent King Lear. "Cordelia comes in, see here," said Pestsov, tapping his finger on the satiny surface of the program he held in his hand and passing it to Levin. Only then Levin recollected the title of the fantasia, and made haste to read in the Russian translation the lines from Shakespeare that were printed on the back of the program. "You can't follow it without that," said Pestsov, addressing Levin, as the person he had been speaking to had gone away, and he had no one to talk to. In the entr'acte, Levin and Pestsov fell into an argument upon the merits and defects of music of the Wagner school. Levin maintained that the mistake of Wagner and all his followers lay in their trying to take music into the sphere of another art, just as poetry goes wrong when it tries to paint a face as the art of painting ought to do. And as an instance of this mistake he cited the sculptor who carved in marble certain poetic phantasms flitting around the figure of the poet on the pedestal. These phantoms were so far from being phantoms that they were positively clinging on the ladder, said Levin. The comparison pleased him, but he could not remember whether he had not used the same phrase before, and to Pestsov too, and as he said it he felt confused. Pestsov maintained that art is one, and that it can attain its highest manifestations only by conjunction with all kinds of art. The second piece that was performed Levin could not hear. Pestsov, who was standing beside him, was talking to him almost all the time, condemning the music for its excessive affected assumption of simplicity, and comparing it with the simplicity of the pre-Raphaelites in painting. As he went out Levin met many more acquaintances, with whom he talked of politics, of music, and of common acquaintances. Among others he met Count Ball, whom he had utterly forgotten to call upon. "Well, go at once then," Madame Lvova said, when he told her. "Perhaps they'll not be at home, and then you can come to the meeting to fetch me. You'll find me still there." Chapter 6. of Anna Karenina, Book 7, by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. "Perhaps they're not at home," said Levin, as he went into the hall of Countess Bola's house. "At home. Please walk in," said the porter, resolutely removing his overcoat. "How annoying," thought Levin, with a sigh, taking off one glove and stroking his hat. "What did I come for? What have I to say to them?" As he passed through the first drawing-room, Levin met in the doorway Countess Bola, giving some order to a servant with a careworn and severe face. On seeing Levin, she smiled, and asked him to come into the little drawing-room, where he heard voices. In this room there were sitting in armchairs the two daughters of the countess, and a Moscow colonel whom Levin knew. Levin went up, greeted them, and sat down beside the sofa with his hat on his knees. "How is your wife? Have you been at the concert? We couldn't go. Mamma had to be at the funeral service." "Yes, I heard. What a sudden death," said Levin. The countess came in, sat down on the sofa, and she too asked for his wife and inquired about the concert. Levin answered and repeated an inquiry about Madame Apraksina's sudden death. "But she was always in weak health. Were you at the opera yesterday?" "Yes, I was." "Lucia was very good." "Yes, very good," he said, and it was utterly of no consequence to him what they thought of him. He began repeating what they had heard 100 times about the characteristics of the singer's talent. Countess Bola pretended to be listening. Then, when he had said enough and paused, the colonel, who had been silent till then, began to talk. The colonel too talked of the opera and about culture. At last, after speaking of the proposed faux journée at Turin's, the colonel laughed, got up noisily, and went away. Levin too rose, but he saw by the face of the countess that it was not yet time for him to go. He must stay 2 minutes longer. He sat down. But as he was thinking all the while how stupid it was, he could not find a subject for conversation, and sat silent. "You are not going to the public meeting? They say it will be very interesting," began the countess. "No, I promised my belle-sœur to fetch her from it," said Levin. A silence followed. The mother once more exchanged glances with the daughter. "Well, now I think the time has come," thought Levin, and he got up. The lady shook hands with him and begged him to say mille choses to his wife for them. The porter asked him, as he gave him his coat, "Where's your honor staying?" and immediately wrote down his address in a big, handsomely bound book. "Of course I don't care, but still I feel ashamed and awfully stupid," thought Levin, consoling himself with the reflection that everyone does it. He drove to the public meeting, where he was to find his sister-in-law, so as to drive home with her. At the public meeting of the committee there were a great many people, and almost all the highest society. Levin was in time for the report which, as everyone said, was very interesting. When the reading of the report was over, people moved about, and Levin met Sviazhsky, who invited him very pressingly to come that evening to a meeting of the Society of Agriculture, where a celebrated lecture was to be delivered, and Stepan Arkadyevitch, who had only just come from the races, and many other acquaintances. Levin heard and uttered various criticisms on the meeting, on the new fantasia, and on a public trial. But, probably from the mental fatigue he was beginning to feel, he made a blunder of speaking of the trial, and this blunder he recalled several times with vexation. Speaking of the sentence upon a foreigner who had been condemned in Russia, and of how unfair it would be to punish him by exile abroad, Levin repeated what he had heard the day before in conversation from an acquaintance. "I think sending him abroad is much the same as punishing a carp by putting it into the water," said Levin. Then he recollected that this idea, which he had heard from an acquaintance and uttered as his own, came from a fable of Krylov's, and that the acquaintance had picked it up from a newspaper article. After driving home with his sister-in-law, and finding Kitty in good spirits and quite well, Levin drove to the club. Chapter 7